Inside the pressure cooker that is a classroom at Zhangcheng No. 2 High School, the chalkboard is practically screaming that only one day remains until the unified exam, and the homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, is dropping the final, desperate pre-battle speech. He tells the liberal arts nerds to get their pencils ready, but gives a way more hardcore reminder to the martial arts wannabes to prep their combat rigs and weapons. Teacher Chen Fan then lays the dread on thick, warning everyone about the very non-zero chance of getting permanently deleted during the martial arts college entrance exam. He pretty much begs any student with an awakened ability ranked below D level to just do everyone a favor and stay home. From his desk, a dude named Shu Jing Ming lets a trollish grin spread across his face, feeling like that public service announcement was tailor-made for him. He's thinking, yep, I've definitely been isekai'd into this joint called Blue Star. It's got all the fancy tech from his old life, but with the fun little bonus of being infested with ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters. To make things fairish, some humans started popping superpowers. In this reality, you hit 16 and bam, you awaken an ability, ranked on a scale from a pathetic F grade to a god-tier S grade. The problem is, the gacha rates are terrible, and most people are lucky to pull a skill somewhere between F and D. As he ponders his own so-called awesome power, a sad little spark of lightning fizzles on his finger. He lets out a massive internal sigh. His ability is a rock-bottom, E-grade weak electricity. He grimaces, knowing its output is about as menacing as a gag gift hand buzzer. While Shu Jing Ming is wallowing in self-pity, a blonde classmate, Huang Tian, smacks his desk. He sneers, asking if Shu Jing Ming is actually dense enough to still take the martial arts exam. He calls him E-grade garbage and says he'll just drag the whole school's reputation through the mud. Huang Tian then graciously suggests Shu Jing Ming should stick to liberal arts, even offering him a glamorous future as a coffee fetcher in his family's company. Before Shu Jing Ming can unleash a legendary comeback, a female classmate, Lin Qing, rockets up from her seat and tells Huang Tian to go kick rocks. Totally triggered, Huang Tian scoffs at her and vows to show everyone who the real top dog is during the exam. As he storms off, he throws one last nasty look over his shoulder, predicting Shu Jing Ming is going to become modern art splattered across the exam grounds. After the jerk finally leaves, Lin Qing turns to Shu Jing Ming, her face a mask of genuine concern. She tells him to just ignore Huang Tian's toxic rambling and gently hints that switching to liberal arts might be the galaxy brain play here. Shu Jing Ming just sits there listening, his face a perfect poker face. Deep in concentration, Shu Jing Ming stares down at his Grand Xia Unified Exam registration form. So, the official paperwork basically brands him with a bottom-of-the-barrel, E-level elemental ability in the oh-so-glorious Great Xia Kingdom. Around here, your school choices are pretty much hit the books or get hit by a beast. Folks with his kind of hand-me-down powers are expected to pick liberal arts and live a soul-crushingly average life. But the martial arts path? Buddy, that's the express lane to becoming Monster Chow. To even get a shot at a decent university, students have to dive into a monster-infested death trap and, try not to get permanently deleted. No biggie. Once you're in, after years of getting your face rearranged in training, the story goes that even a complete nobody can supposedly power up into a total legend. So yeah, Shu Jing Ming gets why his teacher and Lin Qingli are having a collective meltdown. They're convinced he's just RSVP'd for his own funeral. But hey, it's not like he can just cower in a basement until the monster apocalypse blows over. And just the thought of it brings back a wonderfully pleasant memory of a little event called a Beast Tide, where he was just a little kid, ugly crying over his parents' cooling corpses. Ah, the good old days. That little trip down trauma lane really lights a fire under his butt. He is 100% done being the helpless NPC in his own life story. Brimming with newfound resolve, he shoves his registration form in the air and pretty much declares, "I'm choosing the exam that might send me to the forever box." Flash forward to sunset, and we spot our boy Shu Jing Ming in a training hall, going absolutely beast mode with a long spear. He's trying to pump what little juice he has into his weapon, managing to get some snazzy blue lightning to dance along the shaft, and with a heroic grunt, he unleashes one mighty swing. And just like that, his mana bar is completely empty. He lets out a huge yawn, whines about being totally gassed, and then executes a perfect faceplant onto the mat. His spear clatters down right beside him. Splayed out on the floor like a human starfish, Shu Jing Ming starts to reevaluate his so-called training. He's been grinding this spear thing for 2.5 years. And after all that time, his skill proficiency is still firmly stuck on beginner. He even dropped 300,000 big ones on a fancy pants spear technique called lightning gale break, which, in his own head, makes him times less of a joke than the average E-class fodder. As he's lying there, questioning every decision he's ever made, a seriously grim thought smacks him right in the brain. He's painfully aware that the "see you in the next life" rate for students below D-class in this exam skyrockets every single year. And that fact just makes him even more bullheaded. To get into one of those top-tier, awakened universities, he knows he has to be ready to risk it all. He scrapes his body off the floor and drags himself over to a machine, balling up his fist. As his knuckles get close to the machine's panel, kablum! A blue holographic screen materializes from nothing, flashing the two magic words every reader lives for. System activating. Shu Jing Ming's eyeballs are about to pop out of his skull, his brain doing the blue screen of death as he tries to figure out what the heck is happening. The system finally finishes its boot-up sequence, and a glorious new window pops up, basically asking if he wants to unbox his starter pack. Lying there on the floor like a wet noodle someone just yeeted against the wall, it finally clicks. This has to be the legendary cheat system, the golden ticket for every isekai protagonist. And just like that, his shock does a 180 into pure, unadulterated hype. A grin so wide it threatens to tear his face in two plasters itself on his mug as his mind races with fantasies of god-tier items in that little gift box. And the system, which clearly has no concept of taking it easy, just goes ahead and drops the mother of all bombshells on him. One S-rank super ability and a whopping 200 ability points. My dude is completely gobsmacked. An S-rank ability? That's the stuff of legends, a total unicorn. In a powerhouse nation like Xiaowa, anyone rocking one of those gets headhunted by the most elite academies and basically fast-tracked to becoming a national treasure. Shu Jing Ming is absolutely thunderstruck by this ridiculous jackpot. This single revelation injects him with a lethal dose of pure, unfiltered hope. He gets it now. Even though he started this life as the lowest of the low, a certified E-rank scrub, this system is his one-way ticket to completely rewriting his pathetic destiny. A determined, almost feral grin stretches across his face as he holds out his hand, his sad little E-rank sparks fizzling pathetically, and bellows, "Claim." He absolutely demolishes the accept button. Immediately, 3 system windows bombard his screen like he just clicked on a pop-up ad from a very questionable website. Newbie gift package. Claimed. 200 ability points have been successfully transferred to your account. And now, the system is initiating the download for his brand spanking new S-rank ability, the Purple Cloud Thunder God's Lightning. The power slams into his core with the force of a runaway freight train. And oh boy, let me just say, the installation process is what you might call pants-wettingly agonizing. An absolutely insane amount of energy detonates from inside him as savage purple lightning arcs across his body, instantly vaporizing his shirt into dust. A progress bar appears out of nowhere, inching its way forward as the power raging within him goes completely supernova and utterly demolishes the interior of his room. The shockwave is so powerful, it blasts his apartment window straight out of its frame. Of course, this little impromptu light and sound festival doesn't exactly fly under the radar for the folks down on the street. Some lady is pointing up at the crazy energy vortex, and her kid is just like, "Mom, what's that light doing?" Meanwhile, some dude is having a full-blown meltdown on his phone, screaming at someone to get the fire department over to the Shu kid's place, like, yesterday. Back inside, Shu Jing Ming is doing the electric slide from hell, convulsing in pure agony as the integration progress bar crawls past the 50% mark. Down below, every head is tilted up as the sky abruptly goes dark, looking like it's in a seriously bad mood. And then, hovering over the apartment building, a gigantic freaking dragon made of pure, crackling blue lightning just shows up. You know, as you do. A spectacle of this magnitude is basically a giant, flashing neon sign for every powerhouse in the city. Some rich guy in a swanky penthouse is staring out his window, wondering if a high-level monster just decided to invade. At the same time, a military commander is absolutely losing his mind, screaming orders to put Zhang Cheng's entire 3rd Legion on the highest possible alert. The lightning dragon snakes its way through the heavens, then does a kamikaze dive straight back down, force-feeding every last drop of its ridiculous power right into Shu Jing Ming's body. Shu Jing Ming lets out a final, blood-curdling scream just as the system's progress bar hits 100%. In a blink, the blinding light and mind-numbing pain evaporate, replaced by a ridiculously understated message, "Ability transformation complete." The wild surge of power finally decides to take a chill pill, leaving Shu Jing Ming standing there in his now demolished training room. He slowly, almost dramatically, clenches his hand into a fist, feeling the absolutely absurd amount of juice he's now packing. Sinister blue and purple lightning begins to crackle around his knuckles. A smug, trollish grin practically splits his face in two. He can already tell this new S-rank ability is playing in a completely different league. Seriously, his old power felt like a dollar store taser compared to this monster. But this new setup? It feels like it could vaporize someone with a gentle tap. His victory lap gets cut short, though, when he finally takes a gander at the absolute disaster zone he's created. The windows are completely gone, and the walls look like a spider's art project gone horribly wrong. He's thinking, whoops, that might have been a tad loud, but hey, at least he's proud he managed to keep most of that raw power contained. Then it dawns on him the other part of his prize package. 200 glorious ability points. He mumbles to himself, alright, what's the deal with you guys? As he pokes at the system interface. The system breaks it down for him. You earn ability points by trashing ferocious beasts, and you can cash them in to level up your stats and skills. And just like that, the signature troll grin makes a triumphant return to his face. He is absolutely vibing with this ridiculously OP cheat system, and barks, 8, system panel, let's go. An impressively detailed stat screen materializes out of thin air, flaunting his shiny new profile. And there it is in all its glory. His name, his laughably low rank as an unranked awakened, and his brand spanking new S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, along with those 200 gorgeous, ready-to-spend ability points. With the massive unified exam just one day away, a dangerous glint appears in Shu Jing Ming's eyes. He knows he's got to min-max these 200 points perfectly to get the biggest bang for his buck on exam day. Lightning arcs around his clenched fist as he orders the system. Alright, time to pump up these stats. Shu Jing Ming figures he'll play it smart and allocate his points with some actual logic, and his logic is beautifully simple. All the cool powers come from your body and your spirit, right? So, obviously, he decides to dump everything into those two stats first. As the system gets to work, crunching the numbers and distributing the points, his physique and spirit stats begin to skyrocket. A huge wave of dark purple energy explodes outwards, swirling around him like a vortex. He looks completely spaced out, absolutely floored by the sensation of his life force, and even his thoughts getting a serious upgrade. Clenching his fist once more, he can feel the raw juice just surging through him. So, just for the heck of it, he throws a little jab, and a whole-ass vortex of blue and purple lightning explodes from his knuckles, unleashing a light show of pure chaos that makes his old power level look like a sad little party popper. He just gawks at his own hand, watching arcs of raw energy crackle between his fingertips like he's some kind of god. And then it hits him by pumping up his basic stats. He's basically supercharged all his combat skills and abilities. The system panel, right on cue, dings to confirm this absolutely sick upgrade, flashing that his physique is now a beefy 141, and his spirit is a mind-blowing 160. The system, ever so helpful, also points out that each ability point was worth a neat 0.2 units of either life force or spirit juice. A smug grin just spreads across his face. He's thinking, dude, with this much power on tap, crushing the entrance exam for an Awakener University is going to be an absolute breeze. But then a thought hits him. How does he actually measure up against the other 700,000 wannabes in the province? Especially against those so-called prodigies who've been training since they could barely walk. Only one way to find out. He nonchalantly kicks his spear up from the debris, snags it out of the air like a pro, and slings it over his shoulder. His mind's made up. It's time to roll up to the martial arts hall and see what this new and improved version of him can really do. But right as he's about to bounce, his apartment door gets blown clean off its hinges. A squad of 3 firefighters bursts in, decked out in full gear like they're walking into an inferno, leaving Shu Jing Ming utterly flabbergasted. The fire captain scans the trashed apartment, notices a serious lack of actual fire, and just looks completely baffled. He sputters out that they got a call about a massive blaze at this location. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there in the middle of his own personal disaster zone, and Shu Jing Ming, playing it super chill, just explains that the noise was him practicing a few moves and that everything's totally under control now. The fire chief just kinda stares for a second, then nods, just rolling with it. Honestly, for him, dealing with the weird crap awakened people pull is just another Tuesday. He radios his crew to call it off. As he and his team are leaving, He throws a look back at Shu Jing Ming, a mix of awe and disbelief on his face, muttering to himself, "Geez. The kids these days are on another level, if this is what they call practice." A little while later, the fire engine rumbles away. Shu Jing Ming, now decked out in his school uniform with his spear slung on his back, is casually walking down the street when a neighbor he calls Uncle Yang flags him down. The old guy yells out, asking if he's okay after all that commotion with the fire truck. Shu Jing Ming just gives a casual wave, telling him it was no big deal. Uncle Yang's gaze falls on the spear, and he flashes him a big thumbs up for being so studious, grinding away at his practice even with the huge exam just 1 day away. And yeah, in this world, martial arts halls are basically a necessity. See, for an awaken to get stronger, they've got to level up both their physical and spiritual stats. And these halls? They're pretty much the perfect high-tech gyms for that exact grind, which is a total lifesaver. 'Cause, let's be honest, not everyone has a trust fund for their own personal training montage. In this town, you've got two main gyms duking it out, the Thunder Hall and the Brutal Bear Hall. And so, our main character, Shu Jing Ming, decides to bless the Thunder Martial Arts Hall with his glorious arrival. Let me give you a quick system rundown. Brutal Bear Hall is the certified pay-to-win server, exclusively for the rich kids with daddy's credit card. Thunder Hall, meanwhile, is the free-to-play experience for the rest of us commoners still stuck in high school, which, naturally, means the place is packed like a can of sardines. Amidst the chaos of the gym floor, Shu Jing Ming scans the ocean of tryhards and spots a familiar face. The girl with the long black hair and striking red eyes is Tangji, who also happens to be his cousin. He casually wanders over and asks what in the world she's doing, slumming it at the poor people's gym. Completely blindsided, Tangji fumbles for an excuse, sputtering that she's just, hanging out with a friend. Putting on his best nice cousin act, Shu Jing Ming gives them a quick wave and pieces out, telling Tangji and her squad to enjoy the tour while he goes to do some actual training. As he makes his grand exit, Tangji just stares after him, a little question mark popping over her head. He seems different. Meanwhile, her ridiculously cheerful friend, Xiaoya, is immediately crushing hard on Shu Jing Ming's sudden glow-up, fangirling about how hot he is and demanding to know his name. Tangji just deadpans, "That's my cousin, Shu Jing Ming. He's a third year like us, and he's actually taking the big martial arts exam tomorrow." Xiaoya practically turns into a puddle, declaring he is 100% boyfriend material. Some dude in their posse starts roasting her for falling so fast, but she just completely owns it. Hearing this shameless display of thirst, Tangji decides it's time to drop a massive reality check on her friend's little daydream. She hits her with the devastating news. Shu Jing's awakened ability is a pathetic E rank. And just like that, Xiaoya's fantasy shatters into a million tiny fragments as she cries out, "Oh, what an absolute waste of a gorgeous face." The same dude from before just smirks, muttering that it's pretty courageous for a bottom-tier E ranker to even attempt the martial arts exam. Tangji's face gets serious, though. As she shoots back, there's a line between being brave and just being stupid. Anyway, shaking off that downer conversation, Tangji reminds everyone they were supposed to be touring the gym. Xiaoya, still nursing her shattered dreams, quickly agrees with the plan, while casually flexing that she spent her entire high school career at the super expensive Brutal Bear Hall, and that relaxing before the exam is a genius move. Meanwhile, our boy Shu Jing Ming has already managed to snag an empty training room all for himself. He faces off against a giant target, spear at the ready, but the second he grips it, the weapon feels as light as a toothpick. And then it dawns on him, the spear hasn't changed, he has. His stats have absolutely skyrocketed. He realizes this old piece of starter gear probably can't handle his newly buffed up build, but with the exam literally happening tomorrow, he has absolutely zero time to go on a gear grinding session. Okay, first order of business. Let's see what this upgraded chassis can do au naturel, no zappy zap powers included. He takes a massive gulp of air, clutches the spear like it owes him money, and then just absolutely lets loose on the poor, unsuspecting target. The spear slams bullseye on the target with enough oomph to make its great-great-grand target shed a tear. A gorgeous spiderweb of fractures blooms across the face of this supposedly indestructible high-tech training dummy. The scoreboard lights up with a respectable 321. Thank goodness the equipment in here is forged from some highfalutin memory alloy, otherwise, it would have been reduced to a pile of junk. Shu Jing's jaw practically unhinges and clatters on the ground. His pure, unbuffed strength has straight up doubled. No cheats, no hacks, just gains. He's well aware that your typical, garden variety, no-rank newbie maxes out at about 100 calories. This single hit catapults his base power into a completely different stratosphere. He's pleased, but nowhere near done. Now it's time to play with the new S-rank toy. His peepers ignite with a blinding blue light as he begins to channel the purple heaven's divine thunder. Erratic bolts of purple and blue lightning start doing the electric slide all over his frame. He launches himself into the air like gravity is just a suggestion, then brings the spear down with all the fury of a ticked-off Zeus. The collision unleashes a colossal thunderclap that rocks the entire room. He peaks at the new score, a frankly absurd 3,021 calories. Shu Jing is practically vibrating with excitement. This S-rank power is no joke. Just to give you some context, the passing grade for a certified first-tier awakened is a pathetic 1,000 calories. And here's our boy, still technically a fresh-faced rookie, casually dropping stats that would make a mid-level pro blush. This just proves how ridiculously broken his potential is. But hold on, 'cause he's not finished yet. With that purple lightning still crackling around him, he pretty much goes, "You think that was impressive? Adorable." It's time to unleash his actual ace in the hole, a technique that layers his amped-up physical prowess, his completely busted ability, and every ounce of his combat experience into one magnificent, over-the-top haymaker. He channels every last bit of mana he's got into that spear, which is now practically screeching under the strain of all that condensed purple lightning. He rears back and swings the spear in a gigantic, sweeping arc. And right before the tip makes its grand entrance, all that wild energy collapses into one single, blindingly bright sphere of pure, unadulterated, get wrecked. With a bellow of break, he unleashes the whole shebang. The spear finds its mark, and the aftermath is a world-ending kaboom of purple energy that utterly obliterates the target's concept of personal space. The raw power of the explosion sends a shockwave tearing through the entire martial arts building. Meanwhile, over in the main stadium, students are getting their cages rattled, with some random dude screaming, "Is that an earthquake?" Back in the training area, Tangyi, Xiaoya, and the rest of their posse are sent scrambling for dear life. Their pal instantly recognizes that bonkers energy signature, shouting that this is the kind of juice you only see from a legit times awakener. They're all scratching their heads, wondering if some new S-ranker just logged on, since all the known heavy hitters train in the other hall. Totally obsessed with the mystery, Tangyi blurts out, "Dude, we have to go see what that was." The crew follows the thrumming energy trail down the hallway, and as they whip around the corner, they slam right into Shu Jing Ming. He's just casually strolling away from the scene, his spearhead now sneakily muffled in cloth, when Tangyi yells his name, completely stunned to see him. Shu Jing Ming, playing it smoother than butter, just says he's heading home to cram for the big test, acting like he didn't just detonate a small nuke. His friend wishes him luck, but then immediately writes him off, telling the group to just ignore that guy, and pointing to the room Shu Jing Ming just bailed from. "The explosion came from in there," he says, as the squad creeps toward the door like it's a boss room. Peeking inside, they're met with a scene of absolute, jaw-on-the-floor devastation. The crazy, expensive, state-of-the-art memory metal target has been completely vaporized, and the reinforced wall behind it? It's now a freaking crater of rubble. The whole room is a disaster zone. Tangyi, Xiaoya, and the others can only stare in pure, unfiltered disbelief. Their brains are literally failing to compute the insane level of raw power that was just unleashed in a high school training room. Staring at the absolute carnage, Xiaoya gasps that it punched straight through the advanced memory metal, which would take a ridiculously overpowered attack to even scratch. She's completely baffled, wondering if any high school kid in their entire city of Zhangchenggan is even remotely capable of that. The brown-haired dude in the group just laughs that idea right out of the room. Touching the edge of the crater, he says the leftover energy signature feels way too savage for any high schooler. He figures it had to be some powerhouse second-order user who took a wrong turn and ended up on the noob floor. Another buddy immediately jumps on that bandwagon. He adds that not even some chosen one prodigy from the provincial capital could cause this much destruction, making it a statistical impossibility for a monster like that to be in their sleepy little town. Xiaoya, though, isn't buying a word of it. She chimes in with a completely different, spicier theory. She points out that the only person they saw anywhere near the crime scene was Shu Jing Ming and excitedly suggests he might be a hidden, system-breaking genius. Her friends practically spit-take, with one asking if she's been binging too many fantasy web novels. The other one scoffs, pointing out that Shu Jing Ming is a well-known E-class scrub who'd be lucky to break an attack power of 300. Her friend then offers up what he thinks is a much more realistic explanation. He suggests the real powerhouse just dipped out through the other corridor. He then turns to Tangi, who's been dead silent this whole time, and asks for her 2 cents. Tangi's like, could be, and decides to go full-on Sherlock Holmes with the rubble. As her fingers caress the absolute masterpiece of destruction on the wall, she clocks some impact marks that practically scream, "Long spear was here." And, what a shocker. An image of her cousin and his favorite pointy stick pops into her brain. The cogs in her brain start grinding, and a seriously heavy suspicion starts brewing as she quietly wonders if Shu Jing Ming joining the martial arts exam is less about being brave and more about having a major unaliving fantasy. The next morning, the sun's out. Birds are chirping, a picture-perfect day for a bunch of teenagers to go fight for their lives in the martial arts exam. A whole fleet of buses rolls up to this absolute fortress, looking like a school field trip to a third-world country's war zone. They're offloading an ocean of students armed to the gills, and strolling through the chaos is none other than our boy, Shu Jing Ming. He's walking in with the swagger of a king, his spear just chilling on his shoulder, without a single care in the world. All the other students are practically glued to this massive fence, their faces a priceless mix of, "Holy crap," and "I'm about to become a snack." Some poor schmuck starts freaking out, whining that the monsters in previous years were basically just glorified petting zoo animals. Yeah, the general consensus is that this year's exam difficulty is cranked up to nightmare mode. Just as the collective panic attack is about to hit its peak, some loudmouth with an ego bigger than the venue decides he needs to be heard. It's some pretty boy with flowing hair and a sword that's clearly compensating for something, and he's literally scoffing at everyone for being scaredy cats. He smugly announces that if you can't even handle a simple unicorn rhinoceros, you're basically worthless trash. This, naturally, makes everyone shut their traps. Nearby, Shu Jing's #1 bro, Lu Ji, leans in and asks, "Who is this clown?" Shu Jing Ming just casually drops his name, Zhou Mingyang. Liu Ji's eyes practically pop out of his skull, explaining that Zhou Mingyang is a local legend, a so-called genius with a B-class ability who's already leveled up to become a first-order ability user, which, is completely bonkers for a high schooler. But Shu Jing Ming just gives this prodigy a little smirk, a competitive fire igniting in his eyes. His inner monologue is basically, "All right, Mr. Fancy Hair, let's see who the real top dog is around here." Suddenly, a booming voice that could probably wake the dead rips through the air, demanding every candidate shut up and listen. A guy who looks like he eats nails for breakfast, rocking a nasty scar and full military drip, introduces himself as Wang Haiyang, a.k.a. the head honcho running this entire circus. Hopping onto a military jeep, he announces he's about to cover the important precautions, which is just code for, "Here's how not to get unalived in the first 5 minutes." Commander Wang Haiyang lays down the law. The exam is a grueling 12-hour marathon, from 9 in the morning to 9 at night. He then gestures dramatically toward the sprawling, post-apocalyptic city that's about to become their personal playground of pain. He breaks it down for them. The whole place is chopped into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and the core. The rules are easy peasy. You get points for every monster you yeet into oblivion, and the bigger and badder they are, the more points you rack up. And that's the exact moment the commander's face goes from drill sergeant to dead serious. He drops one last PSA, dubbing the core area a bonus stage, exclusively for the S-tier prodigies. His message is simple: know your role and stay in your lane. Don't be a hero and get yourself yeeted from existence just to chase a high score. Taking this in, Shu Jing Ming does a quick self-assessment. Before his epic power-up, he would have been grinding low-level mobs in the noob zone. But now, the dude is absolutely cracked, and he's got his eyes set on speed-running the inner circle, maybe even taking a swing at that supposed bonus round. A voice booms over the intercom, telling all the students to come get their exam goodie bags. So, Shu Jing Ming and his bro mosey on over to their teacher, Chen Fan, who's busy handing out tactical survival kits. Shu Jing Ming snags his, and inside, he finds a smartwatch for tracking his KD ratio, a pack loaded with energy bars, a sports drink, a first aid kit, and the ultimate panic button, a safety orb that blasts out a high-voltage, get-off-me field to ward off monsters. While teacher Chen Fan is passing the gear over to our boy Shu Jing Ming, he lays down one last nugget of wisdom. Dad style. He tells Shu Jing Ming that survival is the name of the game, even if hitting that eject button means an automatic F on the test. Shu Jing Ming gives a solid nod and thanks his teacher. Right on cue, a voice he knows calls his name. He spins around and sees his classmate, Lin Qing, jogging up to him. Super nicely, she offers him a spot on her squad, which already includes their class president, Liu Qin, a legit class heavy hitter who swears he'll keep Shu Jing Ming safe and sound in the exam zone. But naturally, some rando on their team just had to start throwing a fit about it, crying about how the exam is a total dog-eat-dog bloodbath. He whines that babysitting an E-rank nobody like Shu Jing Ming is a guaranteed way to torpedo their team's score. Another teammate chimes in, just as salty, accusing Liu Qin of ditching their whole game plan. The two haters basically spell it out. They're not about to carry any dead weight. This trash talk instantly triggers Shu Jing Ming's pal, Liu Ji, but Shu Jing Ming, cool as a cucumber, holds him back. Rocking a smile that's all politeness on the surface but pure murder underneath, Shu Jing Ming turns down the offer. He tells Liu Qin and Lin Qing that he's grateful for the thought, but he's going to be running this mission solo. A concerned Lin Qing doesn't love it, but she accepts his choice, just making him promise to be careful. The whiny student smirks, saying they should just go find the top dog, Huang Tian, to team up with instead, letting out a nasty laugh as they peace out. Shu Jing Ming just watches them leave, a legendary troll-face smirk spreading across his own face. Dude's absolutely certain he can solo this whole thing and snag the #1 spot. All of a sudden, some booming announcer voice echoes from the sky, declaring the exam has officially kicked off. A whole swarm of drones zips into the air, ready to livestream the absolute carnage for everyone back home. The colossal gates swing open, letting loose a tidal wave of students who charge into the ruined city, shouting about their epic destinies. Lost somewhere in that sea of tryhards are Tang Chi and her squad, some chick who looks way too serious lugging a ridiculously huge sword, and the #1 golden boy, Zhou Mingyang, who's already flexing his wind powers to literally yeet himself ahead of the entire mob. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming is playing it cool. He takes a single, casual step, then settles into a smooth, steady jog, spear in hand, thinking, alright, the party's finally started, and it's time for me to crash it. As he's just cruising along, he gives his fancy smartwatch a quick tap. A holographic screen pops up, confirming his ID and flashing the live leaderboard. The top 3 spots are already filled, with Zhou Mingyang hogging first place with a measly 7 points, followed by a couple of other overachievers. Shu Jing Ming just glances at the rankings with a cocky little grin. He sees that Zhou Mingyang is already out there farming kills, but that pathetic little head start just makes him more excited to play. While all the other noobs are messing around in the starter zones, Shu Jing Ming cooks up a much ballsier strategy. He decides not to waste a single second on small fry and makes a beeline for the high-risk, high-reward core area. But as he pushes deeper into the city's skeleton, he suddenly freezes. Right up ahead, he stumbles upon a pretty grim scene, the motionless body of another student lying in a fresh coat of red paint. Right next to the body is an untouched green safety ball, a silent little trophy proving just how insanely fast the attack was. The sight of it actually manages to wipe the smirk off Shu Jing Ming's face for a second. It hits him that the student never even had a chance to hit their panic button. The brutal reality of this exam finally sinks in, and he gets why his teachers and the commander were so wound up. He thinks to himself that if he hadn't just lucked into his S-class ability yesterday, that could have very easily been him redecorating the pavement. Shaking it off, he hardens his resolve, and just accepts that this test is playing for keeps. He kneels by the fallen student, and uses the kid's own smartwatch to call for a pickup. He thinks to himself, well, you can't get the good loot without a little risk. All of a sudden, he picks up a sound nearby. Peeking out from the shadows of a wrecked building, a huge, clawed paw silently emerges. A split second later, and what pops out but a gnarly shadow cat with glowing purple peepers. Shu Jing Ming immediately cracks the code on this so-called horrifying setup. So, the critters use the dead student as bait. Real original, guys, it's a trap. As expected, the overgrown house cat makes a leap for him. But despite the shadow cat's supposedly terrifying pounce, Shu Jing Ming is looking bored out of his mind. The beast roars like it's the main character as it zips forward with insane speed, its edgy shadow claws prepped and ready for murder. But here's the gag, Shu Jing Ming is even faster. With a flick of the wrist so lazy it was almost an insult, he just sidesteps the whole thing, letting the beast go soaring right past him. The shadow cat totally sticks the landing, 10 out of 10 for style. Its glow-in-the-dark purple eyes are locked on him. He'd heard about its rep, something about an agile body, sharp claws, and a bite force of over 1,000 kilograms. A well-earned newbie stomper title for sure. It lets out a huge roar, really trying to sell the whole intimidation package to Shu Jing Ming. As he stares the thing down, Shu Jing Ming casually wonders what's supposed to be so scary about these mobs anyway. He knows they've got this special fear-inducing debuff that's supposed to stun-lock their prey. He'd heard the tea that most freshly awakened noobs, when they face a real monster for the first time, just completely lag out from the pressure. They can't even use 30% of their stats and just stand there waiting to get one-shotted. He idly thinks about how rich families hire mercs to take their little darlings on guided tours through the wilderness, just so they can build up a resistance to this aura from a young age. A classic pay-to-win feature he couldn't afford. And now, in his first real-world boss fight, he lazily readies his spear as the Shadow Cat lunges at him for round 2. The monster closes the gap in an instant, its mouth wide open for the finishing move. But Shu Jing Ming just stands there, looking completely and utterly over this entire performance. Arcs of purple lightning start to sizzle along his spear as he puts in a sliver of effort. Then, in one clean motion, he thrusts the spear forward, its lightning-infused tip piercing the Shadow Cat's dome for an instant kill. He looks down at the corpse, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realizes that whole intimidating aura stat check didn't even register for him. A moment later, a blue holographic window pops up from his smartwatch, looking just like a game notification. Kill confirmed. You have defeated one unranked fierce beast, a Shadow Cat. Ability points +3. A little tutorial window explains that fierce beasts are ranked from 1 to 9, and anything below rank 1 is considered unranked, basically on the same tier as unranked awakened humans. Shu Jing Ming just glances at the area map on his watch, already bored and looking for the next EXP farm. So, he quickly deduces that smoking these critters is how he farms ability points, but the payout is so laughably bad he's practically insulted. Realizing these no-rank scrubs are worth less than pocket lint, he also clocks that the supposedly terrifying aura from these beasties is about as scary as a fluffy kitten, which leads Shu Jing Ming to the brilliant conclusion that hanging around this tutorial level is a complete waste of his precious time. His new mission is crystal clear. Ditch this kiddie pool and make a beeline for the real action in the high-danger central zone, pronto. And with that, he starts carving his way deeper into what's basically his personal playground for this exam. He blitzes through the trash mobs, effortlessly, one-tapping everything from shadow cats to iron-furred pigs and a whole pack of what can only be described as generic wolf-type things. While he's bagging a consistent 3 to 5 ability points for each kill, it dawns on him that his so-called strategy has one massive, glaring hole in it. Sure, the points are rolling in, but he's gaining exactly 0 real-world fighting experience. His brand spanking new S-rank ability is so busted that it doesn't even fight these unranked monsters, it just hits the delete key on them. That's a fantastic boost for his ego, but absolutely terrible for learning how to throw down for real. Then another thought hits him. The absolutely bonkers energy drain from his new toy. I mean, it's a well-known fact that the higher the rank, the more juice and ability guzzles down. His trusty old E-rank skill could go for hours on a single charge, but this S-rank beast, he'd be lucky to keep it running for a solid hour. And considering this whole exam is scheduled to last a grueling 12 hours, he realizes he can't just burn through his entire mana pool before the real fun even starts. Time for a new strategy. The plan is to go back to basics, just use his spear techniques to take down beasts, grind some skill XP, and conserve his energy. Of course, the moment he has this flash of genius, a much bigger problem literally stomps onto the scene. It's some kind of colossal, two-legged unicorn rhino monstrosity, and it looks royally ticked off as it lets out a roar and charges straight for him. The thing casually swats a wrecked car out of its path like a child's plaything. But does our boy run? Nope. Shu Jing Ming just digs his heels in, ready to take this freight train of a monster head-on. The bone-shattering impact from the rhino's horn launches him backward, sending him flying through the air like a ragdoll. But with some impossibly slick acrobatics, Shu Jing Ming masterfully uses the momentum to twist his body around mid-flight, ending up perfectly poised directly above the beast. Before the poor thing's tiny brain can even register what just happened, he plummets down, lands squarely on its back, and drives his spear straight through its skull in one flawless, lethal blow. The gargantuan creature collapses in a heap, its rampage brought to an unceremonious end. Without so much as breaking a sweat, Shu Jing Ming finds himself a little shocked at how much faster his kill time has become. He even notes that a beast of that caliber didn't even count as a decent warm-up. And that's when a truly wild idea pops into his head, and he starts wondering if his spear skills just hit a legendary evolution behind his back. He pulls up his status window, and, What do you know? The system basically gives him a digital thumbs up. His spear mastery has officially leveled up to intermediate, and his ability points just skyrocketed to a delicious 256. He has a galaxy brain moment. Forget strategy. The real cheat code to becoming god tier is just spamming this spear move. As he savors the buttery smooth flow of his upgraded spear game, a mischievous little idea pops into his head. What if he just juiced it up some more? With a fat stack of points burning a hole in his virtual pocket, he decides to YOLO it and dumps all his points into another spear skill upgrade. The effect? Immediate and overwhelming. An entire encyclopedia of S-tier spear arts and insanely intricate maneuvers gets mainlined directly into his cranium, embedding itself deep within his muscle memory. He clutches his head, staggering from the sheer mental data dump, completely blown away by the volume of expertise he just injected into his system. Now, packing a frankly absurd arsenal of new techniques, Shu Jing Ming's confidence goes through the freaking roof. He clenches his spear, a newfound power thrumming in his grip, and stands amidst the wreckage with a smirk that practically broadcasts, someone's about to have a very, very bad day. He's practically vibrating with the need to find a first-rank monster, like, immediately, to use as his new test dummy. Meanwhile, over in another section of the outer zone, Lin Qing and her squad are carefully navigating the ruined streets. Out of nowhere, Lin Qing just stops dead in her tracks, completely bewildered. Far off in the distance, she could swear she just glimpsed a silhouette that looked uncannily familiar. Breaking the silence, she speaks up, muttering under her breath that she's pretty sure she just saw Shu Jing Ming. One of her teammates practically laughs at the thought, asking if she's seeing things or maybe just needs her eyes checked. He's all like, "You're trippin'. There's zero chance that was Shu Jing Ming. A scrub with his garbage E-rank stats would be begging for a swift kick to the afterlife this deep in the exam zone." Lin Qing isn't so sure, but she can't shake the nagging feeling that it was, in fact, her classmate. A wave of genuine concern washes over her, but her thoughts are shattered when another squad member shouts for them to get a move on. The entire team rushes over to his position, only to find him standing before a gargantuan and an extremely times freshly slain unicorn rhinoceros. They can literally see the blood is still glistening, meaning this beast was put down mere moments ago. They examine the kill shot, a surgically precise piercing wound right through its skull, clearly the work of some kind of polearm. One of the guys exclaims, "Holy crap, that's a spear wound." Every single piece of the puzzle suddenly clicks together in Ling Qing's mind. The spear wound, the timing of the kill, and that distant figure she spotted. It all points to a single, mind-boggling conclusion. She breathes, "The person I saw. Could it actually have been Shu Jing Ming?" That same doubtful teammate just scoffs at her again, practically laughing in her face at the very idea. He fires back that a unicorn rhinoceros is a beast that only a C-rank awakened would have a prayer of taking down solo. All right. To finally shut down this absolutely clownish argument, one of her lackeys chimes in, "Yo, just pull up the scoreboard." So, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingli flicks her wrist, summoning the live leaderboard on her smartwatch. As the rankings materialize, her jaw unhinges and drops to the dirt, because right there, chilling at a cozy 46th place with 256 points, is the name Shu Jing Ming, second high school. She stammers, "You've got to be kidding me, it's actually him." Her entire crew just freezes, their faces collectively buffering with a look that screamed, "Does not compute, self-destruct sequence initiated." They just couldn't wrap their heads around it. The E-rank nobody they were all roasting is somehow camping in the top 50? Their only way to cope is to assume it's some other loser who just happens to have the same name. Their whole reality was getting absolutely rocked, leaving them completely and utterly bamboozled. Meanwhile, far from the monster-bashing chaos, a room full of stuffed shirts and VIPs are spectating the whole battle royale on giant screens. One guy lets out a massive yawn, complaining about how First High is predictably curb-stomping everyone, seeing as they've basically claimed all the top 10 spots for themselves. They zoom in on Zhou Mingyang, the golden child sitting on his throne at rank 1 with a ridiculous 412 points, who's pretty much already been crowned Zhang Cheng's chosen one. Another suit wonders aloud, "You think he can actually break into the provincial top 100? A legendary achievement no one from their backwater city had managed in forever." And, sitting right in the middle of this snooze fest is Jiang Wenshan, the head honcho of the Jiang Education Bureau himself. He's wearing a smug grin so wide it could probably generate its own electricity, and pipes up that Zhou Mingyang is their city's pride and joy. betting his entire career that the kid will absolutely body the provincial top 100. He then swivels his comfy chair to face the principals of first and third high and starts slathering them with praise. The principals, naturally, just bow their heads and mumble some generic thank yous. But after schmoozing the top dogs, Director Zhang Wen pivots to the principal of second high, the one and only Xiao Yao. He practically looks down his nose at the guy, saying his school really needs to get its act together, pointing out that their best student is barely hanging on at 18th place. The poor principal starts leaking sweat like a faucet, bowing and stumbling over his own words to agree with the big boss. On the inside, though, Principal Xiao Yao is absolutely fuming. He's painfully aware that out of the entire top 50, a measly 8 students are from his school. He starts mentally scrolling through his list of so-called star players, including Shu Jing Ming. He's internally screaming at all of them to wake up and start playing, but then he hits the brakes. Hold on a sec. Shu Jing Ming? Who in the 7 hells is that? He actually blurts out, "Who is this kid? Why does that name not ring a single bell?" And whips his head around to the teacher next to him, who just so happens to be Chen Fan, demanding to know the identity of this phantom student, Shu Jing Ming. And when Chen Fan hears that his officially certified, rock-bottom ranked student is somehow in the top 50, his face contorts into a masterpiece of pure, unadulterated shock. He's got to force himself to breathe before he completely flips out, wiping away the beads of cold sweat pouring down his face. He's trying to wrap his head around it. Shu Jing Ming's a measly E-ranker. Is the kid a secret master hiding his power? Nah, that's just nuts. Staring daggers at the monitors, he's about to blow a gasket because it hits him that only the top 10 prodigies get their own personal camera angle, which means he has zero clue how in the hell Shu Jing Ming is pulling off this ridiculous, off-the-charts score. Meanwhile, back in the combat zone, Shu Jing Ming has already cakewalked through the outer perimeter and is taking a leisurely stroll into the main event, a place that's supposed to be way, way more dangerous. He's just ambling down the street, nonchalantly crunching a bottle under his heel before stopping for a quick snack break. Huh, he thinks. Kinda sparse on the cannon fodder around here. He guesses it's 'cause the higher-tier mobs actually have a couple of brain cells to rub together and stake out their own turf, which honestly just makes them more annoying to farm. And then, asterisk ping asterisk. His god-tier senses go off. His eyes glint as he smirks. Finally, my next plaything decides to show up. Not even a heartbeat later, a hulking striped monster bursts out from a heap of twisted metal. This ain't no small fry, it's a genuine first-rank killing machine. An arm-blade tiger, so named for the literal bone swords jutting from its arms. And our boy Shu Jing Ming? He's just standing there, looking bored out of his mind. He lets out a little laugh, thinking how lucky he is to find a first-rank boss this early in the game. With a grin so wide it's practically criminal, he readies his spear, declaring that this kitty is the perfect test dummy for his newly buffed spear arts. The arm-blade tiger unleashes a window-shattering roar and charges, its giant claws ready to turn him into confetti. Shu Jing Ming, though, looks like he's waiting for a bus. He brings his spear up, and with an almost insultingly casual twirl, he bats away the tiger's initial attack, perfectly redirecting the beast's ferocious lunge with the pole of his weapon. The raw power of the blow actually sends the tiger skidding back a few feet. Shu Jing Ming, however, looks like he could fall asleep at any moment. A smug smirk starts to creep across his face as he mocks it. Is that seriously all a first-rank monster can do? He sighs, saying, it'd take a Tiger King to at least make things interesting. His little disc clearly gets under the beast's skin. Recess is over, he announces. Time to log you out. With that, Shu Jing Ming goes on the attack, dashing forward in a flash, his spear moving so fast it's just a silver streak as he carves a clean, deep wound into the tiger's shoulder, blood spraying instantly. The beast is screaming its head off in pain and fury, but Shu Jing Ming isn't about to call a timeout. He's playing it cool, but his little poke seems to have seriously set off this rank 1 beast. Oh, fantastic. Its eyes are now blazing with a sinister teal light as it gets up on its hind legs. It towers over Shu Jing Ming and unleashes a roar that could shatter windows, clearly about to go full beast mode. The armblade tiger brings down its colossal, bladed paws in an apocalypse-level swipe, but Shu Jing Ming, with some downright insane reflexes, ducks the attack and uses the momentum to swing around a freaking lamppost like some parkour-crazed action hero, effortlessly dodging the death claws and positioning himself for a nasty little comeback. Sticking the landing like a 10.0 gymnast after his slick acrobatic escape, Shu Jing Ming has to give it to this Tier 1 beast. It's a stubborn one. He can tell that despite being all busted up, the Armblade Tiger is still trying to put up a pathetic, last-ditch fight. Deciding playtime is over, he basically lets it know that any more struggling is completely useless. He begins to power up his signature spear technique. Lightning Gale Break. A wicked vortex of blue energy erupts around his weapon as he lets out a savage battle cry. He unleashes the move, his body turning into a total blur as he executes a devastating spin attack. The raw power pouring from his spear creates a tempest of slashing light arcs that hit their mark perfectly, forcing one last agonized shriek from the tiger as the attack tears it to shreds. The unbelievably massive beast crumples to the ground, totally and utterly dominated. A notification immediately pings on Shu Jing Ming's smartwatch, confirming the kill of a Tier 1 armored tiger and dropping a sweet 14 ability points right into his inventory. He smirks, noting that the loot from a Tier 1 monster is almost double what he gets from some random, unranked scrub. A brand new, deliciously devious idea starts to click in his mind. He realizes that while this exam hall is a death trap for literally everyone else, for him, it's a personal, all-you-can-farm buffet for leveling up. With a fresh burst of ambition, he swears to grind out as many ability points as possible by hunting down the biggest and baddest mobs in the building. Back with the spectators, the mood is incredibly tense as the officials and teachers are glued to the live rankings. The leaderboard flashes, showing Shu Jing Ming is now tied for 32nd place with 328 points. An official whips his head around to look at teacher Chen Fan, demanding to know if this surprise powerhouse is actually from his class. And just like that, Chen Fan becomes the center of attention. The other teachers are practically building a shrine for him, completely losing their minds that only kids from his class managed to crack the top 50 for the entire school. They're all gushing over his genius teaching methods, but a flustered Chen Fan just humbly tries to deflect the praise, insisting it was all the students' elbow grease and had nothing to do with him. But their little love fest gets nuked when someone screams and points at the screen. Shu Jing Ming's ranking just went completely berserk again. He rocketed all the way up to number 25. One of the officials practically screeches, "How in the world did he just bag 44 points at once?" While director Zhang Wenshan starts running the numbers in his head. He recalls that a peak unranked beast is worth a pathetic 6 tier 8 points, while a low-grade, first-tier beast lands you somewhere between 14 to 16 points. Principal Zhao Yao catches the same train of thought, his face draining of all color. It dawns on him that the kill count refreshes every 4 seconds, and a completely bat-crap crazy idea starts to form. And that's the exact moment director Zhang Wenshan finishes the mind-bending calculation. In a measly 4 seconds, Shu Jing Ming must have annihilated either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first-tier beasts. A smug grin spreads across his face as he mutters that it's been ages since they've witnessed a performance this wild. He turns to Principal Xiao Yao and says, "This kid is an absolute monster of a prospect, so why in the world have I never even heard his name before?" The principal, still looking like his eyes were about to pop out of his skull, admits he's just as clueless about Shu Jing Ming and says they need to drag the kid's homeroom teacher over here, stat. Right on cue, he summons a very shaky-looking Chen Fan, telling him to spill all the tea on Shu Jing Ming for the big shots, especially about his talent. So, there he is, standing in front of the city's entire education brass, and a sweating bullets Chen Fan stammers out the absolutely unbelievable truth. Shu Jing Ming awakened an E-grade ability. Weak electricity. The principal looks like his soul just left his body. He's like, "Are you 100% sure you're not having a brain fart?" But Chen Fan swears on his life he's got it right. He even adds that he specifically told Shu Jing Ming not to even waste his time with the exam because his ability was pure, unadulterated garbage. Director Zhang Wenshan is just soaking all this in, his curiosity now officially cranked up to 11. He figures that for a student with a trash-tier E-grade ability to climb this high, the kid must be hiding some kind of ridiculous cheat code. This whole mystery has him completely hooked. He decides to just kick back and enjoy the show, confidently betting that with Shu Jing's current rampage, this dude is seriously about to break into the top 10. And when that happens, they'll finally slap a dedicated camera on him so we can all see what kind of absolute nonsense he's cooking up. But he adds a little disclaimer. If this punk is actually pulling a fast one, heads are gonna roll. And wouldn't you know it, the second he says that, both teacher Chen Fan and principal Zhao Yao look like they've just seen a ghost. A brand new update flashes on the leaderboard. Shu Jing Ming has officially done the impossible, blasting his way into the top 10 and parking himself comfortably in 9th place. And trailing not too far behind at number 12 is his very own cousin, Tongji. Elsewhere in the exam arena, Tongchi, now rocking some adorable cat ears and a tail, is just lounging on a monster she just clobbered, staring off into the distance with a wicked little grin. Yeah, she's now 100% convinced her cousin was the gremlin who trashed the martial arts hall. Even the big shot at rank 1, Zhou Ming, can't ignore the new guy who just crashed the leaderboard party. He's a bit bewildered, thinking how with a good 6 hours still left on the clock, some complete rando has clawed his way into the top 10. He's thinking, Shu Jing Ming? Who the heck is that? And since our boy is now playing with the big dogs in the top 10, a personal camera drone is immediately sent out to follow his every move. The live stream pops up, showing him effortlessly one-shotting another first-tier beast with his spear. As the poor creature bites the dust, a little notification chimes in, handing him another 14 points. He mumbles to himself that farming these beasts is way more profitable out here in the central zone. Then he clocks the drone buzzing around him, and the light bulb goes off. Oh, I must have cracked the top 10. Standing over his latest kill, Shu Jing has a moment of clarity about the true purpose of this exam. He finally gets it. This whole thing is just a massive stage to flex your power and potential. The higher your score, the more street cred you get. Realizing this, he decides there's absolutely no point in sandbagging anymore. He basically announces that making the top 10 was just him stretching his legs. But before he dives into the real danger zone, the core area, he figures it's time for a quick power-up. He opens his system window, which shows his spear mastery has already hit the advanced level, and he's got a cool 312 ability points just sitting there. He's a little bummed, though, that his class is still stuck on awakened. He deduces that the only way to get a proper class promotion and become a legit ability user is to learn one of those fancy cultivation techniques, which is a big no-no during the test. And since a class up is off the table, he just decides to pump all those points straight into his base stats. Why not, right? He just casually dumps some stat points, boosting his physique by a cool 40 and his spirit by 22, feeling that glorious power-up coursing through him. With a satisfying crack of his knuckles, he figures it's high time to mosey on into the core area. In no time at all, he's at the entrance to the core zone, the very place with invisible noobs not allowed signs plastered all over it. And man, what a welcome wagon. A brutal tableau is laid out before him. A crew of 9 armored tigers is feasting on the remains of some massive rhino-like beast. From what any sane person would call a very safe distance, Shu Jing Ming starts sizing up the competition. You don't need a high INT stat to spot the head honcho chilling right in the center of the pack. The one that's way bigger and practically has Final Boss tattooed on its forehead, the Armored Tiger King. But is he scared? Pfft. As if. All he sees is a walking, breathing, loot piñata, full of EXP. He's just about to make his grand entrance when he senses another player in the instance. Without missing a beat, he calls out, "Okay, show's over. You can come out from your hiding spot now." And who pops out from behind a boulder but Zhou Mingyang, who looks legitimately shocked. He has to give Shu Jing Ming credit for his insane perception, admitting, "So you're the prodigy who blew up the top 10 rankings. I gotta say, I didn't see you coming." Shu Jing Ming, our main character enjoying the attention, doesn't even flinch. He immediately recognizes the #1 ranked student and fires back. "And what, pray tell, would make you think you know who I am?" Zhou Mingyang explains that he makes it a point to know every big shot who has the balls to wander into the core area. And seeing as Shu Jing Ming was the mysterious new player who rocketed up the leaderboard from out of nowhere, it was pretty elementary for him to connect the dots. Zhou Mingyang then confesses he's been staking out this tiger pack for a minute, his hand already drifting toward the handle of his sword. Shu Jing Ming's gaze instantly sharpens. "Hang on a second. You're not thinking about trying to poach my mobs, are you?" Zhou Mingyang throws his hands up in surrender, quickly clarifying, "Whoa, easy there. I'm not here to try and kill steal." He points out that the Armored Tiger King is the real deal, a seriously tough mid-grade first-tier monster. Plus, with its personal posse of 9 other tigers, it's a one-way ticket to the graveyard for any solo player. He presents the most logical plan. They should party up and tackle the pack together, but, naturally, Shu Jing Ming just hits him with a 2-word combo. Not necessary. The confidence practically radiating off him is blinding. He's basically broadcasting that he's more than capable of handling this little pest problem all by his lonesome. Without even entertaining Zhou Mingyang's offer, Shu Jing Ming just casually waltzes out into the open, straight into the lion's, well, tiger's den. His sudden and utterly unbothered arrival immediately puts the entire pack on high alert. A chorus of warning growls fills the air, and the Tiger King, still lounging on its kill, lets loose a thunderous roar, a clear, "this is my turf" announcement. Shu Jing Ming's eyes narrow, practically running a diagnostic scan on his new toys. He thinks to himself, just what you'd expect from a mob with a king. They're clever enough to form a basic front line, pushing their tankiest units forward. The entire pack is going feral, looking like they want to turn him into a chew toy. They were about to jump him all at once, but one overeager kitty just couldn't hold back and shot forward like a rocket, belting out a huge roar mid-air. All the while, from his cozy little hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang is staring at this whole mess, thinking, dude, seriously? He decides to grab some popcorn and see how this disaster movie ends, because he's got to know if Shu Jing Ming is just crazy or if he actually has the skills to justify that god-tier confidence. With the furry heat-seeking missile closing in, Shu Jing Ming doesn't even blink. He's just standing there, cool as a cucumber, casually prepping his spear. And then, faster than you can say, oh snap, he starts spinning that spear so fast it becomes a literal blur, the weapon disappearing into a glowing circle of pure nope as he charges up his special skill. And bam! He unleashes a ridiculously wide area of effect spin, blasting out a massive energy wave that tears through the air and slams into the charging tigers with absolutely zero mercy. In a single, brutal sweep, his spear carves through a whole group of them at once, giving the pavement a fresh, crimson paint job. Ding, ding, ding. The system alerts start popping off, confirming the takedowns and dropping that sweet, sweet XP. The now deleted tigers drop like flies, piling up on the freshly painted street. Yep, the entire first wave of mobs, completely cleared with a single, lazy swing. You just know, the final boss, the big armored Tiger King, is absolutely raging that his trash mobs got insta-wiped. And Shu Jing Ming's reaction? He's looking at the carnage with the disappointment of someone who just got a C on a pop quiz. He actually complains out loud that it's a pity his strength stat is so low, because he didn't even manage to one-shot the entire pack. The remaining tigers, rallied by their seriously peeved king, begin to swarm him, ready to get some major revenge for their fallen comrades. The Tiger King unleashes a roar that could curdle milk, a sonic blast meant to turn his brain into scrambled eggs. This thing is so loud it literally blows out the windows on all the nearby buildings, raining glass down on the street. Even our guy Zhou Ming, hiding way back, gets hit by the shockwave and clutches his head like he's suffering from the worst hangover in history. But our boy Shu Jing Ming? He's just standing in the middle of a glass hurricane, completely unbothered, like he's enjoying a gentle spring shower. He knows this is supposed to be a debuff skill, and he just shoots the Tiger King a look that screams, "That's it? Pathetic." He then says out loud that while the big kitty's roar might scare some noobs, it doesn't even make his give a crap meter twitch. As the rest of the enraged fluffballs launch themselves at him from all sides, Shu Jing Ming flows like a river, meeting their assault with zero effort and deadly precision, casually parrying a tiger's lunge like it's a joke. Then he pulls an absolute pro-gamer move, using the beast's own freaking body as a springboard to launch himself sky-high, effortlessly weaving past the chompers of another one. The Tiger King, thinking it's got a free shot, goes charging in for the kill, but our boy Shu Jing Ming is playing 5D chess. While still suspended in mid-air, he lines up the perfect game-ending blow. With a comically overpowered overhead smash, he slams his spear straight down onto the Tiger King's noggin. The absolutely bonkers force just splits the beast's skull wide open, a one-shot KO. He sticks the landing like an Olympic gymnast, scoring a perfect 10, just as a system notification pops up confirming the kill of a high-rank, first-order Armblade Tiger, netting him a sweet 20 ability points. Meanwhile, peeking from the bushes, Zhou Ming is absolutely bugging out, sweating buckets with his eyes practically popping out of his skull, literally unable to compute the utter smackdown he just watched go down. He's just mumbling to himself, "There's no freaking way. One dude can't just solo the whole mob like that," wondering what kind of hacked character Shu Jing Ming is. Shu Jing Ming, on the other hand, is absolutely vibing. He's totally geeking out over the massive pile of ability points he just farmed from that tiger pack. He's practically vibrating with excitement, thinking about how many more points he can grind out before this 12-hour exam is done. Realizing that more points equal more prizes, he decides it's time to speedrun to the next monster spawn point. But before he can jet, Zhou Ming comes tumbling out of his hiding spot, demanding to know how in the world Shu Jing Ming just bulldozed those tigers with nothing but a pointy stick. He's basically screaming, "Is your ability some kind of reinforcement type or something?" Trying to wrap his head around those busted physical stats. Without missing a beat, Shu Jing Ming just bounces, casually yelling back, "Nah man, I'm a lightning type." Zhou Ming is left absolutely seething, completely buying none of that lame excuse. He's clenching his fists, just radiating pure rage, totally convinced Shu Jing Ming is just clowning on him. Then, a horrifying realization smacks him right in the face. He realizes that with all those fresh kills, Shu Jing's score must be creeping up on his. He frantically yanks up the leaderboard on his smartwatch. And to his utter, soul-destroying horror, he sees that Shu Jing Ming didn't just catch up, he blasted right past him. The leaderboard now shows Shu Jing Ming chilling in first place with 1,122 points, while he's been kicked down to second with a measly 985. The cold, hard reality hits him, and he just lets out this primal scream of pure, unadulterated defeat. Meanwhile, back in the viewing stands, the officials are going absolutely bonkers with excitement. Director Zhang Wen leaps to his feet, yelling that Shu Jing's god-tier spear skills are solid proof that he's a true, one-in-a-million prodigy. He gives a grinning principal, Xiao Yao, a hearty, proud pat on the shoulder. This dude is basically screaming from the mountaintops that with Shu Jing Ming on their team, Zhongcheng is a guaranteed lock for the provincial top 100. He's even promising to bless the second high school with some fancy new facilities after the exam, which has the principal ugly crying with joy. Yeah, Principal Xiao Yao is an absolute mess of happy snot and tears right now. He's just thinking about what an absolute game-changer Shu Jing Ming is, finally letting his humble school get some time in the spotlight. Meanwhile, 3 hours later, deep inside the core zone, Zhou Mingyang is strolling around looking utterly lost and confused. The guy's literally talking to himself, like, where in the world did all the scary monsters go? Then, a voice from behind him pipes up, suggesting he should maybe ask the dude sitting pretty at rank number 1. He whips around and, what do you know, it's his cousin Tangi, chilling with fellow big shots Wu Ha and Meng Di. Tangi just kinda waves a hand at the totally empty streets and explains that some guy named Shu Jing Ming basically speedran the whole area and vacuumed up every single beast. She's like, they couldn't find a single mob to grind, so they had no choice but to team up, leaving poor Zhou Mingyang completely gobsmacked. My man's brain is literally short-circuiting, trying to figure out how one dude could possibly have soloed the entire core zone. Tanji gives Zhou Ming that classic bless your heart look, telling him it's painfully obvious he's a noob in this bracket. And just to rub some salt in the wound, she tells him to get a load of her cousin's score, flashing the leaderboard on her smartwatch. Zhou Mingyang's jaw practically unhinges as he stares at the absolutely bonkers number next to Shu Jing Ming's name. 3,435 points. That's more than 3 times his own score. He's just sputtering in disbelief, while Tangi casually breaks down the ridiculous math like it's nothing. She points out that even if you take away the roughly 700 points Shu Jing Ming farmed back in the central zone, the guy still managed to hoard over 2,500 points just from here, which means he personally yeeted nearly 200 fierce beasts in the core zone, all by himself. A single drop of sweat trickles down Zhou Mingyang's face as the horrifying truth finally hits him. It was never about Shu Jing Ming worrying about kill-stealing. This absolute mad lad was planning to hog the entire zone for himself from the get-go. That's when Wuha chimes in, laying out just how screwed they all are. With only a few hours left on the clock, the rest of the top students have been forced to form a little pity party alliance. Their only Hail Mary play is to YOLO rush the innermost core zone, a place they know is crawling with high-tier beasts and probably even a second-order beast king. He straight up admits that trying to go in solo is basically a one-way ticket to getting deleted. So Meng Di officially invites Zhou Ming to join their squad, and since he's got 0 other options, our boy agrees, screaming, let's get this party started. Before we smash cut to a dead silent, moonlit rooftop. And who do we see? Our boy, Shu Jing Ming, chilling like a villain on a gnarly throne made of monster corpses. His favorite pointy stick is just casually jabbed into the pile beside him. He's all out of pocky, and the exam's about to wrap up. But you know our boy, this absolute EXP-addicted goblin. For him, the grind is eternal. He decides it's the perfect time to push into the high-tier loot zone for some of those delicious stat points, fully aware the inner circle is crawling with nasty second-order baddies. So, what's a guy to do? Obviously cram in one last-minute power-up session before the final buzzer. He pulls up his stat screen, showing off a completely bonkers stash of 2,413 ability points. With a grin that just screams, I'm about to make some very poor, yet incredibly awesome, financial decisions, he decides it's time to spend those points. A few moments later, he's practically buzzing with new, shiny skills, standing over the corpse of some massive, unlucky bear-looking creature. He lets out a deep, satisfied sigh, the kind you make after demolishing a 5-course meal. Oh yeah, he's feeling pretty confident that this last-second stat dump will be more than enough to breeze through this year's final exam. Meanwhile, the other chumps, the top students, are wheezing their way towards the final zone. They're in a mad dash to the finish line, but little do they know, deep inside that very same area, something utterly gigantic and horrifying is clawing its way out of a pile of debris. It's a massive, white-furred wolf beast with glowing red eyes and a back covered in spiky red crystals. Yep, the final boss has officially entered the chat. And speak of the devil, Shu Jing Ming just saunters into view, looking completely unbothered with his spear slung over his shoulder. He's rocking that signature smug smirk, basically wondering what kind of new punching bag the proctors have prepped for him this time around. Just as our boy is giving his final exam project the once-over, the squad of absolute tryhards finally drags themselves into the central zone. Their gazes immediately lock onto the colossal, crystal-spined monstrosity, which they instantly identify as a bloodthirsty savage bear. Right on schedule, the beast shows off its ridiculous power by casually flattening a wrecked car with a single, lazy swing. The entire team collectively craps their pants as Zhou Mingyang screeches that they are, to put it lightly, completely and utterly boned. Mungi, the team's resident nerd, nervously points out that this rare monster's hide is as tough as E-grade alloy. Yeah, we're talking about metal that basically treats missile strikes like a gentle summer breeze. She adds, looking like she's about to faint, that a single swipe from that paw would turn them all into a thin, red paste. Seeing the overwhelming odds, Tangi, who seems to be the only one with more than 2 brain cells to rub together, suggests that maybe they should just dip. Because that's when it dawns on them, they're not just up against the final boss. Oh no, it brought friends. A whole welcoming party of high-level, first-order beasts, to be exact. Someone points out the grim math. If they rush in, the minions will probably turn them into confetti before the savage bear even has to stand up. Looking at this absolute death trap of a mission, one guy just nopes right out of there, screaming that a high score means jack squat if you end up as monster kibble. Zhou Mingyang tries to be the voice of reason, basically ranting, what good is that handsome mug if he's just gonna let a billion monsters use it as a chew toy? So yeah, team spirit has officially hit rock bottom. But then, Meng Di points down at the compound, yelling for everybody to check it out. Some absolute mad lad is just casually strolling into the death zone. Tangi's jaw practically unhinges when she figures out who it is. It's the man, the myth, the legend himself, Shu Jing Ming, sauntering into the lion's den like he's looking for the VIP lounge. He even pulls off this smooth, elegant leap into the compound, leaving everyone else just gawking, totally dumbfounded. Zhou Ming starts crying about how this test is totally busted, while another dude begins to panic, shouting that Shu Jing Ming's big debut just pulled aggro on the whole horde, and now they're all locked onto him. Completely triggered by this new player, the entire stampede of furious beasts makes a beeline right for him. But our boy Shu Jing Ming, he just stands there in the middle of the chaos, looking completely unbothered. And just like that, he's completely engulfed by a tsunami of teeth and talons. Up on the rooftop, the other students are collectively having a meltdown. Tangi is losing it over her cousin, but Wu Hao just scoffs, saying the moron had it coming. Tangi yells that she has to go save him, but Ming Di snatches her back by the arm, while Wu Hao calls her crazy, saying it's a one-way trip to the great beyond. Tangi shrieks that he's her cousin and she can't just watch him get turned into confetti. But before she can pull a Leroy Jenkins, kablam, a colossal explosion of purple and blue lightning erupts right from the center of the monster mosh pit. The raw power unleashes a flash so blinding, it makes everyone on the roof shield their eyes. Zhou Ming just stares, his mouth wide open, wondering out loud if this is that fancy lightning power Shu Jing Ming was flexing about earlier. When the light dies down, it reveals a masterpiece of total, glorious annihilation. The entire horde of level 1 monsters has been completely atomized, their extra crispy bits scattered around a single, untouched guy. Shu Jing Ming is just standing there in the middle of the carnage, with purple lightning still dancing around him. He casually mentions that his physical stats alone weren't going to be enough, so he had to break out the big guns. A self-satisfied smirk crawls across his face as he basks in the sheer, broken power of his S-grade ability. With the small fry taken care of, he finally sets his sights on the main course. And there he is, the main event. A savage bear flexing over the bodies of his own flunkies. This absolute unit of a furball lets out a roar that could shake the heavens. But our boy Shu Jing Ming? He's just standing there, cool as a cucumber, mentally measuring his next victim. His internal monologue is basically, alright, this dude's a certified tank, built like a brick house, but I bet he moves like a snail in molasses, which means my awesome thunder powers are about to turn him into extra crispy barbecue. Yeah, this is gonna be a walk in the park. And that's when he sees him. Turns out the big boss didn't come alone, he brought a posse of smaller but super irritating little ankle biters. He instantly realizes these little nuisances are just gonna cramp his style, so he decides on the only sensible course of action. His eyes start sparking with raw energy, wearing an expression that just screams, I am about to ruin your entire existence. He declares to the empty air, time to take out the trash, and then vanishes in a flash of pure, unadulterated speed. His entire body is just humming, juiced up on that top-tier, S-grade lightning ability. He's bouncing around like a pinball made of pure electricity, absolutely tearing through the remaining minions, and casually deleting a high-rank shadow cat from existence. His fancy watch chimes, confirming the kill. And just like that, it's 13 points on the board. Ka-ching! He can't help but flash a smug grin, totally impressed with the ridiculous power-up his ability gives him. But even he has to admit, he can't keep this God mode cheat code running forever. Still, it's more than enough juice to completely erase these wannabes from the battlefield. With a single, glorious swing of his spear, the last of the underlings bites the dust. And boom, another 15 points for taking down a high-rank unicorn rhino. Alright, the appetizers have been served. Now it's time for the main dish. The savage bear completely flips its lid, roaring with pure rage, and slamming its massive paws down, sending a shockwave that tears the very ground apart. And here he comes. The entire area shakes as the beast charges forward like an unstoppable freight train. But Shu Jing Ming, wrapped in his crackling lightning cloak, doesn't even bat an eye. He just stands his ground and meets the charge head-on. He executes a ridiculously smooth and powerful leap, dodging the attack like it's in slow motion before swinging his spear around in a vicious arc. Smash! One of those giant red crystals on the bear's back gets instantly pulverized into a cloud of shiny dust. The battle turns into an absolute blur, with Shu Jing Ming effortlessly dancing around the bear's lumbering swings and landing one clean shot after another. He's just popping those crystals one by one like a kid with bubble wrap, slowly but surely whittling down the big guy's HP. His watch is going absolutely berserk, racking up points while he methodically dismantles the Beast King's defenses piece by piece. Meanwhile, the giant bear is throwing a full-on temper tantrum, bellowing as it watches its minions get deleted from the game. Shu Jing Ming, still looking like a literal god of thunder, figures it's the perfect time to lay down some smack talk. He's basically taunting it, like, "Aw, is the big baby getting angry? Don't you worry, pal, I'll make this quick." As he moves in to clean up the last of the ads, charging the final rhino, the Bear King watches him with a shockingly intelligent glint in its eyes. Just as Shu Jing is about to deliver the final blow, the Bear King suddenly moves with a speed that just shouldn't be possible for something that huge. And it straight up sacrifices its own minion, completely annihilating it just to block his attack. I mean, that's one way to play defense. Shu Jing Ming's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He couldn't believe this giant furball actually read his mind. The Bear King then unleashes a ridiculously dramatic clap with its monster-sized paws, sacrificing its very last goon to blast out a gnarly shockwave that completely trashes the pavement and any cars unlucky enough to be nearby. The final rhino gets turned into a fine red mist. But the attack completely misses the guy it was actually aimed at. Shu Jing Ming, looking like a human lightning storm, just casually backflips through the air and sticks a perfect 10-point landing without a single scratch from that massive kaboom. With all the trash mobs cleared off the field, it's just the two main bosses left. A seriously wicked grin stretches across Shu Jing Ming's face, his whole body just sizzling with raw power. He announces that with no more meat shields to hide behind, it's time to find out if that thick, furry hide of his can handle a little static shock. Then, in one single, explosive lung, Shu Jing Ming jams his lightning-wrapped spear directly into the bloodthirsty savage bear's noggin. The impact sets off a massive explosion of purple energy, completely overwhelming the drone that was tailing him, and the camera feed just goes to snow. Up on the rooftop, the students get blasted by the aftershock, forcing them to throw their arms up to block the blowback. Meanwhile, down in the VIP section, the officials are just gawking, completely dumbfounded, at the static-filled screen. A stunned director Zhang Wenshan spins around to face Principal Zhao Yao and just starts screaming. You're telling me that was an E-class ability? Are you pulling my leg right now? Another official, equally gobsmacked, chimes in that Shu Jing Ming just one-shotted a high-tier rank 1 beast and is now going toe-to-toe with a rank 2 boss, a feat that even a veteran A-class user would find insanely hard to pull off. Principal Xiao Yao, sweating bullets and completely speechless, can only stammer that it must be some kind of bizarre ability mutation. Regardless, Director Zhang Wenshan just bursts out laughing, declaring that after this performance, the entire Great Xia nation is going to know the name Shu Jing Ming. Back on the battlefield, the aftermath of Shu Jing Ming's ultimate attack is painfully obvious. The bloodthirsty savage bear is definitely hurt, rocking a nasty new gash on its head, but it's nowhere near out of the fight. The beast lets out a roar and just swats Shu Jing Ming away like a fly, sending him flying. He can't believe it. His big finisher barely even tickled the thing. He smashes into the ground but pops a skill for an instant recovery. Okay, time for a new game plan. He quickly deduces that the savage bear's hide has some insane resistance to piercing attacks and is a complete dead end for electricity. He's forced to admit that with his current stats, trying to one-shot a tanky boss like this is going to be a real pain in the neck. The seriously pissed-off savage bear starts powering up with some gnarly dark energy, and as Shu Jingming senses that insane power surge, he just deadpans, thinking to himself, so we're doing the second phase power-up thing now, are we? And what do you know, the homicidal fluffball goes completely berserk, wrapping itself in a shroud of pure malice, and then barrels forward like a demonic bowling ball, utterly flattening anything that gets in its way. The very earth shatters from the raw power. Meanwhile, Shu Jingming nonchalantly leaps onto a chunk of debris, letting his signature purple lightning crackle to life, looking like he's about to drop the hottest track of the century. He's honestly a bit shocked the beast threw its tantrum this early. Man, this thing must have a personal vendetta against him. A system window dings into existence. Berserk state. A monster's desperation move, similar to a human's ultimate ability. The enraged beast, now glowing with some seriously emo dark aura, gets into a low stance. It unleashes a shriek that could crack diamonds, then lunges forward with a massive speed boost and an even bigger dose of murderous intent. Not half bad, Shu Jingming muses with a cocky grin. This roid rage mode is actually kind of impressive, but he also knows that going full-on beast mode like this always has a serious drawback. The bear's higher brain functions have officially left the building, leaving it operating on pure, unadulterated rage. A perfectly mischievous plan instantly forms in his mind. It's time for a little game of catch me if you can. He just needs to sidestep its painfully obvious attacks and use his fancy footwork to kite the overgrown brute. And so the dance begins. He weaves around the bear's wild frenzy with such ease, it's like the world is moving in slow motion for him. He's simply playing for time, looking for that perfect moment to slam the brakes on this out-of-control furry freight train. The instant the beast makes its move, he supercharges his spear with lightning and thrusts it forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave that slams right into the creature's side mid-charge. The impact momentarily paralyzes the massive beast, freezing it solid for 1 critical second. Its entire frame convulses from the electric shock. Gotcha. That's the window he needed. With the bear stuck in place, Shu Jing's eyes start to glow menacingly as he prepares to drop the finishing move. He raises a single hand, and a completely absurd amount of purple and blue energy begins to coalesce into a swirling vortex overhead. He channels the raw, unfiltered might of his S-rank ability and bellows, "9 heavens divine lightning. Get wrecked." And with that, a gargantuan column of sacred lightning arcs down from the sky, slamming down right on top of the totally screwed savage bear. The beast is utterly consumed by the dazzling display, its roars silenced by the sheer sound of overwhelming energy. As the dust settles, the once massive creature is nothing more than a crispy, smoldering pile on the ground. Shu Jingming surveys the scene, a self-satisfied smirk plastered on his face as purple lightning playfully dances across his fingers. He casually remarks that after a full 30 seconds of his purple divine lightning beatdown, not even the most stacked HP bar or the strongest plot armor in the universe could have survived that onslaught. But hold up. This boss encounter is far from over. The creature's eye snaps wide open, blazing with a furious, game-over red. With one last ear-splitting shriek, it lunges, its colossal jaws gaping for a final snack. But psych. The electricity coursing through it triggers a full-body system freeze, locking it up just a few inches from giving him a gnarly new face piercing. Spotting his chance, Shu Jingming just coolly mutters, "Showtime." He then dumps every last bit of mana he has into his spear. His eyes begin to glow, for that extra anime flair, as he charges up his ultimate move, even dramatically calling out its cringy name: lightning, gale, break. And then he just lets the thing fly. A ginormous orb of pure lightning just yeets itself straight down the paralyzed beast's throat. The resulting explosion is just bonkers, a vortex of pure energy that absolutely atomizes the beast from the inside out, leaving a brand spanking new crater smack in the middle of the street. The sheer force of that blast is enough to permanently disconnect the mighty second-order beast from the server of life. Its massive body just slams face first into the pavement. Game over, man, no respawns. A system notification pings, confirming the kill and gifting him a juicy 124 ability points. Kneeling beside the Beast King, Shu Jing Ming lets out a breath, announcing, "And that, my friends, is a wrap on the final boss." He reflects that to even take down this second-order scrub, he had to power level his lightning gale technique, and man, he is definitely not mad about the results. A smug grin stretches across his face. He notes that even though the entire showdown lasted a pathetic 2 minutes, it was the most legendary speedrun he's ever managed to pull off. He then gets lost wondering just how many points he's about to farm after clearing out all the minions in the core zone. As darkness falls, the exam officially comes to a close. Back in the viewing stands, the final leaderboard flashes onto the giant screen, and the entire crowd goes absolutely ballistic. In first place is Shu Jing Ming, with a completely game-breaking score of 10,835 points. In a laughably distant second place is Zhou Mingyang with 1,130 points, followed by Wu Hao with 945. The VIPs are losing their minds. Director Zhang Wenshan, Principal Xiao Yao, and Teacher Chen Fan all shoot to their feet, cheering their heads off. They're freaking out because Shu Jing Ming didn't just smash their city's record, he completely obliterated the all-time record for the entire Jiangnan province. They're hailing him as a god-tier genius. They point out that last year's provincial winner barely scraped by, with just over 8,000 points. With a score this high, they're saying Shu Jing Ming has basically secured this year's championship title with same-day shipping. Standing there, surrounded by the absolute devastation, Shu Jing Ming glances at the sky, sees the timers running low, and cracks a smug grin while admiring his own carnage. The guy's already cleared out every single beast in the inner circle and the core zone. Since he's got time to kill, he figures he might as well wander back to the central area and farm the leftovers. So, as he takes a leisurely stroll back, he cruises past the rooftop where the other so-called top rankers are camping, their jaws hitting the deck. Tangi is absolutely floored that her cousin just soloed a Tier 2 Beast King, while Zhou Mingyang's brain is completely short-circuiting. He's trying to compute why the heck Shu Jing Ming is heading back when he's already guaranteed the #1 spot. Then it clicks for Mengd. She realizes he's making a beeline straight for the central area. The horrifying realization dawns on her as she mutters, "Don't tell me he's going back to full clear the map?" The other students are just stunned, silent by his absolute, unapologetic greed. Then reality hits them like a ton of bricks. Zhou Ming realizes that with Shu Jing's insane speed, he might actually pull it off. And if they don't haul ass right this second, they're not going to get a single damn point in this last hour. He screams, "The alliance is over," and is the first one to bolt. The others instantly follow his lead, desperately scrambling to poach any measly scraps he might have left behind. 1 hour later, a formal announcement echoes across the entire exam grounds. The 2037 Zhongqing Martial Arts College entrance examination has now officially concluded. Points will no longer be awarded for slaying beasts. All candidates are ordered to return. Across the war-torn battlefield, the surviving students finally start to process it. An exhausted Tangji mops the sweat from her forehead, sighing, "Thank goodness, it's finally over." Meanwhile, elsewhere, one poor soul is having a complete meltdown, just one beast short of passing, while another is celebrating like they won the lottery for barely making the cut. But right in the center of the carnage, Shu Jing Ming stands over his latest kill, looking bored out of his mind and wondering why they had to end the exam so early. He felt like he was just getting started. As the students finally drag themselves out of the exam venue, they're greeted by guards, their faces a perfect storm of absolute exhaustion and pure, unadulterated relief. Outside, Tangi's friend Xiaoya is still trying to compute Shu Jing's ridiculously monstrous power level. She's practically glued to Tangi's arm, asking for the third time, "Are you 100% positive that guy is your cousin?" Tangi, looking like she's been through a war, just deadpans a confirmation. And just like that, Xiaoya's crush mode is fully reactivated. Blushing like a tomato, she immediately starts pleading with Tangji for his number. Tangji just gives her the flattest look imaginable and says, "That's hilarious. Considering yesterday you told me he wasn't your type." Xiaoya starts waving her hands around frantically. "That was before he was the #1 ranker. Things are different now, so please, just give me the digits." But their little heart-to-heart gets completely derailed by a massive commotion, as someone starts screaming that the man of the hour, Shu Jing Ming, is making his grand entrance. And just like that, a whole herd of students starts a stampede for the exit, all of them absolutely desperate to catch a glimpse of the new top dog. Shu Jing Ming casually strolls out of the gate, looking like an absolute Chad with that spear slung over his shoulder. Naturally, the crowd completely loses its mind with cheers and backpats. A couple of clowns start yelling at him to spare 100 points for the poor. He just flashes a smirk and hits him with the classic celebrity wave, totally basking in his newfound clout as he moseys on over to the buses. Meanwhile, lurking in the crowd are Wuha and Zhou Mingyang. Wuhao grumbles that Zhou should have been the one soaking up all that glory. But Zhou Ming, ever the class act, just shrugs it off, saying he's totally fine with his score, admitting he had zero idea the second high school could pop out such an absolute monster. Right as Shu Jing Ming is about to hop on the bus, he gets ambushed by none other than Principal Xiao Yao, who's gushing with congratulations before introducing him to the big cheese, Director Zhang Wenshan. The director really butters him up, telling Shu Jing Ming that he'll be his personal driver for the day. Shu Jing Ming glances back at the absolute madhouse of a crowd and figures, yeah, that's probably a good call. He knew the bus ride would just be one long, agonizing interrogation. So, he slides into a slick black car with the suits, and they burn rubber out of there. Inside the car, Director Zhang cuts right to the chase, asking Shu Jing Ming which superpower university he's planning to grace with his presence. Shu Jing Ming basically confesses he's been way too busy grinding his stats to even think about college applications. The director just lets out a chuckle, promising him that with a score like his, pretty much any university would be on their knees begging him to enroll. However, he advises that half the country's S-tier espers come from the big 3 universities, so he should probably be aiming for the top. And then Director Zhang Wenshan starts dropping some serious knowledge bombs, breaking down the top 3 schools. First on the list, you've got Qingjing Superpower University, which is basically the government's little pet project. Grads from there get a golden ticket straight into the system to become patriotic little worker bees. Then there's Madu Superpower University, famous for its insane resources and super exclusive bougie clubs. Finally, you have Jinqing Superpower University, the OG powerhouse, with a legendary history and a faculty stacked with absolute masters. The real kicker? All 3 of them have top-tier cultivation methods that are kept on total lockdown, completely unavailable to us common folk. Shu Jing Ming is hanging on his every word, soaking all this information in. He gets the picture awakened. Folks need these secret techniques to actually evolve into real-deal espers. So he asks what's so special about a top-tier method. Anyway, the director lays it all out for him, with some basic, bargain bin cultivation method. You're looking at a 3 to 4 year grind just to rank up once. With a top-tier method, though, it'll only take about 6 months. He tells Shu Jing Ming that, with a score like that, he's practically guaranteed special admission into even the top 3 universities. After seeing the officials off, Shu Jing Ming finally gets back to his apartment late that night. The next day, he hits the shower, feeling totally refreshed. He pulls up his system panel and sees he's got 2,534 ability points left, which he figures is plenty for a top-tier superpower university. As he towels off, he's already wondering if they'll have beast-slaying competitions after he enrolls. He decides he'll have to hit the wilderness again to keep leveling up. Meanwhile, his cousin Tang Qi rocks up to his apartment with her mom, Shu Qingwan, in tow. Tang Qi spots the busted door and thinks it's the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. They slip inside, and Tang Qi belts out a massive surprise. Her timing is, shall we say, absolutely catastrophic. Shu Jing Ming is standing there in nothing but a towel, having just stepped out of the bathroom. He's completely frozen, staring at his aunt and cousin. His aunt, equally flustered, stammers out, "What are you doing?" While Tang Qi is just a blushing, speechless mess. Then, his aunt's eyes land on the absolute disaster zone that is his apartment, and she furiously demands to know how it got so trashed. A quick flashback shows that after his parents passed away, his aunt was the one who stayed by his side, taking incredible care of him and making the place feel like a home. She totally aced her guardian duties, even occasionally cooking up his favorite meals. Back in the present, after the initial chaos dies down, Shu Jing Ming is sitting with his aunt and cousin. His aunt, Shu Qingwan, finally breathes a sigh of relief. She admits she was an absolute nervous wreck when she heard he was taking the martial arts exam. Now that she can see he's in one piece, she's finally able to relax. She tells him his score doesn't matter, which leaves Shu Jing Ming confused, asking if Tang Qi didn't tell her the results. Tang Qi just gives him a sly wink, saying it's way more fun if he tells his mom himself. Rocking a bashful smile, Shu Jing Ming tells his aunt that he, did pretty well. As in, he scored over 10,000 points. The news is so wild his aunt does a literal spit take. She starts coughing, asking him to say that again. Tang Qi jumps in to confirm it's the real deal, telling her mom he scored a whopping 11,124 points. His aunt is completely floored. A moment later, she just bursts into happy tears and pulls him into a suffocating hug, sobbing that the Shu family finally has a genius in the ranks. His parents must be beaming down from heaven. Meanwhile, in some swanky high-tech boardroom, a bunch of university headhunters are freaking out over the latest exam scores. One woman pulls up the data on Shu Jing Ming, pointing out his age, his supposedly trash-tier E-class ability, and his status as a complete nobody, an unranked awakener. One recruiter is adamant, saying they have to grab this kid if the score is legit, but another one is calling total BS, arguing there's no way some E-class scrub could possibly rack up a score that high. The argument blows up, with some claiming his ability has to be at least A-class, maybe even a hidden S-class. Another recruiter just scoffs, suggesting he obviously pulled a fast one and cheated. Before a full-blown brawl can break out, a senior executive tells them all to shut it. Then, a woman with some serious boss energy makes the call. She tells the team to tentatively list Shu Jing Ming as an S-class special recruit. And as for whether the score is the real deal, she declares she's personally flying down to Zhangcheng to find out. The very next day, Shu Jing Ming's phone pings with a notification. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts exam rankings are officially live. It tells him he snagged the top spot in the entire province with a completely bonkers score of 11,124 points. A ridiculously smug grin spreads across his face as he kicks back, celebrating his new title as the top scholar of Jiangnan Province. Naturally, word of his victory blows up online, completely dominating all the trending topics. The internet is in an uproar, debating how some random dark horse from Jiangqing could just waltz in and become the provincial champ. Everyone's asking, who the heck is Shu Jing Ming? And is it even possible for an E-class to post a score like that? The haters are screaming fake news, while everyone else is demanding the receipts and want to see the exam video for proof. In response to all the drama, they hold an awards ceremony where Principal Xiao Yao steps up to face the media circus. A reporter gets right to the point, asking him to come clean about the authenticity of Shu Jing Ming's results. Principal Xiao Yao, cool as a cucumber, just announces that the school has already uploaded Shu Jing Ming's entire exam video to their website, basically telling everyone to see for themselves that the exam was 100% legit. As people scramble to watch the video, their minds are collectively blown. They're all shouting that Shu Jing Ming skewered a Tier 1 rhinoceros's skull in a single shot, showing off power way beyond a Tier 1 superhuman. They're all baffled, wondering how that's even possible for someone with a dinky E-class lightning ability. Principal Xiao Yao, beaming like a proud papa, assures everyone the video is the real deal, verifies the scores are the real deal, and starts singing the praises of Shu Jing Ming, the first ever top scholar to crawl out of Zhangcheng. And right on cue, Director Xiao Yao rolls up to steal the spotlight, whipping out a ridiculously oversized check for 1 million yuan made out to Shu Jing Ming and slapping on a fake smile for the cameras. He bellows that this fat stack of cash, plus some super secret training scrolls they probably printed yesterday, is a special little present from the city's education bureau. But wait, there's more. The city government is also tossing in another huge bonus and a swanky luxury villa, all while the paparazzi go absolutely nuts, their cameras flashing like a strobe light. Elsewhere, some serious boss babe, flanked by a couple of meathead bodyguards, is chilling against her ride, pointing out that just because Zhang Cheng dropped some footage doesn't mean a thing. For all they know, Shu Jing Ming was chugging some performance-enhancing juice to get those scores. She's adamant that the only thing that actually matters is checking his real raw power level. Meanwhile, back at the ceremony, the cringe is setting in. A frantic director Xiao Yao pins teacher Chen Fan against a wall, demanding to know why their golden boy, Shu Jing Ming, decided to ghost his own party. Teacher Chen Fan just flashes a cheeky grin, explaining that he was literally just on the horn with Shu Jing Ming. Apparently, the kid is still grinding away at the martial arts gym. The director just loses it, breaking into a fit of laughter. He finds it completely bonkers that the new #1 scholar is already back on the grind right after smashing the exam. So, while everyone waits for the legendary Shu Jing Ming to grace them with his presence, the scene flips to a meeting room where Principal Xiao Yao is practically leaking sweat, playing tea server for 3 terrifying figures he respectfully calls teachers. But when one of them gives the tea a dismissive little hand flick, like it's gutter water, Principal Xiao Yao starts sweating buckets, totally crushed by the insane pressure radiating from these top-tier powerhouses. It's so intense his heart is trying to beatbox its way out of his ribcage. Turns out, these 3 are the head honcho recruiters from the absolute S-tier superpower universities in the country, and the air is crackling with so much spiritual pressure you could choke on it. They look like they're about to start a 3-way death match right there. The lady with the chic, grayish-purple bob, Zhang Xiao Yui, who just happens to be the admissions director for Modu Superpower University, is the first one to slice through the tension. She throws a sly look at her rivals and asks who they're planning on trying to snatch up today. Su Yun, a woman in a light blue dress from Qingjing Superpower University, instantly fires back, telling Zhang Xiao Yui to drop the act. She declares with zero hesitation that as long as the kids' numbers are real, Qingjing University has already called dibs. But then, the guy with the long, flowing black hair, Wu Yuan from Jin City Superpower University, just scoffs at her, shot-calling that Jin City University is the one taking him home. Just then, actual sparks of power start arcing between the 3 of them, and Zhang Xiao Yui just sighs internally, thinking how recruiting these god-tier geniuses always devolves into a free-for-all with the usual suspects. Just when the tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a lightsaber, the door slides open and in waltzes Shu Jing Ming, spear casually slung over his shoulder, greeting the 3 bigwigs as teachers. His epic entrance completely throws the recruiters for a loop. Zhang Xiao sizes him up with a glint in her eye, noticing his energy is practically overflowing and he's still got his weapon in hand. A dead giveaway that this guy hasn't stopped grinding for a single second. Even crazier, she's blown away that he's not even sweating under the soul-crushing pressure of 3 elite-tier superhumans. Principal Xiao Yao quickly scrambles to make the formal introductions for Shu Jing Ming. He kicks things off with director Zhang Xiao Yui from the legendary Modu University, then introduces director Su Yun from Qingjing University, and minister Wu Yuan from Jin City University. Director Zhang Xiao Yua speaks up first, practically gushing over his absolutely insane combat performance in the exam footage. But then, she drops the sugarcoating and gets straight to business. She asks why his power is no longer the laughably weak E-class static shock they had on file, and she demands the full story. Shu Jing Ming, who totally saw this coming, just rolls out his perfectly rehearsed BS. He nonchalantly explains that, while he was just training at home right before the exam, he got zapped by a random bolt of natural lightning. And, whoops, his superpower got a bit of a glow-up. Wu Yuan and Su Yun eat it right up, immediately concluding it's a classic case of a superpower mutation. Zhang Xiaoyu then chimes in, pointing out that Shu Jing Ming probably has no idea what rank his newly mutated power even is. And oh, how convenient, she just so happens to have a power-level scouter with her and offers him a free test run. She holds out a glowing, disc-shaped gadget, telling him to just let it all out. Shu Jing Ming places his hand on the device and completely opens the floodgates. A ridiculously massive and violent storm of purple and white lightning erupts from his entire body, completely and utterly overwhelming the poor machine. Su Yun's jaw practically unhinges at the sight of that raw, untamed power. The scanner manages to finish its scan, identifying the power with the absurdly cool name Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. But the moment it tries to assign a rank, the machine starts freaking out, beeping erratically as cracks spiderweb across its casing. In a blinding flash of golden light, the instrument gives up the ghost and shatters into a million pieces. The explosion sends arcs of electricity zapping across the room, making everyone jump. A completely stunned principal, Xiao Yao, stammers out, "What in the world is going on?" But Wu Yuan and Su Yun, they look like they've just hit the jackpot. They both declare that the situation couldn't be clearer. His power didn't just break their little toy, it completely annihilated it, which means his ability has to be S-class, minimum. The second Shu Jing's S-class potential is locked in. Director Zhang Xiaowei cracks this wicked smug grin, like she's thinking, yes, we totally backed the winning horse on this one. That confirmation instantly sparks a full-blown bidding war, and Wu Yuan from Jin City University is the first one to dive in head first. The dude practically bellows that his university will drop a fat 4 million bonus on Shu Jing Ming, on top of a full set of class starter gear to get him going, and an all-you-can-train pass to their superpower methods for all 4 years. But Su Yun from Qingjing University just scoffs at his sad little offer. She shoots Shu Jing Ming this devastating smile and smoothly slides in with her own counteroffer. How does a 5 million bonus sound? She coos. Plus, for 4 whole years, you'll get unlimited access to every single one of our S-class training methods and combat techniques. Our boy Shu Jing Ming is just blown away by her absolutely bonkers offer. And then, the final boss enters the chat. Zhang Xiaoyue from Modu Superpower University steps up to the plate. She straight up declares that Modu doesn't mess around with chump change or basic gear, but says she can match their training methods. And that's when she drops the ultimate bombshell. She adds that they'll also hook him up with a fresh S-class cultivation resource every single year. Just hearing the words S-class resources makes Wu Yuan and Su Yun's jaws practically unhinge and hit the floor. Meanwhile, our boy Shu Jing Ming, completely out of the loop, just goes, what the heck is an S-class cultivation resource? Zhang Xiaoyue lays it all out for him, kicking things off with, kid, you ever heard of dragon-type fierce beasts? She explains they're pretty much monsters born with built-in cheat codes, starting at a high tier 4 or even 5, which makes every other beast out there look like a total scrub in comparison. Then she drops the absolutely mind-shattering details. The S-class resource is the heart's blood of an 8th tier adult dragon. Once you down this stuff, your body gets a ridiculous stat boost. And your physical strength will be jacked to the same level as an actual dragon-type beast. She drives the point home, saying every S-class resource is on that legendary tier. The other recruiters are just completely shattered. Even Su Yun can't help but admit she's tempted, muttering about how stupidly rich Modu University has to be. Wu Yuan, totally flustered, starts sputtering that S-class resources are supposed to be for the top dogs, and that chucking one at a brand new freshman is completely nuts. It finally hits them both that it's game over. They can't even compete. With all the cards on the table, the 3 recruiters lock eyes on Shu Jing Ming, basically telling him it's time to pick his poison. Sporting a confident, troll-tier smirk, Shu Jing Ming lays down his answer without a single moment of hesitation, announcing that his final choice is the one and only Modu Superpower University. With the decision locked in, Shu Jing Ming breaks down why he picked Modu Superpower University. It wasn't just because their offer was stacked, though that was a nice bonus, but because their combat training is the undisputed king of the entire university alliance, with a boatload of founders hailing from Modu. He then gives Su Yun and Wu Yuan a respectful bow, thanking them for playing but ultimately getting second place. The two of them look absolutely crushed, which only seems to make him more pleased with his choice. A smug director, Zhang Xiao, materializes a glowing admission letter and hands it to Shu Jing Ming, officially welcoming him to the big leagues. She tells him that, while the regular peons have to enroll on September 1st as a VIP recruit, he gets to skip the line and register early, and they'll even set him up with his own digs. Already itching to grind, Shu Jing Ming asks if he can get early access to the library's juicy superpower training methods and combat techniques. Zhang Xiaoyu is like, say no more, agreeing without a moment's hesitation. She even throws in that the school can hook him up with a private study room for maximum grinding. She slides him her personal contact card, telling him to hit her up the moment he sets foot in Magic City. Gripping his shiny new admission letter like a winning lottery ticket, Shu Jing Ming gives the beaming director a look that says he's ready to start yesterday. A little while later, there's Shu Jing Ming, posted up at the train station with his luggage, looking like a hero about to start his journey. He's practically buzzing with hype as the announcer calls for all passengers on the G91 train to Magic City to get on board. Over at the family farewell committee, his aunt, Shu Qingwan, is a total emotional wreck. She's busting out the waterworks, while her husband, Tang Daini, plays the role of supportive rock. He's beaming with pride, saying their kid's all grown up and that once Xiaoming leaves, the kid's gonna fly. All while Tangji just watches. Her dad seizes the moment to remind her that it's about time she started filling out her own university choices. He not so subtly suggests that since her superstar cousin is going to Magic City Superpower University, She should probably try to pick a university in the same city. Shu Wan is all for this plan. She adds that it would be great for them to keep an eye on each other, for family reasons. A totally flustered Tanji just quietly agrees. Meanwhile, on the train, with 6 hours still on the clock, Shu Jing Ming is already deep in study mode. He's thinking to himself that the real jackpot from the exam wasn't the admission, but the universal C-rank training method he scored. See, just like superpowers, training methods have their own ranking system. You've got your beginner, intermediate, advanced, and then the legendary top-tier stuff. A graph pops up, breaking it down. The higher the level of the method you use, the faster you level up and the more OP you become. All this, while our hero is just on a train ride. Shu Jing Ming decided to slum it by grinding out the basic universal C-tier training method. He knew it was a pretty mediocre technique, and honestly, with his spiritual power at a beefy 180, it still took him a whole half day to lock it down. He remembered that if he just played by the book, he'd start picking up on the world's weird energy vibes on the very first try. That little maneuver made a shiny new plus sign pop up on his system panel, right next to his level, which was basically the game's way of screaming that he was ready to evolve from awakened normie to a legit superpower wielder. But, psych, he decided to hit the brakes on leveling up just yet. He recalled the instruction manual's big disclaimer: the more high-end the method for your class change, the more epic the payout. And since he was about to snag some S-tier methods at the university, there was zero chance he was going to burn his first major power-up on some bargain bin skill. The second he rolled into Magic City, Shu Jing Ming's jaw practically unhinged when he saw the university campus. Even from inside the car, the school grounds seemed to stretch on for hundreds of meters into the horizon. Just then, Director Zhang Xiao pulls up in a ridiculously slick red sports car, greeting him like a superstar. She told him to hop on in, saying she'd personally handle all the boring admission stuff for him. While they were cruising through a campus that looked like it was ripped from a cherry blossom anime, Director Zhang Xiao couldn't resist flexing about its bonkers size, casually mentioning it covered 40,000 mu. She even bragged that you couldn't tour the whole place even if you had an entire day. Shu Jing Ming was completely floored, admitting that the legends he'd heard were a massive understatement. After they speedran the entire registration process, Director Zhang Xiao handed him a brand new student ID, a skeleton key that opened everything, including his new dorm. As they neared his new living quarters, Shu Jing Ming's mind started flashing back to his past life. He'd lived in everything from sardine can, 4-person rooms, to pretty decent 3-bedroom apartments. But absolutely nothing in his past or present could have prepared him for the sheer insanity he was about to lay eyes on. He just stood there, speechless, staring at his new dorm, which was actually a mind-blowingly magnificent, over-the-top luxury villa. Director Zhang Xiao nonchalantly explained that every student at Modu gets a villa, with the level of luxury directly tied to their test scores. And since our boy was the undisputed champion of the entire province, Shu Jing Ming had snagged the platinum tier package, a massive pad that was over 800 square meters. She told him the villa was a 2-person joint, complete with an entire upper and lower floor, which meant he and his eventual roommate would each have their own private kingdom. Shu Jing Ming just figured, hey, having a roommate probably wouldn't suck. It was definitely better than rattling around this giant palace all alone, anyway. He mulls over his lonely orphan past and, get this, admits he'd still take a cozy 4-person dorm over this any day. So, as he's trailing the director up the stairs of this ridiculously fancy villa, Director Zhang Xiao Yui sits him down, ready to drop the main quest info about how this university actually works. She boils it down to 2 critical things: the credit system and the mentor system. Kicking things off, she explains that at Modu, credits are basically life. They're the in-game currency for everything, from chowing down in the cafeteria to snagging some OP gear. She then drops the bomb that a single credit is worth a whopping 10,000 Daxia currency. Director Zhang Xiao Yui explains there are a bunch of ways to grind for these credits, and one of them is an annual stipend you get based on your student rank. And since our boy is a top-tier S-class student, he gets a fat stack of 100 credits to start the year. To prove it, she summons a little floating robot ball, calling out, "Eva." The gizmo hovers and beams out a message, showing Shu Jing's credit balance is a cool 100. The director casually introduces this high-tech sphere as Eva, the standard-issue AI, for every single dorm. She explains that Eva's main consciousness is the school's central supercomputer, and these little floating orbs are just its mini-mes. But don't let that fool you. She points out that even a mini-me is a level 4 AI that can help with pretty much anything. Shu Jing Ming is totally floored. realizing the AI tech on Blue Star is light years ahead of the junk he was used to in his past life. Alright, with the money talk out of the way, director Zhang Xiao switches to the next big feature, the mentor system. She explains every student gets to pick a master they look up to and beg for training, and it's a big, but the mentor has to actually accept them. Shu Jing Ming's ears perk up, wondering if he can actually score some private lessons. Since he's just a freshman, she gives him a big yes, adding that every single mentor here is a high-level, super-powered beast. Most of them have their own secret, ultimate combat techniques and insane training regimens that they absolutely do not share with just anyone. You can only learn these forbidden arts after becoming their official, bona fide disciple. And considering Shu Jing's own crazy powers, she lets him know the university has a solid 4 mentors who are basically masters of the lightning element. Her number one recommendation for him is a guy named Yang Zhentian, the head honcho of the Weaponry Academy. On her word, Eva zaps up a full profile of the dean. The stats pop up. Yang Zhentian is a 52-year-old, Tier 7 high-rank monster with an A-rank lightning superpower. And to top it off, the dude is a master of pretty much any weapon you can think of. The guy's a total beast with a spear, which is how he scored the legendary title Thunder Spear. The file also mentions he threw down with an 8th-tier demonic whale for 3 straight days and nights before he finally soloed the massive beast. The director also spills the tea on the other 3 potential mentors, but makes it crystal clear to Shu Jing Ming that the final decision is totally on him. After weighing his options, a ridiculously cocky grin just spreads all over Shu Jing Ming's face. He realizes that Dean Yang Zhentian isn't just some lightning-chucking powerhouse, but a spear-wielding master as well. In other words, the absolute perfect mentor for our boy. With his mind locked in, Shu Jing Ming immediately bolts for the mentor's residential zone, which happens to be this ridiculously peaceful compound of old-school buildings hidden away in a thick forest. As he pulls up to the massive gate of Yang Zhentian's crib, he can't help but think that a mentor's digs are on a whole other level compared to the student villas. But before he can even take a single step inside, some guy with brown hair, just chilling against a stone lion like he's the king of the castle, asks if Shu Jing Ming is also trying to score a mentor. The dude does a complete double-take when he realizes Shu Jing Ming is a brand spanking new, awakened, and immediately assumes he must be one of those specially scouted whiz kids. Shu Jing Ming is like, yup. And the other student mentions that in previous years, the special recruits were typically already flexing mid to high-rank Tier 1 power levels. The guy says his name's Tan Ming Yang, a junior over at the Weaponry Academy. Shu Jing Ming introduces himself back, explaining he's a freshman who basically just enrolled. Tan seems legitimately impressed, mumbling that Shu Jing Ming clearly doesn't mess around when it comes to finding a mentor. He lets it slip that most fresh-faced rookies don't even get wind of this opportunity until after the freshman competition, which totally gets Shu Jing Ming's attention. Tan lays out how the whole thing is a university tradition that happens a few days after everyone signs up. From what he says, all the instructors are keeping an eye on things, and any students who absolutely dominate get bombarded with offers, some even getting scouted by mentors right then and there. He makes it clear, saying, hey, it's not like it's impossible for a special recruit like Shu Jing Ming to try his luck early, but aiming to become the dean's personal student straight away? That's pretty much like trying to win the lottery. Shu Jing Ming gives him a casual, appreciate the heads up, and then asks if Tan is also here, trying to get in with Teacher Yang. Letting out a huge sigh, Tan confesses that's precisely why he's posted up here, revealing that he's tried coming here a ton of times over the past 6 months, just to get shot down every single time. He was basically about to give up completely, but decided to give it one final, desperate shot. The second he's done talking, these massive doors fly open, and some middle-aged dude rocking the full-on butler look pops out, which just about sends Tan rocketing into the stratosphere. The butler's stiff upper lip routine melts away as he greets them, saying Teacher Yang is expecting them and to follow him right this way. Tan is absolutely losing his mind over this red carpet treatment, thinking that with the dean waiting in person, maybe, just maybe, he's not a total lost cause. The butler ushers them into a room, and bam, they're face-to-face with a couple of dudes. Shu Jing Ming instantly gets hit with this insane pressure radiating from the old-timer, who's standing there like he owns the place, rocking a majestic gray beard, and eyes that look like they could drill a hole through a mountain. He clocks him immediately. It's the dean of the Weaponry Academy, the one and only Yang Zhentian, and standing next to him is some younger dude with long, flowing locks. Dean Yang Zhentian's gaze completely bypasses Tan and locks onto Shu Jing Ming, and he's like, so you're the prodigy director Zhang Xiaoyu wouldn't shut up about. Leaving Tan to question his own existence, he tells Shu Jing Ming to follow him to the training room. They step into a traditional dojo that's basically an armory's fantasy, just loaded with weapons. Dean Yang Gentian tells Shu Jing Ming he's already peeped his martial arts exam tape, giving him major props for his slick combat skills and dead-on accuracy. But, before he signs off on anything, the dean says he needs a live demonstration of that S-rank ability, the legendary Purple Heaven, Divine Thunder, with his very own eyeballs. Shu Jing Ming just gives a cool, calm, bet. As the dean leans in, not blinking, Shu Jing Ming starts flexing his mana, and these wild arcs of purple lightning start snaking up and down his arms. Then he just lets loose this absolutely monstrous blast of purple and white energy that completely engulfs the entire room. You can practically taste the raw power zapping through the air. And Dean Yang Gentian? Dude is seriously impressed. A massive grin splits his face as he soaks in the pure, unadulterated juice of an S-rank ability. He's already doing the mental math, comparing it to his own piddly A-rank ability, and has to admit, the chasm between A-rank and S-rank is a freaking uncrossable abyss. He sees some major league potential in this kid, figuring if Shu Jing Ming really puts in the work, his future could be just as legendary as his own. With the light show wrapped up, the dean announces that with potential like that, taking him on as a disciple is a no-brainer. But then, he hits him with a pretty serious warning, laying out how he's made a ton of friends but even more enemies over the years. He can't guarantee his enemies won't come after his disciples, so he asks if Shu Jing is still down to take him as a master, knowing exactly what kind of mess he's stepping into. Without even a split second of hesitation, Shu Jing Ming hits the deck, dropping to his knees in the ultimate show of respect. Sporting a massive, determined grin, he practically shouts that he's all in. He gushes about how he's a total fanboy for high-level users who've clawed their way to the top through absolute carnage. To him, the massive body count his new master has racked up is the ultimate proof of his insane fighting skills. Totally digging this answer, Dean Yang Gentian lets out a booming laugh and officially takes him on, declaring that from this moment on, Shu Jing Ming is now his 32nd disciple, and more importantly, his very first S-rank student. He tells the kid to get off his knees and drops the first round of welcome gifts on him. First up is a top-tier ability training manual, the Extreme Ability Training Method. And for the main course, a body-forging combat technique called the Thunder Indestructible Body. Yeah, you heard that right. The dean cooked up both of these himself. Shu Jing Ming is so stunned by this insane loot drop he can barely function. He gets it now. A technique that literally beefs up your physical body is a total game changer. Way more valuable than some run-of-the-mill skill. The dean, probably enjoying the kid's shocked face, starts explaining that while the Ability Training Manual is one of only 3 top-tier methods in the entire school, the real main event is that Thunder Indestructible Body technique. It's basically his magnum opus, the culmination of his entire career. He casually adds that it's been certified by 2 major martial arts halls, and, oh yeah, it's officially rated as S-rank. This little tidbit completely fries Shu Jing Ming's brain. He's never even heard of an S-rank combat technique actually existing. See, combat techniques, just like abilities, are ranked on a scale from F all the way up to SSS. The higher you go up the ladder, the bigger the pain it is to master, but the payoff is some seriously broken levels of power. Shu Jing Ming's gears start turning as he finally starts to grasp just how ridiculously stacked his new master really is. He knows that most 7th-level masters are considered geniuses if they can whip up a single A-rank technique in their lifetime. But for his master to have casually created an S-rank technique, the guy's martial arts talent is just on another plane of existence. Meanwhile, Dean Yang Gentian starts dropping more deets about his S-rank masterpiece. He explains that the Thunder Indestructible Body is exclusive content for Lightning Element users and has a whopping 13 levels. With every single level up, the user's body gets a complete, revolutionary overhaul. But, of course, there's a pretty major catch he needs to mention. To even start grinding this thing, you first have to evolve from a mere awakened to a true ability user. And just like that, he drops the first official quest on Shu Jing Ming. His mission, should he choose to accept it, is to use that extreme ability training method to finally achieve his breakthrough. The terms were straight-up legendary. Once Shu Jing Ming hit the next level, he was to report back, and the dean himself would personally forge the foundation for his Thunder Indestructible Body. Absolutely gobsmacked by this insane proposal, Shu Jing Ming practically scrapes the floor with a bow, thinking to himself, holy crap, Having a top-tier mentor is a total cheat code. But just then, the dean hits him with a personal nuke, revealing he'd only managed to claw his way to the 10th level of the technique. He stared at Shu Jing Ming with eyes burning with hope, admitting that if he couldn't smash through the ceiling to become a full-blown martial saint, then our boy Shu Jing Ming was their final Hail Mary to unleash this technique's true, world-shattering potential. A flicker of glorious insanity danced in his eyes as he unveiled his ultimate conspiracy theory. If a true prodigy could actually max out this skill, their physical form would achieve absolute immortality, becoming totally unkillable. So, with his mind still reeling, Shu Jing Ming bounced from his new master's crib, gave a quick wave to the butler, and immediately spotted Tan Mingyang sulking on the front steps like a sad, soggy noodle, clutching his head like his world was ending. Shu Jing Ming, cool as a cucumber, sauntered over and asked, "Dude, what's got your panties in a twist?" As it turns out, Tan Mingyang's grand plan to become a disciple had gone down in a glorious blaze of failure. For his entrance exam, they threw him into the ring with one of the dean's senior disciples. The kicker? He had to defeat this senior, who was nerfed down to a pathetic 1/10 of his real fighting strength. A feat Tan Mingyang found utterly impossible, which is why he got his butt handed to him on a silver platter. And that's why he was now decorating the steps with his misery. He glanced up at Shu Jing Ming, clearly thinking they were now brothers in pathetic, soul-crushing failure. "Getting into Dean Yang's inner sanctum is no joke," he whined, before offering, "So, you want me to drop some of my fresh, hard-won knowledge on how to epically fail?" Without even blinking, Shu Jing Ming just deadpanned him, and flat out said, "Nah, I'm straight. I already got in." Those 5 little words slammed into Tan Mingyang like a 10-ton freight train. His already mangled face contorted into a Picasso painting of pure, unfiltered disbelief. He stammered that he'd never in his life heard of a dean-level master grabbing a disciple before the annual rookie tournament even kicked off. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming was already strolling away, without a single care in the universe, leaving a completely shell-shocked Tan Mingyang to stare at his back, his brain trying to reboot after that system-crashing revelation. With a new quest accepted, Shu Jing Ming booked it straight back to his dorm's training room and dropped into a cross-legged position. It was time to boot up the extreme ability training method he'd just scored from his new sensei. As he dropped into the zone, he was utterly floored by how ridiculously broken this top-tier technique actually was. He could feel a tidal wave of energy coursing through him, light years beyond that trash-tier intermediate junk he'd been stuck with. A ridiculously smug grin plastered itself across his face. He'd already memorized the user manual, front to back. He figures there's no point in grinding it out the slow way. Instead, he's just going to use his cheat system to get a direct power-up. He pulls up his system panel and commands it to pump his ability points into his level, and the effect is instantaneous and brutal. A wild surge of energy rips through him, forcing a grunt of pain out of his lungs. He grabs his clothes as pure, untamed energy screams through his veins. The power then detonates from his body in a massive explosion of light and force that makes the whole room tremble. A moment later, the energy finally chills out, leaving him breathing heavily. Shu Jing Ming pushes himself up, thinking, "Heck yeah, breakthrough complete." A system notification pops up, confirming he's now a bona fide first-tier lower-rank ability user. He checks out his hand, where a stable and potent blue lightning now crackles like it's always been there. When he tests his new control, a much larger and more destructive torrent of lightning erupts from his hand, which is a pretty clear sign he got a major buff. He clenches his fist, completely impressed with the upgrade. He can feel the power in his body has been cranked up by at least 4 or 5 times. He confidently thinks that if he had to throw down with that second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be more than enough to turn it into a pile of ash. He pulls up his system panel to peep his new stats and finally understands why all ability users simp for higher-level cultivation methods. He does some quick math and realizes that if he'd used the mid-tier method, his vitality and spirit would have only gone up by a measly 30 or 40 points. But with this top-tier method, they skyrocketed by almost 100 points in one shot. The gap in performance is just ridiculous. He notices the whole power-up only cost him 300 ability points, and he decides to be a good little saver with the rest. He knows that learning a busted combat technique like the S-rank Thunder Indestructible Body is way more important. He's fully expecting the ability point cost to master that bad boy will be astronomical. Now that his breakthrough is squared away, Shu Jing Ming is ready for the next part of the quest. A new thought pops into his head. Seeing as he's already at the university, maybe it's time to go check out the school's library for some loot. The next day, Shu Jing Ming casually drops by his master's residence, and Dean Yang Gentian is absolutely flabbergasted to see him. The dean is basically shouting, "How did you level up so dang fast?" while pacing back and forth. He's rambling that in his 20 years of teaching, he's seen countless geniuses, but this kid is on another level. But even the certified prodigies took a ridiculously long time to awaken their powers. He's pointing out it hasn't even been a full 24 hours since Shu Jing Ming got the manual. With a totally not-so-humble grin, Shu Jing Ming admits that, hey, maybe the only thing he's got going for him is his insane leveling speed. He tacks on that when he first tried to fire up the Thunder Indestructible body technique. Even the tutorial level felt like a boss fight. The dean just soaks it in and then breaks it down for him. To forge your foundation, you gotta use the blood of a lightning element beast. As a starter, mix it with your own sparky boom man powers, and basically barbecue your own muscles and bones. Then, he drops a super critical pro tip. The final OP level of the technique depends entirely on how high grade the beast blood is. Now that Shu Jing has leveled up, the dean declares they're gonna forge that foundation right here, right now. He lets it slip that top-tier lightning beasts are crazy rare, and his original, budget plan was to use some 7th-tier storm giant bear blood. However, after he found out Shu Jing Ming gets a free S-rank resource coupon every year, he decided to pull some strings. The man decided to cash in all his chips and basically went crying to the university's principal for an even sweeter SS rank resource. And with a grand flourish, he whips out a little vial filled with some angry, glowing red liquid, the primo essence blood of a ferocious 8th-tier beast, the one and only Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Shu Jing Ming is absolutely floored that his new master and the head honcho would go to all this trouble for him. He snags the vial and swears he'll pay back this favor 1,000,000 times over. Super pleased, the dean's like, "All right, no time to waste." And they zip over to a training room where a shirtless Shu Jing Ming is already kneeling. The dean pops the top and just starts dumping the ridiculously potent, glow-in-the-dark red blood all over Shu Jing Ming's head and back. Shu Jing Ming is already gritting his teeth, groaning the second the stuff hits his skin. The dean just tells him to suck it up, buttercup, explaining that the blood is basically super toxic for noobs, and the "I think I'm dying" level of pain is a feature, not a bug. Next up, the dean gets ready to jump in with his own powers. He tells Shu Jing Ming he's about to blast him with his A-rank Windfire, True Thunder, to forge the foundation, adding that how much power he can actually sponge up is totally his problem. Then the dean just lets it rip, a whole-ass torrent of violent red lightning, and channels it straight into Shu Jing Ming's body. A tidal wave of raw power floods his system, making these wicked red tattoos light up all over his back and chest. And let me tell you, it hurts like heck. So Shu Jing Ming just throws his head back and lets out this gut-wrenching scream as the insane power literally forges his body anew. A whole 5 days into this hardcore makeover session, his senior, Liu, is just casually sipping tea with the dean's butler, Uncle Fu. Liu's like, "Man, this new kid is a real tank, lasting a full 5 days in there." He gets a little salty, remembering how he tapped out after only 2 days during his own glow-up. And that was with the bargain bin 7th-tier beast blood. He has to admit, Shu Jing's performance totally earned him that premium 8th-tier dragon-type juice. Plus, with that S-rank lightning ability, Liu's actually hyped to see what kind of Thunder Indestructible body his new junior cooks up. And right on cue, a massive crash from the training room makes them both jump out of their skins. Liu bolts upstairs, thinking, did the kid finally finish his power-up sequence? He takes a little peek through the door and is immediately greeted by a nightmare. There's Shu Jing Ming, shirtless and looking like he just wrestled a blender, with glowing red eyes and this wild aura of dark energy and blue lightning crackling all around him. Yeah, he's totally lost it. The dude looks less like a person and more like a rabid animal. Liu is completely frozen stiff, getting major final bosses vibes from Shu Jing Ming's terrifying aura, which sends a shiver right down his spine. Stuck in this berserker mode, Shu Jing Ming spots Liu in the doorway and immediately lunges, ready to turn him into a smear on the wall. But before he can land the hit, the booming voice of Din Yang Gentian echoes through the hall, yelling at Jing Ming to snap out of it. The dean's shout cuts right through the crazy, and Shu Jing slams on the brakes, his fist stopping just inches from his senior's terrified face. Dripping in sweat, a super confused Shu Jing Ming asks his teacher, what just happened? Why did I suddenly want to break everything?" The dean breaks it down for him, explaining that the 18-8 fancy essence blood from that Thunder Tyrannosaurus probably messed with his head a bit. He points out that the creature was known for being super aggressive, and since Shu Jing Ming's body was, like, perfectly in sync with it, he basically got a dose of its bad attitude and experienced this gnarly side effect. But the dean tells him not to sweat it. As long as he keeps his cool and doesn't get too emotional, he'll be totally fine, and the whole going feral thing will fade away as he keeps leveling up. A massive wave of relief just crashes over Shu Jing Ming as he stares down at his own hands, totally freaked out that he almost let his emotions go completely berserk. With the crisis officially over, Dean Yang Gentian's whole vibe flips to pure hype. He tells a bewildered Shu Jing Ming to wipe that look off his face, because the forging wasn't just a success, it was a flawless victory with an insane 98% absorption rate. He puffs out his chest, explaining that out of all the disciples who've ever leveled up the Thunder indestructible body, the highest score on the leaderboard was a measly 92%. With this one move, Shu Jing Ming just shattered a long-standing high score. His senior disciple, Lu Wu, strolls over with a grin, looking like he just won the lottery. He tells his brand new junior that since he's laid the foundation, his whole martial arts career is basically on easy mode from here on out. The dean makes it official, introducing him as senior disciple Liu Ming, an absolute beast of an ability user at the peak of the 3rd tier. He then tells Shu Jing Ming to hit up Lu if he ever gets stuck on his cultivation grind. Shu Jing Ming gives his senior a proper greeting, and the guy immediately whips out his phone. Lu's just like, "My bad, dude. I didn't get you a welcome gift, so I'll just Venmo you some credits." Shu Jing Ming's phone buzzes, and his jaw hits the floor when he sees a 200 credit transfer. He practically shouts, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, that's way too much." His brain does a quick calculation and realizes the gift is worth a staggering 2 million Great Sha coins. The dean just scoffs at his panic, saying that 200 credits is just pocket change for Liu and that it's a senior's sacred duty to spoil their juniors. He then adds that one day, when Shu Jing Ming has his own underclassmen, he'll be the one expected to make it rain. A lesson Shu Jing Ming takes to heart with a nod. With the tutorial stage complete, the dean tells Shu Jing Ming that after 5 straight days of no food or water, he seriously needs to go home and crash. Then he drops the next quest objective. Get back here tomorrow morning. You're gonna learn fist and spear techniques with your senior. Shu Jing Ming throws his teacher a grateful "thanks, coach," and bounces. Back at his swanky, over-the-top villa, Shu Jing Ming spots some guy with spiky white hair and red eyes glued to a video game on the couch. The gamer dude turns, finally noticing he's not alone, and gives Shu Jing Ming a nod. "Oh, you must be the new roommate," he guesses, introducing himself as Lu Wentao. The second Shu Jing Ming says his own name, Lu Wentao's eyes practically bug out of his head. He excitedly points a finger and yells, "No way! You're the Times top scorer from Jiangnan province." When Shu Jing Ming asks how he knew, Lu Wentao puffs out his chest, bragging that his nickname is basically Mr. Know-It-All since he's got the scoop on almost every freshman. He casually admits he didn't even have to look up Shu Jing Ming specifically, because the guy caused such a massive uproar that the gossip just found its way to him. He's totally freaking out that the legendary Dark Horse, the top-scoring genius, is his new roomie. Throwing a chummy arm around our boy's shoulder, he unleashes a non-stop barrage of questions, grilling him about whether he's really from Young and if he seriously awakened his powers during the exam. He then adds that there's no way his ability is just a measly E rank. Despite the endless interrogation, Shu Jing Ming finds himself actually liking this hyperactive chatterbox. It gets him thinking about how he's always hated the feeling of being alone. Cue the tragic backstory montage. Growing up in an orphanage, never feeling like he belonged anywhere. School was an improvement because he had friends, but his absolute best memories were from his college days, just goofing off and gaming with his roommates. He even remembers getting his master's and PhD. He never, in a million years, thought that after getting a little too wild at his graduation party, he'd pull the ultimate cliché and wake up in a completely different world. He can't help but chuckle at the cosmic irony of getting transmigrated just to be an orphan all over again. But with a roommate like Lu Wentao, he gets the feeling he won't be lonely this time around. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao is back to flexing, proudly announcing he's a top student from Sichuan province with an A- rank ability and is already a first-tier, middle-rank user. He then goes on to declare, his ultimate life goal is to major in college tactics, command an entire military region, and just delete every single ferocious beast from the face of Blue Star. Swiftly changing the subject, Shu Jing Ming mentions he's on his way to the martial arts hall, which immediately gets his new roommate's attention. Lu Wentao instantly decides to tag along, confessing that he hasn't gotten around to checking out the university's hall yet. They show up at the absolutely massive Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the official magical university branch. Inside, it's a scene of beautiful chaos, with students training and showing off their powers left and right. The resident AI, Eva, materializes and explains that they're currently in the public training room, a massive area that can hold a whopping 300 people. The hall is built with a C-rank alloy mixed with memory metal, which basically means it can take a ridiculous amount of punishment. Eva also points them toward the more exclusive private training rooms, but Shu Jing Ming is cool with the public area. Lu Wentao, however, is already getting sucked into the competitive vibe. He's yelling with excitement while pointing out some guy who's an A-rank enhanced werewolf user. Shu Jing Ming deadpans that his roommate isn't exactly the quiet type himself. Shu Jing Ming then turns to Eva, asking what the heck is up with the giant numbered pillars in the middle of the room. Eva explains they're the Punch Power Challenge boards, and there's a grand total of 5 leaderboards, one for each of the 5 tiers of ability users. She dangles the carrot. If they can crack the top 3,000 on their board, they'll score a sweet 50 credit reward. Liu Wentao is immediately sold on the challenge, thinking it sounds like an absolute breeze. Eva then casually clarifies that there are just over 4,000 students currently attending the university. With credit signs practically spinning in his eyes, Liu Wentao decides he's gotta give it a shot. Eva tells him to just swipe his student ID to start, adding the one crucial rule: using abilities and combat techniques is a big no-no. Liu Wentao, practically vibrating with excitement, steps up to the pillar and smacks his student ID on the scanner. The AI Eva's voice chimes in, announcing his attempt to the whole room. His little show immediately catches the attention of some upperclassmen, who start snickering that he's just some first-tier, middle-rank freshman. Feeling the heat of every single eye in the room on him, a determined Liu Wentao decides he is not about to get clowned. With a massive roar, he unleashes a monster of a punch, slamming into the pillar with some serious force as the result flashes up on the screen. A punch power of 476 kilograms. Feeling pretty proud, Liu Wentao thinks he didn't look half bad. He figures hitting the top 3,000 should be a piece of cake. His pride lasts for a solid 3 seconds before Eva drops a devastating reality bomb. His rank is way past 100,000. Liu Wentao is completely stunned, screaming in disbelief and yelling about how that's even possible. He argues that there are only about 4,000 students in the entire university, to which Eva coldly clarifies that the leaderboard tracks the scores of every student since the university's founding 100 years ago. The absolutely soul-crushing realization hits Liu Wentao like a ton of bricks. The entire crowd was just there to watch him make a complete and total fool of himself. The upperclassmen absolutely erupt in laughter, with one of them remarking how this classic prank never gets old. As his roommate is drowning in a sea of his own embarrassment, Shu Jing Ming offers a little bit of comfort, reminding him that as a spiritual element user, raw punching power was never his main stat to begin with. A grateful Liu Wentao immediately shoves Shu Jing Ming forward, insisting that he try it. He's positive that Shu Jing Ming will do better. Shu Jing Ming just agrees, admitting he was curious to test his strength anyway. He swipes his ID, and like clockwork, Eva announces the next challenge. The crowd's attention shifts over to him, but this time, they look even less impressed, if that's even possible. Pfft, they're all thinking he looks like some low-rank first-tier scrub. Bet his punch won't even break 400 kilograms. But wait. One guy in the crowd thinks that name, Shu Jing Ming, sounds suspiciously familiar. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming is brimming with confidence. Just thinking about his recent power-up, he just hit first tier and spent 5 straight days and nights tempering his body to lock in his new techniques. A quick glance at his system panel is all it takes to confirm his shiny new stats. We're talking a seriously upgraded physique and his brand new skill, Thunder Indestructible Body. He slowly clenches his fist, a smirk playing on his lips. He's dying to see just how hard he can hit now. With a massive surge of power, he unleashes the punch, and the sheer force creates a shockwave that blasts through the air. The insane shockwave from Shu Jing's punch rips through the hall, leaving the entire crowd completely stunned. Then, the digital screen flashes with the unbelievable result. A fist power of 45,589 kilograms. This score doesn't just land him in first place. It completely obliterates the long-standing record for all first-tier ability users. Those upperclassmen who were just talking trash are now standing there with their jaws on the floor. One of them just yells out, "He shattered the record," while another stammers, "How can a low-rank, first-tier nobody have that much power?" A third guy grimly points out that a punch with that kind of kick would turn him into a human smoothie. He just can't believe this monster is a freshman. A couple of girls in the crowd are equally freaking out. One of them gushes. Anyone in the top 1,000 is basically a legend who defines the era. So, can you even imagine how OP this new number one must be? Her friend adds, that record stood for over 10 years. I have to record this legendary moment. His roommate Luenta is going ballistic, grabbing Shu Jing Ming and shouting, "You're my true brother. I'm following you from now on, boss." Shu Jing Ming just flashes a smile and tells him, "Dude, chill, don't exaggerate." Looking down at his fist, Shu Jing Ming thinks to himself, pretty satisfied with the results. He figures the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's essence, blood must be a perfect match for him, and the boost to his strength was pretty much instantaneous. The AI, Eva, floats over and formally congratulates Shu Jing Ming for breaking the record. She then announces that a 400 credit reward has been sent to his account. A curious Shu Jing Ming immediately asks, "Hey, so if I break the record again, do I get more credits?" Eva lays it out straight. The prize is a one-time deal for first-timers only. But hey, he can always go smash the other level pillars to snag some new loot. Shu Jing Ming glances up at the 4 other pillars for the 2nd to 5th tier players and just casually decides, yeah, I'll get to those later. Meanwhile, his roommate has fully embraced his new role as chief hype man, as a whole squad of impressed girls starts crowding around Liu Wento, who's busy pointing over at his absolutely legendary roommate. In a flash, the girls descend upon a completely clueless Shu Jing Ming, some offering to show him the ropes on the equipment and others desperately trying to recruit him for their club. Totally overwhelmed by his sudden fame, Shu Jing Ming gets yanked out of the mob by Liu Wento, who masterminds a tactical retreat to a private training room. Elsewhere, over at his master's place, Dean Yang Genshin is just chilling, sipping some tea, when his senior disciple, Liu Ming, shows up. He shoves his phone in the dean's face, reporting that their junior brother Shu is blowing up the campus forums. Dean Yang Genshin just stares in awe at our boy's ridiculously overpowered stats, wondering why on earth the kid ran off to shatter records instead of, taking a nap. This gets Liu Ming thinking, taking a little trip down memory lane. He remembers back when he was a top dog, first-tier user, and had just barely mastered the first level of the Thunder Indestructible body. Back then, his punch was packing just a little over 3,500 kilograms. He realizes with total shock that his new junior brother isn't just a little stronger, the kid is on a completely different planet. Cut to some swanky, high-end apartment where some dude with dark hair and a brown jacket is glaring at his phone. And then, he just completely loses it. He slams his fist down on the marble countertop so hard the glass next to it explodes, his hand now crackling with orange flames and blue lightning. The guy is absolutely seething. He's cursing the fact that Shu Jing Ming had the nerve to show up in Magic Capital too, clenching that fiery fist of his. His entire face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He's stewing over how Shu Jing Ming's epic win cost him his shot at being the top scorer in Jiangnan province, basically turning him into the punchline of every joke back in his hometown. He furiously swears that this time, he's taking back every last scrap of glory he thinks he deserves. Meanwhile, back at the university training room, Shu Jing Ming is just sitting there, calm as can be, fiddling with a small knife. He's just contemplating the awesome perks of his new Thunder Indestructible body technique. He's amazed that even after 5 straight days of intense tempering, with 0 food or sleep, he's still bursting with energy. So, to test out his new tank-like durability, he just casually drags the sharp blade across his own hand. Asterisk, clang. Asterisk. The blade just skids right off his skin without so much as a scratch. All it left was a pathetic little white line. He couldn't help but be impressed. His body was now tougher than an E-grade alloy. Regular knives were basically just toys to him now. Heh. This S-grade body refinement technique was the real deal. Alright. Just then, his roommate, Liu Wentao, barrels into the room, screaming his name like a madman. He shoves his phone in Shu Jing Ming's face, yelling that the campus forum had absolutely blown up over him, shattering the record. Apparently, tons of students were spamming the comment section, all of them saying they wanted a piece of him. But far from being annoyed, a cocky little smirk spread across Shu Jing's face. Looks like the fighting spirit at Magic University is pretty intense, he thought to himself. This could be fun. Seeing all the keyboard warriors throwing down the gauntlet, a fired-up Liu Wentao waved his phone around, offering to digitally demolish those wannabes for underestimating his bro. Shu Jing Ming just calmly pushed his roommate's arm down. Nah, forget it. Don't waste your energy. He explained that he had way more important stuff to deal with, since he was on his way to the battle technique library, and told Liu Wentao to just head back to the dorm. Before long, Shu Jing was standing in front of the absolutely massive, ultra-modern battle technique library. As he neared the entrance, he held his hand up to a scanner, and a crazy, complex, glowing orange security circle materialized. Yeah, this place's security was definitely not messing around. He had to admit, he was pretty blown away by the setup. He remembered hearing a rumor that the university's own vice principal personally stood guard here, a legendary 9th-tier powerhouse. With a monster like that on watch duty, not even the top dog Marshall Saints could dream of swiping the goodies inside. After tapping his student ID card on the reader, he strolled through the gate as the security circle gave him one final scan before letting him pass. Stepping into the grand hall, he was immediately met by a trio of female librarians. The one in the middle greeted him with a warm smile, using his full name. "Welcome, S-grade student Shu Jing Ming. How may we assist you today?" He was a little surprised they knew who he was. "Wait, how did you know my name?" Shu Jing Ming asked. The librarian explained politely that students with S-grade clearance, like him, were VIPs with access to literally every battle technique. Apparently, their system sent out an alert the second his ID was scanned. A peek inside the librarian's mind reveals her true, greedy intentions. She instantly clocked that his SG-level authority meant he was a future big shot, basically a guaranteed grandmaster. And just like that, Operation Become Besties with the future legend was a go. Oblivious to her scheming, Shu Jing Ming just asks where he can find the lightning-based superpower techniques. The librarian, practically tripping over herself to help, explained that the B-grade and lower stuff was on the 2nd and 3rd floors, but the real times juicy techniques were stashed away in a special reading room up on the 4th floor. She then casually mentioned that his fancy card was the all-access pass he needed. Next thing you know, she's giving him the 5-star treatment, personally escorting him to this swanky private room on the 4th floor. Floating in the middle of the room was a little AI gadget, just chilling over a table. The AI piped up, explaining that once he picked his skills online, the actual, honest-to-goodness secret manuals would be delivered right to him. It even gave him a friendly warning to, not spill anything on them. Finally left alone, Shu Jing hit the AI with a command, "Show me every lightning technique, B-grade and up." The AI was like, "You got it, boss," and bam. Dozens of glowing blue holographic screens flooded the entire room, each one displaying a different, electrifying technique. As he scrolled through the insane menu of options, 2 in particular practically jumped out and slapped him in the face. First up was an absolutely bonkers SSS-grade technique called 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance. This bad boy could create a whole thunderstorm domain. The catch? You had to be at least a 5th-tier user to even look at it funny. The next one was a slightly less insane SS-grade skill named Wrath of the Thunder God. It let you call down some seriously angry lightning from the sky. And surprise, surprise, this one was locked too, requiring a user to be at least 4th tier. Still, Shu Jingming's jaw was on the floor just looking at the quality on display. I mean, SS grade and even SSS grade options just sitting there for the taking. He couldn't help but marvel at how stacked this university was and wondered if he could actually view them for free. But that hype train came to a screeching halt as he realized the cultivation of these god-tier techniques came with some ridiculously strict requirements. With his current status, looks like he was stuck window shopping in the A-grade section for the time being. He saw endless A-grade options, realizing picking one without his master's guidance would be a total nightmare. But luckily for him, he didn't come in flying blind. He whipped out a cheat sheet, a recommendation list straight from his master, Dean Yang Gian, saving him a massive headache. With his master's picks in hand, he started tapping away at the holographic displays, pointing out his top picks like he's ordering takeout. He finally lands on a killer combo of 4 specific A-grade techniques. First on the shopping list is Thunder Spear, for those special moments when you need to absolutely yeet something into oblivion. Next up is Chain Thunder Gun, for that delicious, non-stop DPS. And for skill number 3, we've got Thunder Flash, cause you gotta go fast. And for the grand finale, Thunder Prison, a little something to keep the riff-raff in their place. My man is already running the simulations in his head. Thunder Spear for one-shotting chumps from a mile away, Chain Thunder Gun for unloading a world of pain, and Thunder Flash for Naruto running across the battlefield, and Thunder Prison to put the mobs in timeout. He's thinking, yeah, with these 4 bad boys and my S-rank Thunder indestructible body, His combat style is going to be completely foolproof. Weaknesses? What are those? The system's AI, Eva, decides to chime in and analyze his, let's call it, ambitious selection. She politely informs him that your average Joe takes a solid 6 months just to learn the ABCs of a single A-grade technique. The AI even has the audacity to suggest mixing in some kiddie-level techniques for a more balanced approach. But our boy Shu Jing Ming just scoffs. Advice? That's for NPCs. A bit later, the librarian hobbles back into frame, his arms loaded down with ancient-looking goodies. He presents our hero with the 4 legendary manuals for the chosen skills. As Shu Jing reaches out to snag them, he can't help but drool over how ridiculously bougie they look. His brain immediately goes into Pawn Stars mode, calculating their street value. I mean, come on, even a piddly C-grade manual sells for millions, so these 4 A-grade originals are basically museum-level artifacts. He cracks open the first one, and a legit holy light just erupts from the pages. He's instantly smacked in the face by the sheer artistic genius and overwhelming aura. This is that 4K Ultra HD experience that a pirated copy could never dream of matching. Alright, time for the all-nighter. He hunkers down and starts cramming, and the hours just start to blur together. But pretty soon, his laser focus melts into pure, unadulterated rage, sweats pouring down his face as he clutches his head like his brain is about to explode. This stuff is written in, like, alien moon runes. It makes absolutely zero sense. But does our boy give up? Hell no. He grits his teeth and just brute forces his way through every single page. After what feels like a lifetime, he leans back, having finished all 4 manuals. Then, with a smug grin, he calls on his personal cheat engine. Alright, Deep Blue, you're up. Dump the points. And just like that, the system responds on the dot. Asterisk, ping, 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 ping. Asterisk. 4 notifications pop up, confirming that 200 superpower points have been casually yoinked for each technique. And boom, just like that, all 4 are now mastered at the entry level. Time to admire his handiwork. He pulls up his character sheet to check out the glorious new stats. And there they are in all their shiny new glory. Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash, the A-grade Chain Thunder Gun, and Thunder Prison, all neatly listed at the beginner level. And as for his body buffing technique, the Thunder Indestructible Body is still stuck on Layer 1, and his available superpower points have tanked to 1,434. Getting to his feet, Shu Jing Ming cracks his knuckles, a wicked aura practically crackling around him. Now that he's loaded up on some seriously OP battle techniques, he glances up with a predatory grin, wondering which poor soul is going to be the first guinea pig for his new bag of tricks. Later that night, back at their swanky villa, Liu Wentao, chilling on the couch, gives Shu Jing Ming the rundown on an alert from Eva. Apparently, the freshman assembly is tomorrow at training ground number 1. He also brings up some new freshman group chat, telling Shu Jing Ming he should probably hop in. Shu Jing Ming just plays it cool and agrees. That's when Liu Wentao gets nosy, asking what tier of combat techniques he picked out at the library. Without even blinking, Shu Jing Ming says he just grabbed 4 A-rank combat techniques. Liu Wentao's jaw practically hits the floor. He sputters that mastering 4 A-rank techniques is something you wouldn't expect from anyone until they're a sophomore, or even a junior. The guy realizes his roommate is clearly built different. Liu Wentao's gears start turning. He figures that to even look at A-rank techniques, Shu Jing Ming must have A-rank clearance, but Shu Jing Ming just smirks and corrects him, saying his clearance level is actually S-rank. The bombshell absolutely floors Liu Wentao, who shoots up from the couch, practically screaming in disbelief. He's yelling about why the school would even have a clearance level above A-rank. Then, it hits him. He starts stammering that all those online rumors about Shu Jing Ming being some E-rank scrub have to be fake, and asks, completely shell-shocked, if this means Shu Jing Ming has an S-rank superpower. Shu Jing Ming just grins, trolling him with, looks like Mr. Know-It-All just learned something new today, huh? The confirmation just leaves Liu Wentao completely starstruck. He blurts out that he knew Shu Jing's rating was high, but he never in his wildest dreams thought it'd be S-rank, especially when the other provincial top dogs are only A-rank. A massive, goofy grin just takes over his face as he flashes a big thumbs up. He's thinking, yep, hopping on this hype train early was the best decision ever. He's officially an OG fan now. Later on, Shu Jing Ming is up in the second-floor training room. He picks up a practice spear, but it feels like a toothpick. He thinks to himself, alright, I've got the skills. Now I just need the gear to match. He figured that old F-rank obsidian spear collecting dust at home was pretty much a glorified toothpick at this point. Yeah, it was high time for a major gear overhaul. He casually pinged the AI, "Yo Eva, hit me with the school mall's spear selection." Instantly, Eva blasted his vision with a wall of holograms, displaying everything from basic F-rank starter pikes to some seriously slick D-rank lances. Shu Jing Ming saw he could even customize the length and weight. Sweet. Knowing that better gear came with a heavier weight and a fatter price tag, he landed on a solid E-rank spear, clocking in at a beefy 210 kilograms, and threw in a matching E-rank combat suit and boots to complete the set. Didn't even hesitate. He just slammed the "Confirm Purchase" button. A notification popped up. Total damage to the wallet: 237 credits. His balance tanked, leaving him with a pathetic 382.6. Delivery was set for the next day, and he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh as he watched his hard-earned credits vanish into thin air. Just like that, his wallet was nearly cut in half. Big oof. Still, with some sweet new gear on the way, he gripped the flimsy practice spear, a fire of determination blazing in his eyes. He knew he'd have to rock this glorified twig for the time being, a confident smirk already spreading across his face. He declared to the spear, "All right, you and me? We're mastering my 4 new A-rank combat techniques tonight. No excuses." The next morning, all the freshmen at Madu Superpower University were crammed together like sardines for the big welcome assembly. The second Shu Jing Ming casually strolled into the hall, literally every single head in the room snapped in his direction. A wave of whispers rippled through the crowd as they realized he was Times That Times guy, the legend who completely demolished the school's punch power record. Then the murmurs got even louder. He was the #1 scorer from Jiangnan province. They couldn't stop staring at his ridiculous power level and, I mean, come on, the guy's a total pretty boy. But before he could even find a spot to just hang out, some tall dude stepped up and blocked his way. It was this big shot named Lei Zhou who got right up in his grill, pointing a finger and shouting a challenge for the whole world to hear. The rumor mill instantly kicked into high gear. Everyone knew this was the runner-up from Jiangnan province, the dude who pulled in over 9,300 points. And then the real tea started spilling about his super-rich family. Apparently, both of his parents were some kind of ridiculously OP Tier 4 superhumans. Someone in the crowd muttered, "Dude, that sucks. No one ever remembers the guy who gets second place." Which, pretty much explained why the guy had such a massive chip on his shoulder. But even with this public meltdown happening, Shu Jing Ming couldn't have cared less. He just gave him a deadpan look and said, "Nah, I'll pass." That shutdown left his roommate, Liu Wentao, with his jaw on the floor. Lei Zhou, however, just smirked, all smug, and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to turn me down." And that's when he decided to hit below the belt. He started talking about Shu Jing's aunt and her family's business, the one that sells rare plants. Then he leaned in with this slimy grin and dropped the bombshell. His family just so happened to be his aunt's #1 customer. To make matters worse, his aunt is apparently in deep, owing these clowns a massive chunk of change. So this punk, Leiho, decides to drop a not-so-subtle hint, basically saying if the cash doesn't show up on time, his aunt's family might just have a little accident. Yeah, that comment just sucked all the air out of the room. Instantly, Shu Jing Ming's expression goes colder than a polar bear's toenails, and this insane, dark blue aura just erupts from him. In a voice that could curdle milk, he's like, "Are you trying to threaten me, little man?" The raw pressure from his killer intent literally blasts the startled Lei Zhou a step backward. Lei Zhou starts sweating buckets, completely bug-eyed, unable to even comprehend the absolute monster he just poked with a stick. Dude immediately throws it in reverse, stammering that it was totally not a threat, just a, friendly reminder. Point made. Shu Jing Ming's death aura poofs away like it was never there. Cool as a cucumber, he just asks for the time and place for their little playdate. After Lei Zhou pulls himself together, he puffs out his chest and declares the beatdown is scheduled for 7 days from now, high noon, on Broadcast Platform 3. Shu Jing Ming's just like, sure, whatever, warning his brand new punching bag not to cry about it later. This whole showdown sends the rumor mill into overdrive, with everyone hyped to see the upcoming curb stomping. Fast forward a bit, and the big school assembly finally kicks off. Some old dude with a Gandalf-level beard steps up to the podium. He gives the classic welcome to the freshmen, saying this is just a Q&A about how the university's systems operate. But then, he drops the bomb that the first thing on the agenda is the school's official combat power ranking. He breaks it down. Students hop into a virtual dive pod for some full-on holographic combat, and your rank depends on how many stages you can wreck. The old guy actually gets the crowd pumped, telling them to go ham because the rewards for climbing the ladder are absolutely stacked. After the 1-hour-long snooze fest finally wraps up, Shu Jing Ming lets out a yawn big enough to swallow a car. He's thinking to himself the only part that didn't put him to sleep was that virtual dive pod. Definitely gotta check that out later. But for now, the main quest for the next few days is hitting the training grounds hard with his senior, Liu Ming, and his mentor. So, for 7 straight days, Shu Jing Ming enters a hardcore training montage, grinding like a madman under his senior Liu Ming and his master, Dean Yang Gentian. When the training blitz is over, Liu Ming comes up to Shu Jing Ming, his jaw practically on the floor. He points out that his junior brother has already skyrocketed to the mid-level of the first tier and is demanding to know how in the heck he leveled up that fast. Shu Jing Ming just hits him with a smug little smirk and blames it all on good luck, but his inner thoughts tell us the real secret to his cheat code level growth. Turns out, our boy was just chilling for a few days, letting his system points marinate before cashing them in for a level up. This little trick dropped the advancement cost to a laughably low 380 superpower points. He's pretty sure if he'd ranked up any faster, he would have sent his senior into cardiac arrest. Anyway, Liu Ming switches topics to the duel, asking Shu Jing Ming if he's still down for their little get-together at high noon. Shu Jing Ming just flashes him a smirk that screams, "You already know." Liu Ming slaps his shoulder, promising to hold a 3-minute moment of silence for the poor sucker he's about to dismantle. Obviously, he's coming along to get a front row seat for the chaos. We jump over to broadcast platform 3, a massive arena already jam-packed with a roaring crowd. Leiho struts into the ring, his whole crew trailing behind him. One of his lackeys smirks. This is a perfect chance to see what the top scorer is really made of. But another one of his boys just scoffs, calling Shu Jing Ming's score a 1 in a million fluke and betting everything on Leijo. When someone mentions how Shu Jing Ming absolutely obliterated the punch power record, Leijo just laughs it off. He claims some meathead physical record means jack squat when superpowers are the only game in town. And speak of the devil, Shu Jing Ming himself strolls in, making his grand entrance with Liu Ming as his hype man. Decked out in a slick new black coat and wielding his brand new spear, his arrival definitely snaps a few necks as he walks toward the ring. Liu Ming can't help but snicker to himself, thinking that with his junior's poster boy looks, the dude is gonna have every girl in school swooning once he becomes famous. In the ring, Leijo scans his opponent's aura, noticing Shu Jing Ming's rank has shot up, but he ain't sweating it, not even a little bit. He figures he's got a few nasty surprises of his own. Wanting to make things interesting, Leiho suggests they raise the stakes. How about they bet all their credits? Shu Jing Ming agrees without so much as a blink. He coolly announces he's sitting on 370 credits. Impressed, Leiho promises to cover any difference out of his own pocket. He proposes they both transfer their credits to an account managed by Old Master Joe. You know, a neutral party, just to keep things fair and square. The teacher refereeing the match is a blonde woman with a ponytail, none other than Jo Yoon, and she's a tier 6 mid-level healing super, an absolute monster in her own right. As he finishes the transfer, Shu Jing Ming spots the high-level healer overseeing the match. It's the one and only teacher, Jo Yun. He gets it. Fights between supes can get ugly fast, so the school brought in the top-tier insurance policy to make sure no one gets unalived. He is so ready. The crowd is going absolutely nuts, buzzing about the insane wager, now worth a staggering 3. With a whopping 7 million on the line, teacher Jo Yoon steps onto the stage to officiate this glorious beatdown. She gives the signal the cash is good to go and tells our 2 gladiators to prepare for battle. She lays down the ground rules. This thing's over when someone taps out or gets knocked into next week. And absolutely no sucker punches after the bell rings. Capice? Shu Jing Ming and Leiho both give a curt nod of understanding, then lock eyes as they face off. Shu Jing Ming just casually rests his spear on his shoulder, looking like he'd rather be taking a nap, while Leiho puts on a whole Broadway show just unsheathing his sword. Rocking a face that screams, "This isn't a phase, Mom," Leijo instantly goes all out, activating his A-rank fire ability. He dramatically announces its name. The Dense Pine Industry Fire. Yeah, you heard that right. A giant tornado of flames erupts around him as he screams about reclaiming the honor that Shu Jing Ming supposedly stole from him. The crowd absolutely loses its mind, their jaws hitting the floor at the sheer, terrifying power of a genuine A-rank fire ability. Now looking like a human-shaped inferno, Leijo makes his move, charging forward like a freight train from hell. He soars into the air, pouring every ounce of his energy into a colossal raging flame slash. But Shu Jing Ming's reaction is to just stand there and give his spear a lazy little flick, like he's batting away a slightly annoying mosquito. And in a scene that completely shatters reality for everyone watching, that ridiculously casual move completely nullifies the giant flaming sword. You could hear a pin drop as the entire arena is plunged into a stunned, deafening silence. Nobody can process what just happened. He didn't even use a skill. He just poked it, and somehow parried that insane attack. Impossible. A basic attack just shut down an ultimate skill. Someone screams, as Lejo's own brain seems to have blue-screened. He can only grit his teeth, his face a perfect picture of utter disbelief, as his ultimate trump card was just treated like a party trick. Shu Jing Ming just stares back, his expression as cold and dismissive as if he were looking at something he was about to scrape off his shoe. Sinister purple lightning starts crackling to life around his body as he calmly tells Lejo that impossible is not in his vocabulary. It only feels impossible, he clarifies, because you are pathetically weak. And before Lejo can even register that soul-crushing insult, Shu Jing Ming vanishes in a blur of motion, unleashing a devastating counterattack. Shrouded in a raging tempest of purple lightning, he crosses the arena in a flash and smashes his attack directly into Lejo's chest. The impact launches Lejo backwards like a discarded puppet, while the violet lightning arcs through his body, frying him from the inside. A horrifying, blood-curdling scream is ripped from his lungs as the agony overwhelms him. The pure force of the blow sends his sword flying from his hand, cartwheeling through a spray of his own blood as his body is sent hurtling. He crashes to the ground in a heap, slumping into a motionless pile of defeat as his body literally smokes and sizzles. The crowd is left utterly gobsmacked by the swift and brutally one-sided end to the fight. Lejo's personal fan club is in shambles, one of them shrieking in total disbelief that the entire match was finished after Shu Jing Ming made, 2 moves? Just 2. Some dude in the stands pipes up, "Stronger? You gotta be joking, the guy just got totally smoked in one hit." The whole place starts murmuring, all on the same page that Shu Jing Ming is on a completely different level than the rest of the first years. Meanwhile, Liu Ying, just vibing on the sidelines, looks like he's about to nod off from sheer boredom. He's just thinking, man, what an absolute snorefest. My boy didn't even need to tap into 1/10 of his actual strength. Back in the ring, teacher Zhou Yun steps up to call the match, but wait for it. A totally wrecked Lejo somehow stumbles back onto his feet, hissing her name through a clenched jaw. He growls that he ain't lost yet, that this beatdown isn't over. Then, in a final, desperate play, he pulls out a tiny red pill. Teacher Zhou Yun's eyes practically bug out of her head. She knows exactly what that thing is. She shouts out a warning. "That's a rampaging blood pill. Don't you even think about swallowing that." She practically begs him, reminding him this is just a campus scrimmage, not something worth ruining his future over. The crowd recognizes the forbidden little power-up too. Whispers spread that, while it can give you a massive temporary boost, the comeback from that high is absolutely devastating. We're talking being bedridden for months on end. Everyone's thinking this dude must have a serious death wish, especially since the huge university tournament is only 1 month away. But Lejo just blocks it all out, declaring that whatever happens, it's on him and him alone. He's dead set on going all in on this bet, and he won't accept defeat unless he loses while juiced to the gills. From the stands, a few students, including Lu and Tao, start crying foul. They're yelling, "Isn't popping a combat drug cheating?" But teacher Zhou Yun shuts that noise down fast. She clarifies that, since this is just an informal exhibition match, there aren't any hard and fast rules. She explains that stuff like weapons, combat gear, and even special boosters are all considered fair game in a fighter's loadout. And as she's laying this out, Lejo pops the pill. She finishes her little lecture by saying that if Shu Jing Ming had a similar ace up his sleeve, he'd be more than welcome to use it too. And right on cue, that pill hits him like a freight train. Lejo's body erupts in a blazing aura, way crazier than before. His eyes glow a sinister orange as he lets out a raw, chemically fueled roar. Teacher Zhou Yun just watches this whole train wreck unfold, a look of deep concern on her face. She can tell it's a top-shelf pill, and it's already cranked Lejo's power to the low end of the second tier. She reaches one grim conclusion: Shu Jing Ming is in some deep trouble now. Faced with his opponent's desperate, last-ditch power-up, Shu Jing Ming's own battle aura just casually dials itself up to 11, going absolutely berserk as a storm of purple lightning crackles to life around him. Meanwhile, over on the sidelines, Teacher Jo Yoon is watching all this go down with a big ol' grin. He's thinking, yep, Shu Jing Ming's got that fire in him. The mindset of a true champion. Back in the ring, Shu Jing Ming tightens his grip on his spear, a cocky smirk plastered on his face. He's like, alright, finally. This isn't just me bullying a toddler anymore. He takes just one step, and the lightning crackling off his boots completely demolishes the floor beneath him. Then, faster than you can blink, he zips straight for his opponent. Lee Ho's jaw just about hits the floor at that insane speed as the two of them collide right in the middle of the arena. Their souped-up attacks crash together with a massive boom. Lee Ho somehow manages to block Shu Jing Ming's first jab, but the sheer, raw power behind it is just ridiculous. The impact sends Lee Ho flying backwards like a rag doll, forcing him down to his knees just to handle the shockwave, his pathetic flames flickering around him. He's grinding his teeth, totally baffled. He just can't wrap his head around it. Even after juicing himself up to Tier 2, he's still getting absolutely wrecked by Shu Jing Ming. He's probably wondering what kind of demon he picked a fight with. Realizing a face-to-face brawl is a lost cause, Lee Jo switches up his game plan. He figures if he can't win up close and personal, he'll just start chucking stuff from far away. He jumps back and lobs a bunch of fireballs right at Shu Jing Ming. But honestly, Shu Jing Ming couldn't look more bored by this sad display. He just casually swings his spear in a big circle, kicking up a lightning tornado that swats every single fireball away like they're flies. He even yawns. Is that really all you got? Lee Ho, now sweating buckets, starts cursing his opponent's ridiculously OP lightning powers. But our boy Lejo desperately clings to a sliver of hope, figuring there's no way in heck he can get close to him again. But hey, if he can just run out Shu Jing Ming's battery before his own roid rage wears off, maybe, just maybe, he's got a shot. Yeah, about that. Shu Jing Ming has zero plans of letting this drag on. He decides it's time to wrap this up. He lifts a hand and starts gathering a truly insane amount of purple energy, squishing it all down into a solid spear of pure, crackling lightning. This is his A-rank technique, the Thunder Spear, and with a flick of the wrist, he yeets the thing straight at his opponent. That spear rockets through the air and slams right into Lejo's shoulder, punching right through whatever defenses he had left. He staggers back, clutching the new hole in his body, completely stunned. And that's when the horrifying truth hits Lejo. Oh crap, this guy has long-range attacks too. But before Lejo can even process that nightmare, Shu Jing Ming is already dropping another technique on him. A massive orb of lightning just pops into existence above Lejo, and a torrential downpour of purple energy begins to rain down, frying him to a crisp. Zapped and utterly bewildered, he stares up, trying to figure out what kind of fresh heck this new battle skill is. With an ice-cold expression, Shu Jing Ming points a single finger and casually announces the name of his A-rank control skill, Thunder Prison. Instantly, a cage of crackling purple lightning snaps into place around Lejo, trapping him completely. He lets out a curse, realizing he just got caught in a classic lockdown-type technique. In a last-ditch effort, he dumps all his remaining power into a flame barrier, a swirling vortex of fire to protect his sorry hide. Trapped but still trying to act tough, he taunts Shu Jing Ming, yelling that if he can't get out, then Shu Jing Ming can't get in, trying to challenge him to a boring waiting game. Shu Jing Ming, however, looks completely unimpressed, glancing at the fiery little whirlpool with absolute disdain, probably thinking that sad excuse for a barrier looks pathetically weak and wondering if it could even take one hit. So, instead of playing that little game of attrition, he just leaps high into the air, effortlessly clearing the so-called flame barrier and parking himself directly above his trapped victim. And while he's just chilling up there, he decides it's time to unleash his ultimate beatdown. He flexes his power, and dozens of massive, glowing purple spears made of pure lightning materialize out of thin air, with every single one aimed squarely at the helpless Lejo. The lethal rain of lightning spears begins its descent. It's like his chain thunder gun, but on some serious, world-ending steroids. Staring up at this absolute overkill of an attack, Lejo is filled with pure, unadulterated terror. He knows for a fact that if that barrage connects, he is absolutely 100% dead. With his life on the line, all that pride shatters into a million pieces, and he screams out his surrender. At the very last possible millisecond, just as Lejo yells that he gives up, the tip of the lead lightning spear freezes just a few inches from his eyeball. The entire storm of spears just vanishes as Shu Jing Ming lands gracefully back in the ring. Then, for the final, definitive troll move, he thrusts his actual, physical spear forward, piercing Leizhou's chest and leaving zero doubt about who just won this fight. Shu Jing Ming yanks his spear out, leaving Leizhou kneeling on the floor, utterly defeated and broken. With an aura of absolute, commanding power, with Shu Jing standing triumphantly over his fallen foe, teacher Zhou Yun makes it official: we have a winner. The crowd is absolutely gobsmacked, all whispering about how that wasn't just a loss, it was a total annihilation. They're losing their minds over how Shu Jing Ming perfectly comboed 4 different battle techniques in the span of a few seconds, a move that's way out of league for any normal freshman. A couple of students start breaking down the insane power levels they just witnessed. One of them guesses, "Dude, those skills had to be at least B grade, right?" His friend is totally floored, admitting the best technique he's got is a measly C grade. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Ming overhears their wild speculation and looks seriously stressed out. He thinks to himself, "You guys are lowballing my junior by a mile," because he knows the terrifying truth. Shu Jing Ming, the absolute madman, actually chose 4 A-grade techniques and has already mastered them to a battle-ready state. He starts having a flashback to his own rookie days, remembering how he only had the guts to pick a single A-grade technique, and it still took him over 4 months to get the hang of it. He has to admit, having a junior who's a straight-up monster is putting a ton of pressure on him. Back in the arena, the dust is settling. A thoroughly humbled Leizhou staggers to his feet, genuinely thanking Shu Jing Ming for not ending his career and accepting his complete and utter defeat. He promises the credits and cash they bet are all his for the taking, and he swears he'll make that payment to his aunt's business on time, for real. Teacher Zhou Yun strolls over to Shu Jing Ming to confirm his big payday. A cool 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency have just been wired to his student account. Shu Jing Ming's just thinking, man, these high-stakes duels are a pretty sweet get-rich-quick scheme. The second the duel is over, Liu Wentao comes barreling down to the ring, absolutely losing his mind with excitement. He's screaming congratulations at Brother Ming, telling him he's a rich man now and that they have to hit the city center tonight to celebrate. But Shu Jing Ming starts to decline. He tries to explain that he's got a training session scheduled with his senior, but Liu Ming, who's just chilling nearby, chimes in and tells him to go for it. He drops some sage advice, saying, a good work-life balance is the secret sauce for long-term leveling up. Taking his senior's words to heart, Shu Jing agrees to go party. As they're getting ready to bounce, Liu Wentao suddenly points at Liu Ming like he's just spotted a superstar. He starts fanboying hard, gushing about how he's the vice president of the Ash Club and wields a sick A-rank lightning superpower. As he and Shu Jing Ming stroll away together, Liu Wentao can't stop gushing about how that famous senior is even more of a legend in person as they exit the arena. Liu Wentao tells Shu Jing Ming to just roll with it, assuring him he's got the entire night's agenda locked down. Shu Jing Ming throws him a suspicious side-eye, looking back and asking, what times of agenda are we talking about here? Liu Wentao spins around with a massive, trollish grin, pointing dramatically at his friend as he unveils the master plan. It's the one, the only, the can't-miss college experience. A full-blown mixer with the girls' dorm. Cut to a scene where a table is absolutely overloaded with food, all set for a party. Liu Wentao saunters over to Shu Jing Ming, who's already chilling at the table. He's practically bouncing, telling Shu Jing Ming he's basically become a campus celebrity. He explains that he just dropped a little post about a mixer on the school forum. Liu Wentao brags that over 100 people signed up, and he had the tough job of handpicking the lucky winners. Shu Jing Ming just smirks at his friend's over-the-top effort and asks who actually made the cut. Liu Wentao gets all secretive, telling him it's a surprise for now, but he'll be meeting them any second. And just like that, he spots the guests arriving and shouts for them to come on over. 2 young women walk up. The one in glasses introduces herself as Qi Dongjia, the official guest of honor. Her friend, a girl with dark hair, pipes up that she's her roommate, Song Chuku. Liu Wentao proudly presents them to Shu Jing Ming, immediately starting to hype up their stats. He explains that Qi Dongjia is packing a nasty A-rank beast-type ability, while Song Chuku is a top-tier user with an A-rank light element ability, who also happened to be the #1 scorer in her whole province. Shu Jing Ming, smooth as ever, just politely introduces himself. But the moment his name hits their ears, Song Chuku's expression completely flips to one of pure shock. Without even a second's hesitation, she asks Shu Jing Ming if he's down to throw down in a sparring match. She tells him he can name the time and place. Her friend Qi Dongjia just calls her a total battle junkie for trying to start a fight 2 seconds after meeting someone, reminding her they were literally there to hang out. Song Chuku flat out admits that the only reason she even showed up was for a shot at fighting Shu Jing Ming. Shu Jing Ming, the pro mediator, steps in to cool things down, inviting them to have a seat. Liu Wento quickly jumps in to clarify the plan is just to chill, eat, and maybe hit the stores. With that, the group heads out to spend the night at the ridiculously crowded Hihai commercial street. Song Chuku gawked at the massive skyscrapers, completely floored by how insane the city was. As they strolled on, Cheongjia was already glued to a window display, practically drooling over the clothes. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming's attention was snagged by the insane collection of high-end gear for ability users. We're talking A-rank weapons, folks. He scanned a display case full of wicked-looking blades and potent elixirs. He couldn't help but think this place made the item shops back in his hometown of Zhangcheng look like a joke. Yeah, this commercial district was on a whole other level. Their epic quest continued with a pit stop for street food, followed by a raid on a fancy clothing boutique. As the girls unleashed their shopping fury, Shu Jing Ming, ever the gentleman, offered to be Chuku's official bag holder. And boom, the classic hand brush moment as he took the bag. Afterwards, Shu Jing Ming just watched the two girls bounce ahead. Their next target was a jewelry display that sparkled so bright it was a safety hazard. By the end of the night, Shu Jing Ming had been officially demoted to a walking, talking, shopping bag rack. Liu Wentao was stunned they'd casually burned through several million in just a few hours, noting that for a girl with a simple look, Song Chuku sure swiped her card like a pro. He pointed out she was one seriously loaded young lady, and when Shu Jing Ming looked intrigued, Liu Wentao leaned in to drop the real bombshell. Her family's background was also ridiculously powerful. Right on cue, Cheongjia cheerfully yelled for them to come help haul the final boss of their shopping spree, one last bag. At the same time, Chuku was thinking it was probably time to retreat before they bought out the entire city. The evening concluded with Shu Jing Ming and Liu Wentao on escort duty, walking the girls back to their absolutely massive villa. At the gate, Seong Chuku admitted to the guys that she actually had a really good time. Both Shu Jing Ming and Liu Wentao waved them off as the girls started toward their fortress of a home. But just before she vanished inside, Chuku stopped, turned around, and leveled a dead serious look at Shu Jing Ming. She told him she was 100% serious earlier and made a promise that, one day, she was going to formally challenge him to a sparring match. Her sudden challenge threw Shu Jing Ming for a loop for a second, but the guy recovered like a champ. A smug grin spread across his face as he accepted her throwdown. "I'm looking forward to it," he said. That seemed to satisfy Chuku, who gave a small nod before finally heading inside. The second that door clicked shut, Cheongjia immediately went into teasing mode. She pointed out that she'd never seen Seong Chuku give a single guy a pleasant look since college started, with Shu Jing Ming being the one and only exception. She then happily declared that it was a brilliant idea to bring her along. That's when Chuku finally explained her usual Ice Queen routine. She revealed that her A-rank light element ability lets her literally hear the inner thoughts of other people. So, she's basically stuck listening to the thirsty, unfiltered thoughts of every guy around her. But get this, she says our boy Shu Jing Ming is built different. Her mind-reading powers showed he's just appreciating the art, you know? Zero sketchy intentions detected. So she's all thoughtful, concluding he's a rare breed. And when she says this, Cheongjia gets this massive troll face grin and immediately calls her out, saying, Miss Song is totally crushing on him. Meanwhile, back with the guys, Liu Wentao lets out a huge sigh of relief, saying it's awesome to just chill for once. And Shu Jing Ming just quietly nods along. But our main character, Shu Jing Ming, is totally zoned out, deep in his own world. He's busy crunching the numbers on Seong Chu-kyu's insane power level, realizing he's still a total newbie by comparison. That reality check just fires him up to grind even harder. Fast forward 15 days. We find Shu Jing Ming in his training room, deep in meditation. He can feel it, the time is now. He decides it's time for a major power-up and tells his personal system, Deep Blue, to get to work. Yo, Deep Blue, dump all my points into an upgrade. And bam! A massive surge of purple lightning explodes from his body. System alerts start popping up, confirming he's pulling off a double whammy advancement. He's jumping from a mid-level to a high-level first-tier user, and leveling up his Thunder Indestructible Body technique to its second stage. Once the epic light show finally dies down, Shu Jing Ming takes a moment to soak in his newfound power. He notes the rank-up gave him a serious stat boost, and the second level of his body technique is all about beefing up his bones and muscles. So, naturally, he whips out the instruction manual, which reveals that once he hits the third level, he'll unlock a crazy special ability. It's called the Thunder Extreme State. which basically gives him a temporary but absolutely insane boost to his power and speed. He immediately pulls up his stat screen to check out the new numbers. And while he's pretty stoked, he's also kind of bummed to see he's only got 62 ability points left. That's nowhere near enough to hit the next level. He figures it's time to ask the boss for some time off to go farm some monsters in the wilderness and rack up more points. A little later, Shu Jing Ming rolls up to his master's place. Dean Yang Gentian's jaw just about hits the floor, completely stunned by his progress, and asks, "Did you seriously break through again?" Shu Jing Ming, cool as a cucumber, just confirms he had a productive evening. He also casually drops that his body tempering technique hit the second level. The dean is absolutely losing his mind on the inside, thinking his student talks about insane breakthroughs like he's just ordering a pizza. The dean figures with an S-rank ability, and that kind of insane grind, there's literally nothing Shu Jing Ming can't pull off. His senior, Liu Ming, just shakes his head, muttering that his junior is a straight-up monster. He's still salty, remembering it took him a whole 6 months to get that far. Dean Gentian then tells Shu Jing Ming that while leveling up is great, he can't forget how to actually throw down. So, to see what this new power can really do, the dean suggests a friendly little beatdown with his senior, Liu Ming, an offer Shu Jing Ming accepts so fast you'd think it was a free power-up. Over in the training room, Liu Ming says he'll nerf himself down to a low-level second tier, just to make it fair. He tells Shu Jing Ming to come at him with everything he's got. After a quick 3-2-1, it's on. Both fighters launch themselves into action, their spears smashing together in the center with a bone-rattling boom. A massive explosion of purple and green energy erupts, and the sheer force of it has Liu Ming's jaw on the floor. He's thinking, holy crap, this kid's power is off the charts. It's nearly as strong as his, even with the power limiter on. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming, crackling with purple lightning, is feeling an absolute rush. It finally hits him. For the first time since getting his system, he's actually found someone who can keep up. Time to push the advantage, he decides. Shu Jing Ming gathers a ball of pure lightning in his hand and unleashes his thunder prison technique. This giant freaking meatball of electricity zips across the room, forcing Liu Ming to go on the defensive. But before his senior can even catch a breath, Shu Jing Ming is in the air, already winding up another attack. He unleashes a hail of lightning spears, a move that looks a lot like his chain thunder gun technique. Liu Ming immediately recognizes that 1-2 punch. With a cocky smirk, he points out that this is the same combo that took down Le Zhou, but then declares, "I ain't no rookie." He channels his own energy and unleashes a ridiculously powerful counter. It's a massive wave of teal-colored lightning he calls Jade Pivot True Thunder. 20 minutes later, the epic showdown is finally over. A totally gassed Shu Jing Ming is using his spear as a crutch. He calls it, admitting his divine thunder juice is all tapped out and that he lost fair and square. But Liu Ming just gives him a pat on the back. He explains that Shu Jing Ming didn't lose on skill, he just had a smaller mana pool to work with. Just then, their master, Dean Yang Gentian, strolls on over, hyping up the fight like it was the main event. He even admits Shu Jing Ming's performance was way crazier than he'd ever imagined. Dude totally thought Liu Ming was going to wipe the floor with him, no sweat. But, nope, they were trading blows like a couple of titans, and it all came down to a good old-fashioned slugfest to see who'd run out of juice first. That's when Liu Ming hits his junior brother with a classic question. "Yo, do you even realize what your power level just hit?" Shu Jing Ming just gives him the, "Huh?" face. And that's when Liu Ming drops an absolute bombshell. He's now the undisputed king of Tier 2. That new title hits Shu Jing Ming hard, leaving him looking like he's already planning his next power-up. So, with that epic training arc in the bag, Dean Yang Gentian calls it a day and tells everyone to go chill. Right on cue, the butler, Uncle Fu, rolls up with a tray of premium spirit fruits, saying they're basically top-tier health potions. Seeing his chance, Shu Jing Ming slides up to his master with a big ask. He's about to drop his next big plan. He's getting ready to ditch school for a little vacation in the wilderness. The dean's jaw just about hits the floor and he's like, "For how long, exactly?" Shu Jing Ming casually mentions he'll be gone for, over a month, and he'll pop back in right before the freshman tournament. The thought of this month-long grinding session is clearly giving his master a heart attack. Putting on his serious teacher face, the dean lays it out straight. The wilderness isn't some cushy exam zone, it's the real deal. He's like, there's no army to save your butt, and the beasts out there don't follow a script, meaning you could stumble into a raid boss at any second. He hammers home that staying for over a month is basically asking for trouble. But, seeing that classic protagonist-level determination in his eyes, the dean caves. He figures if Shu Jing Ming is this dead set on his suicide mission, who is he to stop him? He claps a hand on his student's shoulder and gives him the one piece of advice that actually matters. If things go south, you run. Don't think, just book it. The dean says the road to becoming OP is paved with near-death experiences, and since his student has ambition leaking out of his ears, he's not about to be the guy who holds him back. Shu Jing Ming gives a respectful nod, thanking his master for green-lighting his crazy plan. So the dean's like, alright, which high-level zone are you planning to farm? While snagging a spirit fruit from Liu Ming, Shu Jing Ming just casually says he's heading to the wilderness out by Yuani City. Hearing this, the dean let out a sigh of relief, so big it could have blown a house down. He pointed out the area is right next to Magic Capital, where the beasties top out at a measly tier 4 or 5. In his old man book, that made it a relatively safe choice. He told Shu Jing Ming he'd have his senior, Liu Ming, drop some pro tips on him later and hook him up with a little something. Shu Jing Ming was like, "Aight, bet." For one last go-get-him, tiger moment, the dean explained that, since he couldn't exactly babysit him out in the boonies, he'd at least set him up with some decent gear. A ring on his finger started flaring up with a wicked teal light, and he grabbed Shu Jing Ming's hand, ready to pass on the goods. Back in his dorm, Shu Jing Ming was chilling on his bed, his brand new spear and a go-bag right beside him. He told his AI, Eva, pull up the university's quest board. A bunch of holographic screens instantly popped into existence. He remembered the advice his senior disciple, Liu Ming, had dished out. Before you peace out into the wild, it's a brilliant idea to stack up on some side quests to farm extra credits. So, he scrolled through the list, checking out all the gigs they had on offer. From your basic fetch quests for beast parts and herb-picking chores to some light bounty hunting. The pay scaled with the danger, of course. C and D rank missions offered chump change, while the S and A rank gigs were where the real money was at. Shu Jing Ming noticed a pattern. All the high-paying jobs involved throwing down. He smirked to himself, figuring this was Madu University's whole school of hard knocks philosophy. Just yeet your students into the meat grinder and see who comes out stronger. Classic. It reminded him of that old saying, the real A-listers aren't cooped up in some lecture hall, they're out there, getting their hands dirty. With that fresh in his mind, he casually picked 1 A-rank and 3 B-rank missions for his little field trip. And just like that, prep was done. Shu Jing Ming geared up in his slick new combat attire, threw his backpack on, and was ready to roll. As Ava wished him good luck, he thought to himself, time's a-wastin', let's get this show on the road. His journey brought him to the front door of the Yuanshe City Supply Base, a rowdy town in the mountains that acted as the last pit stop for anyone heading into the wilderness. The streets were crawling with adventurers, all shouting to recruit people for their beast-hunting squads. Then, Shu Jing Ming rolled up, soaking in the chaotic energy with a satisfied smirk. He thought, all right, the real game starts now. Our boy strolls down the street and waltzes into a massive building, the official registration hall for adventurers. The place is absolutely packed with other weapon-toting individuals. A receptionist in a snazzy red dress flashes him a warm smile and asks how she can help him out. Shu Jing Ming cuts right to the chase. He's here to sign up and become an adventurer, plain and simple. He flashes his ID, knowing full well you can't just step foot in the wilderness without getting that nationally recognized adventurer status first. The receptionist takes a look at Shu Jing Ming's university ID and her eyes widen. He's a student from the prestigious Madu Superpower University. She comments that it's pretty rare to see a first-tier user like him trying to brave the wilderness so soon. She lets him know it's going to take a little bit to process his registration, so he should probably just chill in the hall while he waits. So, as Shu Jing Ming waits, he takes a lap around the hall, checking out the competition. All of a sudden, a huge commotion kicks off near the entrance. A whole crew of guys starts losing their minds as a newcomer makes her grand entrance. They immediately recognize her as the goddess Zhang Chuquan, fawning over her beauty and her ridiculously powerful aura. They're all muttering that a presence like that is exactly what you'd expect from a Modu University student. The center of all this chaos is a super stylish woman with long white hair and sunglasses, strutting through the hall like she owns the place. She's trailed by 2 beefy bodyguards and her own personal cameraman. This is, of course, Zhang Chuquan. She's a second-year student from Madu Superpower University, and the rumor mill is already in overdrive. Everyone's guessing she must be here to film some new content for her online videos. They're all gushing about her content and her fame, with one dude claiming she has at least 10 million fans. Another guy immediately jumps in to correct him. He insists she has over 15 million followers and then dramatically declares he'd trade 10 years of his life just to be her boyfriend. From a safe distance, Shu Jing Ming just watches the whole spectacle unfold. He recognizes her from school and internally makes a note. Her beauty is right up there with Song Chuku's. His train of thought is derailed when the receptionist calls him over. She hands him his shiny new adventurer card and a high-tech satellite smartwatch. She explains the watch comes with a map of the wilderness that tracks beast activity and shows all the danger levels. Shu Jing Ming gives her a quick thanks, but as he turns to leave, some shady-looking character steps in his way. The guy sizes him up, figuring this is Shu Jing Ming's first rodeo in the wilderness, and warns him that showing up unprepared is a death sentence. So, naturally, he offers to sell him some essential elixirs. Playing along, Shu Jing Ming feigns interest and asks about the price. The dude eagerly flashes his coat open, revealing a stash of pills, offering first-grade healing elixirs for 20,000 and antidote elixirs for 15,000. He even tries to upsell him on some more potent second-grade versions, though he mentions they'll cost a pretty penny. Shu Jing Ming just casually remarks that the prices don't even seem that high. The merchant's face lights up, and he starts boasting that he's famous for his cheap and effective potions. But that's when Shu Jing Ming's whole vibe shifts. Internally, he's thinking, yeah, something's not right. He knows a standard first-grade elixir should run at least 30 or 40,000. The guy's bargain bin prices could only mean one thing. He's a low-life scammer targeting clueless newbies. But instead of getting spooked, Shu Jing Ming calmly asks how many elixirs the guy wants to sell, then immediately calls him on his BS, asking just how many other rookies he's ripped off. The merchant, realizing he's been made, drops the nice guy act. He gets all aggressive and shoves his face right into Shu Jing Ming's, snarling about whether he was just being played from the start. Shu Jing Ming, completely unbothered, just asks, "What do you think?" The merchant's face twists into a nasty grin. He declares that Shu Jing Ming is the first moron to ever dare mess with him inside the supply base. However, before things could really pop off, a young woman with short dark hair jumps in, shouting at the scammer. She calls him out by name, Xiao Chunlin, and accuses him of trying to swindle new adventurers again. The woman starts walking toward them, and looking super annoyed. Xiao Chunlin mutters that Shu Jing Ming got lucky this time. Before taking off, he leans in and drops a sinister threat, warning Shu Jing Ming not to step foot outside the supply base for the next few days, or he's gonna be sorry. As Xiao Chunlin storms off in a huff, the other adventurers start gossiping like crazy. They're all whispering that the new guy is in deep trouble for getting targeted by Xiao Chunlin and that he totally provoked the wrong person. One adventurer mentions that the rumor is Xiao Chunlin is a mid-level second-tier user, making him way out of the league for a high-level first-tier guy like Shu Jing Ming. The girl who intervened walks up to Shu Jing Ming and warns him that Xiao Chunlin is a seriously vengeful dude, telling him it's probably a good idea to just lay low inside the base. Shu Jing Ming gives her a polite thanks, but he's gotta ask, why is a known con artist still allowed to operate around here? She spills the tea. Xiao Chunlin's got some serious backup, so nobody dares to mess with him. Her final piece of advice? Stick to the official shops for his gear, and seriously, don't even think about stepping outside. And with that ominous warning, she heads off. Shu Jing Ming watches her leave, thinking to himself, what a nice lady. But, whatever. Shu Jing Ming just shrugs it off and gets back to the mission at hand. First things first, he needs to stock up for the month. He runs through a mental checklist. Health potions, check. Antidote elixirs, check. And all the other usual goodies. With his shopping spree complete, Shu Jing Ming strolls over to an official vendor to cash out his haul. After cramming everything into his inventory, backpack, he's out the door of the adventurer's hall, fully kitted out and ready to rock the wilderness. But of course, the second he steps foot outside, his way is blocked by none other than Xiao Chunling and his crew of wannabes. And oh boy, the scammer looks absolutely livid. He starts running his mouth, calling Shu Jing Ming a defiant little fool for daring to leave after being told to stay put. He's practically screaming, "Are you trying to disrespect me?" But Shu Jing Ming, totally unfazed, just calmly asks what his deal is. That chill attitude just pours gasoline on the fire, and Xiao Chunlin's face contorts into a seriously ugly sneer. He practically spits that since Shu Jing Ming decided to throw shade his way, he's gonna personally snap both of his legs and gift him a lifetime subscription to a wheelchair, shouting that it's the only way he'll feel better. Meanwhile, not too far away, that same kind adventurer from before spots the whole showdown going down. She's like, ugh, I told him so, and decides she has to jump in. But hold on. Her buddy grabs her arm, saying maybe it's for the best if this guy learns his lesson the hard way. Back to the main event. Xiao Chunlin gets ready to follow through on his big, tough guy threat. Some sketchy-looking dark energy starts swirling around his arm as he powers up his skill. He starts bragging about his awesome C-rank, metallic skin superpower, claiming that with his D-rank combat suit on top, our boy Shu Jing Ming won't be able to lay a single scratch on him. Then comes the ultimatum. Fork over 1 million and get on his knees to apologize, or he's getting his legs turned into noodles. Shu Jing's reaction? Instantaneous. A faint crackle of purple lightning arcs across his body as he lets out a single, utterly disdainful word. Absolutely shameless. Xiao Chunlin practically jumps out of his skin as our boy's power level just skyrockets, his eyes bugging out in pure disbelief. But before he or his goon squad can even blink, Shu Jing Ming just vanishes in a blur of purple lightning, pulling a classic, nothing personal, kid move. He materializes right behind the clown and clobbers him with one absolutely devastating hit. The sheer force of that one-hit wonder sends Xiao Chunlin sailing backward like a ragdoll, leaving him looking like a modern art piece made of blood and regret. He gets launched so hard he redecorates a nearby stone wall by, smashing clean through it. The peanut gallery, especially that nice adventurer lady and her crew, are left completely gobsmacked by this sudden and ridiculously brutal flex of power. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming just stands there in the newly wrecked courtyard, looking as chill as if he just ordered a coffee. The crowd gives him a wide berth, all of them still trying to reboot their brains after that spectacle. They're all whispering about how Xiao Chunlin got absolutely deleted in the blink of an eye. One guy's like, "Dude, I didn't even see him move. Was that lag?" While another admits they were actually worried for the new guy, not expecting him to be a total raid boss. Yeah, the verdict is in. Xiao Chunlin majorly messed up and picked a fight with the final boss. Back with the adventurer ladies. They're also struggling to process the absolute beatdown they just witnessed. The nice one confesses she couldn't track his movements at all, it was just a blur. Her blonde friend gives a grim diagnosis, guessing Xiao Chunlin's legs and, everything below the belt are probably dust now. She figures that even if by some miracle he pulls through, he's done for. The kind woman notes that Shu Jing Ming isn't just strong, he's absolutely merciless. Totally what you'd expect from a student at the elite Madu superpower university. And when her buddy asks how she's so sure, she points out his combat suit is primo, exclusive gear straight from the university's catalog. Completely floored by his display of power, the kind woman, who her friend calls Xiao Qian, suggests they should totally try to get him on their team, since they're down one damage dealer. Her teammate immediately hits the brakes on that idea, reminding her about their whole girls-only squad rule. The one where they agreed to a strict no-boys-allowed policy. The other teammates start playfully ribbing Xiao Qian about it, saying she's only interested because he's a looker, though they admit they wouldn't exactly say no either. All the teasing gets Xiao Qian totally flustered, while the cause of the commotion couldn't care less. So, Shu Jing strolls up to the wilderness entry gate like he owns the place, and slaps his adventurer card on the scanner. A little ding confirms he's legit and gives him the green light to go get into trouble. He casually waltzes through this ridiculously huge gate, right into the sprawling expanse of the UNE wilderness area. We're talking a super dense, you'll-get-eaten kind of forest. And naturally, just a few steps in, he has to pause because some big-shot beast lets out a roar that practically shakes the leaves off the trees. Our boy immediately clocks it as some powerful monster's way of saying, "Get off my lawn." Probably a tier 4 at least. But is he scared? Nah. He just kinda shrugs, thinking to himself, "Sorry pal, you're not on my hit list for today." Time to get down to business and plan his farming route. He recalls that the Yuan wilderness has two main flavors, a spooky ruined city and a you'll definitely get lost mountain forest. He figures the city critters are generally the squishier, low-level mobs, making them the perfect punching bags to farm the sweet, sweet ability points he's craving. He whips out the holo map on his high-tech watch and pinpoints a charming little place called Pingan County. The intel says the place is crawling with Tier 2 beasts, a few Tier 1 weaklings sprinkled in, and absolutely zero big bosses. With a massive area and an estimated 500 to 600 monsters just waiting around, he basically hits the jackpot, realizing it's the ideal hunting ground. With a totally extra battle cry, Shu Jing Ming announces his grand entrance to Pingan County and then just bolts into a full-on sprint. His body is glowing with this faint blue aura as he zips through the forest like a lightning bolt. Before you know it, he's tearing through the busted, creepy-looking streets of the county, where his main character energy immediately baits a ferocious wolf thing that lunges at him from the shadows. Cool as a cucumber, Shu Jing Ming identifies his new friend as a Tier 2 shadow cat, basically seeing it as a walking bag of XP, delivered right to his doorstep. However, just as he's about to throw down, he suddenly clutches his chest like he's having a heart attack. Turns out that gnarly thunder Tyrannosaurus blood in his veins is having a bit of a temper tantrum, and it's flooding his brain with an overwhelming urge to just go absolutely bonkers. He quickly realizes that trying to bottle up this crazy impulse is like trying to hold in a sneeze. It only makes it worse. A completely unhinged, manic grin spreads across his face as he decides he's done playing nice. He unleashes a torrent of crackling purple lightning, fully embracing his inner edgelord. His sudden power-up and terrifying aura leaves the poor shadow cat frozen solid with pure, unadulterated regret. And scene. We jump forward 1 month later. A new squad of 4 adventurers is creeping through the now eerily empty streets of that very same county. One of them asks their bald buddy. The red-bearded captain's buddy whines, asking why the whole area is such a ghost town. He's totally fed up, griping that they've been wandering all day and haven't spotted a single monster. The captain snaps back that he doesn't have a clue, admitting this whole situation is seriously creeping him out. He mutters that a city this big should be crawling with hundreds of beasts. Even a mass exodus wouldn't explain why it's this bone dry. But right on cue, their luck finally turns as a massive, tiger-like arm-blade tiger materializes right in front of them. The sudden appearance totally spooks the crew, but they're just relieved to finally have something to fight. "All right, boys, let's take it down together," the captain roars, rallying his men. But, before a single one of them could even twitch, a colossal spear of pure purple lightning plummets from the heavens. The crackling spear of energy slams directly into the unsuspecting beast. It's instantly vaporized in a spectacular explosion of purple energy and flying rubble. The adventurers are just left standing there, completely dumbfounded by the insane overkill attack. One of the guys nervously stammers, Was that some new kind of laser cannon?" The captain immediately shuts that down. "Nah, a laser would have been way faster," he explains, his voice grim. He correctly figures out that what they just witnessed was an absurdly powerful lightning element combat skill. The cold, hard reality of the situation dawns on the adventurer captain in an instant. He realizes that devastating attack wasn't for the monster, it was a crystal-clear warning shot. Some absolute monster has claimed this entire county as their personal hunting ground. "We're leaving. Now," he hisses, and his men don't need to be told twice. One of them mutters about how utterly terrifying that lightning spear was, while another guy finally gets it. "Oh, so that's why there are no beasts left." This crazy powerful lightning user had already cleared the entire map. The captain just screams at them to move faster. He's terrified of what'll happen if they stick around and tick off whatever powerhouse is running this show. The camera then pans up to reveal our powerhouse, Shu Jing Ming, just chilling on top of a skyscraper. A system notification cheerfully pops into his view. It confirms his kill of a Tier 2 arm-blade tiger and awards him a neat 19 ability points. He thinks to himself, pretty pleased that after getting his proficiency up, his Thunder Spear technique now has a ridiculous range of over 1,000 meters. Feeling pretty good about himself, he pulls up his status panel to check out his gains from the last month. By farming up a whopping 8,000 plus ability points, he's not just a high-level first-tier user anymore, he's blasted his way up to a high-level second-tier. Plus, his Thunder Indestructible body just hit a breakthrough to the 3rd level. Talk about a glow-up. And get this. He smugly notes that he's already pushed several of his A-rank combat techniques to the intermediate stage. A ridiculous feat he's pretty sure no other chump could pull off this fast. With the entire county basically wiped clean of monsters, Shu Jing Ming figures it's time to call it a day. The plan? Head back to the supply base for the night, then dive even deeper into the wild tomorrow. So, the next day, back at the Yui supply base, a crowd of adventurers just stares, their jaws on the floor, as Shu Jing Ming casually strolls back in, lugging a backpack so massive and overstuffed it looks like it's about to explode. Naturally, the peanut gallery starts cracking jokes. They're wondering if his bag sprouted legs, guessing the fool must have dragged back an entire beast carcass. Little do they know, Shu Jing Ming is just thinking to himself, man, good thing I splurged on the reinforced model of this backpack. Any other bag would have burst trying to hold the 400 plus kilograms of monster loot he'd stuffed inside. He saunters over to the adventurer's hall and plops himself down at the receptionist's counter to sell his haul. The woman politely asks what he's looking to sell today and points him toward a massive industrial scale. Shu Jing Ming just unzips his ridiculously huge pack, unleashing a literal mountain of valuable, high-grade monster parts all over the place. He casually tells the stunned receptionist he's got over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials and asks her to tally up the score. Still completely gobsmacked, the receptionist starts sifting through the pile, realizing they're all the most valuable, perfectly preserved parts. We're talking tiger tendons, claws, and rhino horns. Totally in over her head, she stammers an apology and begs Shu Jing Ming to just wait a moment, explaining that this sheer volume of loot is way too much for one person to handle and she needs to call for backup. A moment later, a sharply dressed man, flanked by two female attendants in red dresses, glides over. He introduces himself as Xiao Yi, the manager in charge of all acquisitions here. After Shu Jing Ming gives his own name, Manager Xiao Yi firmly shakes his hand, openly admiring how someone so young could possibly hunt so many high-level beasts. He offers to have his staff handle the tedious inventory count and invites Shu Jing Ming to have a seat with him while they wait. As Shu Jing Ming settles in, so there's Manager Xiao Yi, head honcho at the Adventurer's Hall, with his crew using these slick floating drones to tally up a literal mountain of monster parts. The manager's jaw is practically on the floor. He's thinking this kid is a golden goose and he needs to get on his good side, like yesterday. So, he whips out the VIP treatment for Shu Jing Ming, presenting him with a shiny platinum membership card for the base, complete with a sweet discount on everything, calling it a small token. Shu Jing Ming, playing it cool, just accepts with a nod and a thanks. A moment later, an employee hustles over with the final damage report. The inventory list. She reports a grand total of 89 high-tier drops, 107 mid-tier, and a whopping 221 low-tier, Tier 2 monster bits. The manager is internally freaking out at these insane numbers, wondering if Shu Jing just cleared an entire freaking dungeon by himself. He turns back to our boy and lays out the final payout. A cool 24.7 to 6 million. Then he's like, let's just call it an even $25 million. An offer Shu Jing Ming is more than happy to accept. Seconds later, Shu Jing Ming's phone buzzes with that sweet direct deposit notification. His new bank balance? Just a casual 29 million plus. A smug grin spreads across his face. Achievement unlocked. Become a millionaire overnight. As he's about to bounce, Manager Xiao Yi slides him a business card, casually suggesting they grab tea sometime. Shu Jing Ming plays along and heads out, while the manager watches him leave, muttering to himself that this kid's potential is completely off the charts. But the second Shu Jing Ming is out the door, the manager's phone starts blowing up. He picks up, and guess who it is? Zhao Chunlin, calling from a hospital bed no less. Dude's wrapped up like a mummy and stuck in a wheelchair. The ticked-off merchant is screaming into the phone that he saw the guy who wrecked him waltz right back into the base, and he's demanding the manager help him get some payback. Like, now. And, surprise, surprise. The manager is actually Zhao Chunlin's powerful inside man. He calmly asks if he's talking about that high-level, first-tier user, and inquires just how he wants to play this. Zhao Chunlin, still fuming, demands he send in the Tiger Shark squad to make Shu Jing Ming's life a complete nightmare. The manager actually agrees to loan him the elite squad, but lays down one simple rule. After this little stunt, they are done. Finito. Zhao Chunlin doesn't even hesitate, promising he'll skip town the moment he gets his sweet revenge. The second he hangs up, Manager Xiao Yi gets this nasty feeling in his gut. He tries to write it off, telling himself he's just being paranoid. Come on. The Tiger Shark squad is a crew of elite Tier 2 users. They should totally smoke some random Tier 1 newbie, right? In the meantime, as Shu Jing Ming is strolling through the supply base, he lets out a massive sneeze that practically echoes. He rubs his nose, thinking, whoa, where did that come from? Someone must be seriously trash-talking me right now. Back at the office, Manager Xiao Yi is on the line with the big boss. He's practically gushing about this hotshot new ability user, Shu Jing Ming. Apparently, his haul of beast materials was bigger than what a dozen other teams brought in, combined. The head honcho, base chief manager Wang Chuang, hears that name and pauses. He's all like, let me just pull up his file, as he starts typing away. His eyes practically bug out of his head. Manager Wang Chuang immediately calls back, his voice pure panic. He's screaming at Xiao Yi that this Shu Jing Ming kid is a VIP and to ping him the absolute second he returns. Xiao Yi, completely bewildered, just stammers out an agreement. He's left wondering how one kid could make his boss freak out so hard. He figures Shu Jing Ming must have some crazy connections and breathes a huge sigh of relief that he was nice to him. Meanwhile, manager Wang Chuang is staring at Shu Jing Ming's profile like it's the Holy Grail. He recognizes him as another one of the legendary Yang Zhentian's disciples, and notes his talent seems to blow even Liu Ming's out of the water, who's another one of the dean's star pupils. His final verdict: Shu Jing Ming is a freaking prodigy, a total do-not-touch case. Elsewhere, our boy Shu Jing Ming is casually window shopping in the supply base's commercial district. He spots a shop selling spatial storage rings and nearly has a heart attack when he sees that even the dinky ones, no bigger than a suitcase, cost over 10 million. But even with that insane price tag, he can't deny how sweet a space ring would be and starts wondering how much a bigger one for his spear would set him back. His expensive daydreams are cut short by his phone buzzing. He picks up, and it's his super cheerful roommate, Liu Wento, on the other end. The dude's asking when he's finally dragging himself back to the university. Shu Jing Ming tells him it'll be about half a month and casually asks if something's up. Little does he know, he's got stalkers. Lurking in a shady alley, a very salty Xiao Chunlin is sitting in a wheelchair, flanked by a bunch of mercs. Not just any mercs. The Tiger Shark Squad. And their squad leader, a dude with a blonde buzz cut, sporting a very fashionable arm sling, points out their mark. He gives the grand order: rearrange Shu Jing's limbs, then drag the remains to Xiao Chunlin. A female member of the squad, cool as ice, simply nods in acknowledgement. At the same time, Shu Jing Ming is casually on the phone, listening to Liu Wentao complain about some arrogant new freshman at school. But then, Shu Jing Ming just stops cold. His danger sense is going wild, picking up on some seriously hostile vibes. Liu Wentao asks what's up, but our boy already knows it's ambush o'clock. He just glances over his shoulder and smoothly tells his roommate, "Nah, it's nothing, keep going." And like a champ, Shu Jing Ming strolls right into the deserted alley where the oh-so-scary Tiger Shark Squad is hiding. The squad leader gives the signal the target's in the kill zone and tells a member named Hiji to scan his power level. Another one of the goons mutters that their captain is being way too careful for just a single upper first-rank nobody. So Hiji fires up her psychic scanner, getting ready to read the guy's stats. Her face immediately twists in sheer disbelief as she stammers that what she's seeing is absolutely impossible. The captain, sensing the sudden "we're all gonna die" mood, demands to know what the heck is wrong. Hiji mind melds with the team, giving everyone a front-row ticket to the horror show she's witnessing. In their shared vision, their own auras look like sad little flickering candles. But Shu Jing Ming? He's a freaking galactic vortex of raw purple energy that makes them look like gnats. The whole team is terrified. They finally get it. His power is way beyond an upper second-rank user, and he could literally erase them with a sneeze. The leader's expression contorts with rage as he realizes their intel was a joke, and Xiao Chunlin just sent them on a one-way trip to oblivion. He immediately screams to abort the mission, ordering a full retreat and swearing he's going to settle this little bill. From the alley, Shu Jing Ming just watches these clowns suddenly leap away and vanish into thin air. He's left standing there completely baffled by their bizarrely quick exit. It takes him all of 2 seconds to figure out the only person at the base with a petty grudge is Xiao Chunlin, and this must have been his latest failed revenge scheme. He just scoffs at the thought. He figures losers like that never learn, and he'll just have to teach him a proper lesson next time. The absolutely livid Tiger Shark Squad makes a beeline straight back to Xiao Chunlin. Their leader storms right up to the merchant and delivers a slap so epic it echoed through the building. The sheer force of it sends Xiao Chunlin flying right out of his wheelchair, leaving him stunned and hurting on the floor. He actually demands to know why he got hit, while the leader just stares down at him with pure, unadulterated contempt, screaming that Xiao Chunlin's garbage intel practically gift-wrapped them for the Grim Reaper. Then, he drops the bombshell. Their mark wasn't some upper first-rank scrub, but a monster at the peak of the second rank. This little tidbit of information completely short-circuits Xiao Chunlin's brain. He just couldn't process how Shu Jing Ming had leveled up that insanely in a little over a month, while the squad leader, looking at him like he was something scraped off his boot, announces he couldn't care less and is officially calling off this suicide mission. He ditches Xiao Chunlin, leaving him a crumpled, pathetic mess on the floor as his team just walks away. Back at HQ, the Tiger Shark squad leader makes his report to manager Xiao Yi, who's pretty shocked to see them back so early. The squad leader just confirms the mission was a total bust. He lays it out plain and simple. Xiao Chunlin's intel was a complete joke. The target was an upper second rank user. No, wait. He corrects himself, it was way worse than that. Their scanner was screaming that his combat power was at least third rank, which is exactly why they booked it out of there. Hearing this, manager Xiao Yi absolutely loses his mind, muttering about how that idiot Zhao Chunlin could screw up this badly. Then, a cold, sinking feeling hits him, and he has to ask for the target's name. The squad leader shrugs, saying Xiao Chunlin only gave them a description to go on. Some beefy dude, about 1.9 meters tall, lugging around a massive spear. The description clicks into place, and all the blood drains from manager Xiao Yi's face as he realizes exactly who they just tried to jump. Cut to manager Wang Chuang's office, where he slams his fists on his desk so hard, it sends a tsunami of paperwork flying as he absolutely roars at Xiao Yi, demanding to know who in their right mind gave him the gall to try and ambush Shu Jing Ming. A terrified Xiao Yi stammers that he's just some upper second-rank kid, wondering if this level of freakout is really necessary. Manager Wang Chuang calls him an absolute moron before having a drone project Shu Jing Ming's entire file for him to see. And as Xiao Yi reads, the soul-crushing reality of his screw-up smacks him right in the face. The file confirms it. Shu Jing Ming, an 18-year-old, upper second-rank user. Not only that, he's the top scholar from Jiangnan province and a freshman at the legendary Madu Superpower University. But the real kicker, the detail that seals their doom, is his mentor, the one and only, legendary Yang Gentian. Manager Wang Chuang asks with a grim little smile. So, are you getting the picture now? He explains that a grandmaster like Yang Gentian could wipe their entire base off the map, and the government wouldn't even blink. Absolutely consumed by fear, literal spikes bursting from his back. Manager Xiao Yi bows so low his head nearly hits the floor, promising to fix this mess. On Manager Wang's command, a couple of guards haul in a very beat-up-looking Xiao Chunlin. The terrified merchant gets tossed onto the floor like a sack of garbage, where he immediately starts groveling for his life. With an ice-cold expression, Manager Xiao Yi declares a simple beatdown just won't cut it. Nah, the ringleader has to be permanently deleted from the server. He tells Xiao Chunlin he only has himself to blame for trying to pick a fight with someone way out of his league. Without another word, he gives the merchant a one-way ticket to the afterlife with a quick neck snap. Over in manager Wang Chuang's office, Xiao Yi is sweating bullets after his little on-the-spot execution. But surprise, the big boss of the base is anything but impressed. He asks with a chilling tone, "You really think that's times enough to smooth things over with a guy like Shu Jing Ming?" Rocking a look that could kill, he tells Xiao Yi that while he's turned a blind eye to his sketchy side hustles for years, this screw-up is just too massive to ignore. He lays down the law. Everyone involved, and I mean the entire Tiger Shark squad, is getting hit with the hammer, hard. We can't have any whispers getting out. A completely horrified Xiao Yi can only watch in silence. The scene then cuts to the Adventurers' Hall entrance, where the entire top brass of the base is lined up like they're waiting for a royal inspection. A crowd, including our girl Xiao Qian and her crew, is watching the whole spectacle unfold. They immediately spot manager Wang Chuang front and center, and notice every single department head is present. They figure this insane welcome wagon has to be for some mega VIP, and right on cue, Xiao Qian's teammate spots a familiar face, pointing out that young dude from Madu Superpower University. Shu Jing Ming, just strolling back from running some errands, looks on, completely baffled as to why the whole management team is throwing a welcome party at the front door. The man in the lead then steps forward. He gives student Shu a super warm welcome, and introduces himself as the base's head honcho. Wang Lun, seeing the absolute top dog of the base, personally rolling out the red carpet for him, Xiao Qian and her friends are absolutely floored, realizing there's way more to this guy's story. Manager Wang Lun then offers a deeply formal apology. He informs Shu Jing Ming that for the incident, Zhao Chunling has already been dealt with. What's more, all his accomplices have been rounded up and are looking at a lifetime stay in the slammer. To make it right, the manager explains, the base has prepared a little something to show our sincerity. Shu Jing Ming can't help but be a little impressed. He thinks to himself, damn, the big boss doesn't mess around, clean and decisive. Just then, an attendant brings out a fancy box, presenting Shu Jing Ming with the base's legendary, top-tier black gold membership card. Manager Wang Lun explains that this card gets him free room and board, plus a minimum 20% discount on absolutely everything. But wait, there's more. Another attendant pops up. He's presenting a second gift, a tiny box holding a 1 cubic meter space ring. The absolutely bonkers value of this thing completely short-circuits Shu Jing Ming's brain as he processes what's being offered. Clutching the legendary space ring, Shu Jing Ming calculates its insane worth, muttering that it would fetch at least 50 million on the market. He snags the gift, basically admitting manager Wang Chuang's apology bribe is sincere enough. Manager Chuang immediately starts laying on the praise for Shu Jing Ming. He's gushing about how his boldness is exactly what he'd expect from a student of the great Yang Zhenxian, even name-dropping Shu Jing Ming's senior disciple, Liu Ming, who apparently also grinded levels at this very base. Before Shu Jing Ming can bounce, manager Wang Chuang makes it clear that if he ever runs into beef in the city, he should just hit him up, because his influence is no joke. Shu Jing Ming isn't fooled for a second. He knows this 5-star treatment is 100% thanks to his master's ridiculously powerful reputation. A bit later, chilling in the ridiculously plush room that came with his new black gold membership, Shu Jing Ming finally gets to unwind. After a solid month of hardcore training, he is seriously grateful for the downtime. First order of business, he decides to bind this epic space ring to his soul. It's a whole process that involves stamping his spiritual imprint all over the item. With his spiritual power already leagues beyond any average user at his level, he breezes through the task like it's nothing. Testing out his new toy, he realizes he can summon items with a mere thought and stash them with a simple touch. Sure, it can't hold living creatures, but man, is it ever convenient. His moment of peace is shattered by an incoming call from his master, Yang Zhenxian. Shu Jing informs him he's just gotten back from the wilderness and has some seriously important tea to spill. The moment he learns that some nobody hired mercenaries to jump his disciple, Yang Zhenxian goes from 0 to 100 real quick. He roars over the phone that a dinky space ring is a pathetic apology for an assassination attempt and threatens to personally level the entire base if Shu Jing Ming had been hurt. After he takes a breath and calms down a notch, he asks the big question. Why did the so-called elite squad suddenly retreat? Shu Jing Ming speculates they probably realized his power level was way higher than advertised, pegging him as an upper-tier second-rank user. That realization was enough to make them tuck tail and run. The news renders Yang Zhenxian utterly speechless. He's screaming into the phone again, completely floored that Shu Jing Ming managed to power level that high in just one single month. But his master's shock instantly flips into a loud, proud laugh. He's gushing about Shu Jing Ming, claiming his leveling speed is even more cracked than his own was back in the day. Then he's all hyped up, asking when he's coming back so they can throw a party. Shu Jing Ming tells him he'll swing by right before the semester starts. He's planning to use the rest of his break to grind in some much more dangerous zones. His master tells him not to get himself wrecked, and Shu Jing Ming is just like, yeah, I got this. After the call, Yang Zhenxian is still grinning like a fool. His butler, Uncle Fu, can't help but comment. He says it's been a hot minute since he's seen the old man this happy. The dean just can't get over how ridiculously fast Shu Jing Ming is climbing the ranks. He muses that for other people, life or death situations are just a little push. But for his star pupil, it's like he's running the game with a high-powered cheat engine. It just skyrockets his growth to an insane degree. Sticking to his plan, Shu Jing Ming heads into the Forest Mountain Range. This place is a definite step up in difficulty from the last zone. As he's taking a stroll, the whole area is just echoing with the roars of some seriously nasty beasts. He can already tell the loot drops and resources here are way better than that busted city he just cleared out. His super senses start screaming at him the exact moment his boot snaps a twig, basically ringing the dinner bell for his enemy. All of a sudden, invisible blades of energy come tearing through the air, aimed right at him. With reflexes that are just plain unfair, Shu Jing Ming effortlessly dodges the whole barrage. The blasts just miss him, shredding the nearby trees instead. Then, the attacker finally shows itself. It's a huge, ferocious Gale Dreadwolf. Shu Jing Ming, calm as ever, starts analyzing his opponent. He figures most third-rank monsters must have some kind of special ability. He quickly identifies the wolf as a wind element type, probably a mid-tier third-rank beast, and he's already wondering how many sweet ability points he'll get for taking it down. Just as Shu Jing Ming is getting ready to fight this thing, he senses another party rolling up. It's none other than the popular streamer Zhangchuk Xuan, complete with her bodyguards and a camera guy. One of her goons points out the Gale Dreadwolf, saying it would be the perfect prop for Miss Zhang to beat on camera. The team leader immediately orders his subordinate to block the wolf's escape route. They're fully intending to snag this monster for themselves. Shu Jing Ming watches this unfold, thinking they're seriously trying to steal his kill. That's a huge no-no out here. Everyone knows the rule is finders keepers in the wilderness. But then, Zhongchuk Xuan actually speaks up against it. She says she's not a fan of poaching someone else's monster just for content. The leader's trying to spin this into some epic rescue mission for his livestream. Pathetic. But Zhang Chuquan wasn't buying any of it, telling him to shove the fake compliments and pointing out that Shu Jing Ming looked like he had things totally under control and definitely didn't need their help. Faced with that, the wannabe hero just grumbles under his breath, but agrees to find some other poor beast to save. He tells his crew to pack it up, and Shu Jing Ming just watches the whole circus leave. For a big-shot streamer, Zhang Chuan is surprisingly not a total tool. That leader, though, seemed like he had all the authority of a wet noodle. Whatever. He shakes his head and gets back to the real reason he's here, the hunt. The Gale Dreadwolf, clearly ticked off that Shu Jing Ming didn't even flinch, throws a hissy fit and lunges forward. Barely even blinking, Shu Jing Ming sidesteps the beast's charge like it's a slow-motion replay. The force of the rush knocks him a little off-kilter, which only infuriates the wolf more. This little human isn't even taking it seriously, but off-kilter for him is still god tier. He instantly regains his footing and decides it's his turn to play. He channels his inner storm god, lightning crackling around his spear, and brings it down with enough force to crack the sky, plunging the electrified point straight through the beast's thick skull. And just like that, the monster face plants into the dirt. A system notification pops up, confirming the kill and dropping a sweet 34 ability points into his lap. Shu Jing Ming takes a moment to admire his handiwork and the reward that came with it. He notes with a smug grin that snagging over 30 points from just one third-rank beast is a pretty sweet deal. With 10 days left on this little trip, he can't wait to see how many more of these walking piggy banks he can crack open. Fast forward 7 days, and Shu Jing Ming's hunting spree is still going strong. He stumbles upon a whole squad of massive ape-like beasts, just in time for them to get a front-row seat to the light show he's about to put on. It's time for a little area of effect mayhem. He unleashes a devastating ranged technique. A colossal spear made of pure energy materializes in the sky and comes crashing down, slamming into the earth with a cataclysmic boom. When the dust settles, there's a massive crater, and smack in the middle lies one seriously messed up ape thing. Shu Jing Ming's a little surprised his thunder spear didn't just turn the big guy into a smoking pile of ash on the spot. Then again, he figures, you gotta give the third-rank boss some credit. It's a tough cookie. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Purple lightning starts arcing around his body. Alright, playtime's over. No more wasting time on these small fry. He decides to just clean house and blitzes straight into the heart of the remaining pack. Now, a living thunderbolt, he moves like a blur of pure, destructive energy, effortlessly weaving through their clumsy swings, his spear a flash of death with every strike. In moments, he's standing over a field of twitching ape things. Shu Jing Ming's little hunting trip was a massive success. He pulls up his system panel, a smug grin spreading across his face as he eyes the sweet 3,000+ ability points. He's thinking this fat stack of points should be just enough to finally unlock those juicy S-rank combat skills he's been drooling over. Right as he's about to peace out and find the next thing to farm, his smartwatch goes off, flashing a holographic SOS signal. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Zhang Chuan is running for her dear life, bouncing through the trees like a pinball. Hot on her tail is some kind of massive, armored dragon freak. As her mind races in full-on panic mode, she recalls her whole team getting wrecked and scattered by a heavy-hitting 4th-rank beast. And in all that chaos, she just had to run into another problem. A low-tier, 3rd-rank, ground-digging dragon. She knows anything with dragon in the name is bad news, and as a measly mid-tier 2nd-rank user, she's painfully aware she stands 0 chance of winning, even if she popped a power-up pill. Her only play is to pray some other soupy sees her distress signal and comes to the rescue. Just when she thought things couldn't get worse, she bursts out of the dense forest and into a wide-open clearing. A wave of dread washes over her, without any cover. That thing is definitely going to catch her, and, just as she predicted, the monster closes the distance, trapping her completely. Right as it's about to deliver the final blow, a colossal spear of pure purple lightning comes crashing down from the heavens, slamming down right in front of the beast and stopping it dead in its tracks. And in a flash of lightning, Shu Jing Ming materializes, standing like a badass between her and the stunned monster. Zhang Chuan's jaw hits the floor. She's in total shock, instantly recognizing the guy who just saved her. Seeing him just standing there, Zhang Chuan frantically yells at him to run for it, screaming that it's a low-tier third-rank ground-digging dragon and there's no way he can beat it. But Shu Jing Ming completely blows off her warning, casually planting his spear in the dirt as he faces the beast, leaving her absolutely speechless. Totally frustrated that this guy won't listen, she starts feeling responsible for him. She thinks, hey, if I bite the dust alone, that's one thing, but I can't live with myself if this clueless guy gets taken out because of me. So, in a totally selfless move, she bolts right past him, yelling for him to get out of there while she tries to buy him some time. The ground-digging dragon lets out a massive roar and charges at them both. Zhang Chuan braces for the fight of her life. But before she can even blink, Shu Jing Ming decides to drop the hammer from behind her. He materializes this giant freaking spear of pure lightning and just yeets it right over her head at the incoming monster, leaving her completely frozen, jaw on the floor. The lightning javelin rockets down at warp speed and punches straight through the beast's armored dome in a gnarly explosion of purple lightning and, well, you know, the creature just faceplants. Its head is basically a crater now. Zhang Chuquan's legs give out, and she collapses in total shock, muttering to herself about how that terrifying monster got totally one-shotted. She glances up at Shu Jing Ming, her mind reeling from his absolutely insane power level. It clicks. That sonic boom from earlier, that was all him. She's struggling to figure out how he's this OP when he's supposedly just an upper-tier, rank 2 user. Meanwhile, a system notification pops up for Shu Jing Ming, confirming the kill and dropping 36 sweet ability points. He smirks, thinking, just as I thought. Anything with dragon in the name gives way better loot. This thing pays out way more points than your average beast of the same rank. With the fight over, Shu Jing Ming casually strolls over to Zhang Chuquan, who's still trying to pick her jaw up off the floor, and asks if she's okay. She insists she's fine, just a little weak in the knees, and thanks him for the save. He plays it cool, saying anyone would have done the same, and helps her to her feet. Once she's up, Zhang Chuquan tells him she owes him big time for saving her life, and that he can ask for pretty much anything. Shu Jing Ming politely brushes it off, but then he's like, actually, an autographed photo for my roommate would be the ultimate reward. The request totally catches her off guard, but she agrees, admitting she doesn't have one on her at the moment, but says she can get it to him back at the supply base. Then, her eyes lock onto his weapon. She recognizes it instantly. Is that the legendary Dark Cloud Gale Spear? She asks, wondering if he's a student at Madu University. He just nods, confirming it was a gift from his master. Zhang Chuchuan gets all excited, explaining the spear is famous because it's so ridiculously heavy that only the most powerful users can even lift it. She then introduces herself as a second year from the elementary academy. Hearing this, Shu Jing Ming greets her respectfully as his senior. Inside her head, she's thinking she's never even heard his name around campus, so he must be some super low-key upperclassman. He immediately clocks that she thinks he's a senior, since most people don't hit his power level until their third year, and he just decides to roll with it. His mind was still completely blown. Zhang Chuquan couldn't believe he'd just one-shotted a powerful upper-tier third-rank beast. Just as he was about to bounce, she called out to him. Blushing hard, she shyly asked if she could tag along for a bit, explaining that her bodyguards ditched her, and she was basically a sitting duck out here in the wilderness. Shu Jing Ming agreed to play escort and get her to the ruined city where she could get home safe. Overjoyed, she thanked him profusely. As they started walking, she suggested they raid the beast's lair for loot, which was probably why it jumped her in the first place. Shu Jing Ming figured it was worth a look. On the way, she started making small talk, asking which academy he was from. When he dropped that he was from the Weaponry Academy, she immediately commented that she's heard of their dean, Yang Zenshin, and his absolutely terrifying nickname. Shu Jing Ming then casually informed her that the dean was his master. The news made Zhang Chuquan freeze up, completely embarrassed, and she started apologizing over and over for trash-talking his teacher. Shu Jing Ming was a little thrown off, thinking that for someone known as the Cold Ice Goddesses online, she was a real motormouth in person. Zhang Chuquan led him to a dark, rocky cave, the ground-digging dragon's den. Once inside, he cautiously told her to stay right behind him, since he had no clue what kind of nasty surprises were waiting inside. She immediately agreed, sticking to him like glue as he led the way, his spear crackling with protective lightning. But their caution quickly turned into pure, unadulterated shock. Deeper inside the cave, they found a secret paradise. A small spring of clear turquoise water was surrounded by a garden of rare and fragrant flowers. Shu Jing Ming's jaw just about hit the floor. He instantly recognized several high-grade medicinal herbs just sitting there for the taking. His shock then leveled up when he realized the spring was an S-grade Earth Spirit spring, a legendary healing treasure. He whipped his head around to Zhang Chuquan in total disbelief, asking if this was for real. She just confirmed it, explaining that the spring supercharges all the plants growing around it, turning them into these incredibly rare and powerful herbs. Shu Jing Ming was seriously impressed by how much she knew. She proudly revealed that she's a certified second-grade pharmacist, a qualification he knew was ridiculously difficult to get. After sizing up their massive find, Zhang Chuquan estimated there was enough spring water for at least 5 portions of S-grade healing liquid. As a thank you for saving her life, she just straight up offered the entire treasure to him. Shu Jing Ming, however, had a much fairer deal in mind. He proposes a little deal. He gets a 4-to-1 split of the spring water, and they go 50-50 on the herbs. Thinking he's being a total gentleman, she's all smiles, and immediately agrees to the generous offer. Just as Shu Jing Ming and Zhang Chuquan are divvying up their loot, her personal security detail rolls up to the cave entrance. One of the goons is immediately skeptical, wondering out loud what could possibly be valuable in a cave with zero security. The team leader is quick to shut him down, pointing out the clear tracks of a third-rank ground-digging dragon. And as everyone knows, dragon lairs are basically treasure vaults. Stepping inside, they're shocked to find Zhang Chuquan and Shu Jing Ming just hanging out. She's completely startled by them just popping up out of nowhere, freaking out internally, because if this elite squad of third-rank users clocks the S-grade spring, things are about to get real ugly. The leader flashes a smile, telling her they've been searching everywhere for her, before his eyes land curiously on Shu Jing Ming. Thinking fast, Zhang Chuquan claims Shu Jing Ming is just an upperclassman from her school that she happened to run into. She gestures toward the hall, suggesting that since the herbs are such high quality, they should all get a piece of the action. The leader just smirks and agrees. But then a subordinate whispers in his ear that the spring isn't just any old puddle, it's the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit spring, a treasure beyond price. In an instant, the entire mood in the cave shifts. The bodyguards' eyes practically glow red with greed as they process the insane value of what's in front of them. Both Shu Jing Ming and Zhang Chuquan feel the temperature drop as the guard's friendly act evaporates. The leader's welcoming facade completely crumbles, replaced by a sinister grin, as he remarks that she doesn't seem to be telling him the whole story. Realizing the immense danger, Zhang Chuquan decides it's time to cut her losses and surrender the treasure. She announces the team can have everything and tries to pull Shu Jing Ming away, but he doesn't even flinch. She frantically whispers that the bodyguards are all peak third-rank users and that they don't stand a chance. However, Shu Jing Ming calmly replies that he really doesn't think of himself as being weaker than them. He then adds the cold, hard truth that even if they forked over the treasure, this crew had no intention of leaving any witnesses. A chilling realization she knows is absolutely correct. The team leader lets out a huge laugh, confirming every word Shu Jing just said. He admits that while the kids got a seriously arrogant tone, his analysis is spot on, before explaining their grim logic. Zhang Chuquan is a big name. If they let her go, she could blast them all over the internet and completely wreck their careers. And for that reason, he concludes, they'll have to make sure this little discovery stays quiet, permanently. The smart play was to silence them both, leaving the secret buried deep within the cave. But refusing to be dead weight, Zhang Chuquan makes the ultimate gamble, popping a little red power-up known as a bloodburst pill. She's not going down without a fight, ready to throw down beside the guy who saved her. That little candy kicks in instantly, cranking her A-rank ice powers up to 11 and sending them into a total frenzy. Without a second thought, she lets it all rip, blasting a wave of frost across the floor that gives these goons a serious case of cold feet, literally. The head honcho, completely unfazed, starts barking orders, pointing at one of his lackeys, a fella named Zhou Chong. He tells him to handle Shu Jing Ming first, sarcastically calling him Zhang Chuquan's little boyfriend. The rest of the goon squad is ordered to lock down the cave entrance. With the brilliant plan set, the leader finally turns his attention to Zhang Chuquan, and his body begins to warp and twist. His C-rank ability activates, transforming him into a massive, ticked-off, saber-toothed tiger. He growls that her story ends today, while his scumbag crew starts spewing some seriously nasty garbage, suggesting they should get it all on camera before they put her down for good. Yeah, these guys are real charmers, revealing their true monstrous colors. Zhang Chuquan's heart just sinks. She's horrified, staring down actual demons in human skin, and she just can't stomach the thought of dying like this. But her biggest regret? Dragging Shu Jing Ming into this absolute nightmare with her. She spins around to shout a warning, only to be completely stunned by the scene. In a flash, the entire game board flips. The tiger dude's eyes go wide as he senses a sudden movement. Before anyone can even twitch, bam! Shu Jing Ming is standing right behind Zhou Chong, his spear already punched clean through the guy's chest. The bodyguard just crumples to the floor, deleted in a single instant. Shu Jing Ming glances down at the fresh corpse, unimpressed. He casually remarks that even a third-tier scrub like this is barely a warm-up. The tiger boss is absolutely floored by Shu Jing's insane speed, unable to process how his mid-tier, third-rank underling got taken off the board so ridiculously fast. His face gets real serious as it finally dawns on him. He royally screwed up. Shu Jing Ming is the real threat here. Letting out a furious roar, the Tiger Man unleashes his own trump card, swinging his giant axe in a devastating tiger roar slash. But Shu Jing Ming effortlessly sidesteps the telegraphed blow. His body is nothing but a blur of purple lightning as he dodges, and while he's styling on this overgrown cat, he's also running the numbers on his opponent's strength. He concludes the peak third-tier captain's raw damage output is way higher than his, which means playtime is officially over. The Tiger Man boss and his goons are completely baffled by Shu Jing's little power flex. It finally dawns on him that he's picked a fight with someone way out of his league. So, Shu Jing Ming figures, alright, playtime's over, and decides to stop holding back. He flips the switch on a hidden power, kicking into his Thunder Extreme mode. A crazy, violent surge of raw purple lightning just explodes out of the guy, shredding his shirt to bits and revealing a brand new, jacked physique, while Zhang Chuquan just stares, completely speechless. Her face is a perfect mix of, whoa, that's impressive, and, oh crap, is he okay? The raw power of this glow-up completely stuns the tiger boss, who just gawks at the swirling dark energy, wondering what kind of freak he just messed with. And let's just say Shu Jing Ming's whole look gets a major demonic upgrade. His eyes are now glowing, a piercing blue with reptile-like slits, and two massive demonic horns just burst from his forehead. You know, to really complete that, I'm your worst nightmare aesthetic. He's totally soaking in this insane power-up. And man, does it feel amazing. The tiger boss snaps out of it for a second, then just scoffs at the whole light show, figuring it's just some cheap trick to look scary. And just like that, his ego is back in business. He winds up for another attack, but Shu Jing Ming, sporting a wicked grin, beats him to the punch and dashes in. The two titans collide, with the leader popping his defensive skill, Lying Tiger Stone. He's absolutely positive his fancy armor can tank any hit from some low-rank scrub. Spoiler alert, he was dead wrong. Shu Jing Ming's own lightning gale slash smashes right into his weapon. The sheer force behind Shu Jing Ming's attack is just completely off the charts, completely pulverizing the leader's supposedly unbreakable armor. The blow sends the giant tiger dude flying backward like a rag doll, totally wrecked. Shu Jing Ming just stands there, looking ridiculously cool in his new powered-up form, casually mentioning his body is now about 3 to 4 times stronger, a power level the leader's tough, beastly hide clearly couldn't handle. But wait, the party's not over yet. With their boss down for the count, another one of his flunkies lunges at Shu Jing Ming, popping a powerful B-rank skill, the Flame Claw. But even in this berserk-looking state, Shu Jing Ming's control is downright surgical. He casually swats away the fiery attack with his own lightning, like it's nothing. The bodyguard is left completely dumbfounded, unable to wrap his head around how his top-tier move got shut down so easily by some guy who's supposed to be weaker. And so, Shu Jing Ming looms over yet another defeated goon. He gives his opponent some props, admitting that for a peak third-tier scrub, he's surprisingly durable. But then he's like, alright, playtime's over. This next one's the finisher. Totally panicked. The guy starts begging for his life, offering Shu Jing Ming the Earth Spirit Spring and every last dime he has. Shu Jing Ming just scoffs at his pathetic plea. He coldly tells him it's way too late for groveling, while Zhang Chuquan just watches the whole thing unfold. Her mind is completely blown. She's thinking that the elite team she hired, the one that cost a small fortune, with a captain rumored to be unbeatable, just got absolutely steamrolled. She's never even heard a whisper about a student from her university being this ridiculously overpowered. It gets her thinking. Could his ability actually be S-rank? With the flunkies all down for the count, Shu Jing Ming turns his gaze to the last couple of bodyguards. In his powered-up state, He can feel the savage, bloodthirsty instincts of the thunder tyrannosaurus blood bubbling up to the surface. With a wicked grin, he menacingly tells them, "Your turn." The two dudes are frozen solid with fear, calling him a demon, but Shu Jing Ming just scoffs. He shoots back that compared to a bunch of hired killers like them, he's practically a saint. Realizing they're completely outclassed, the remaining guys decide to make a desperate last stand. On their leader's command, they all pop their own blood-burst pills. They're getting ready to go down swinging. The fight that follows is quick, brutal, and totally one-sided. The scene then cuts to the aftermath, showing Shu Jing Ming, now back to normal, but conveniently shirtless, standing victorious over the bodies of the entire squad. The insane power of his Thunder Extreme mode clearly took its toll. He's leaning against a rock wall, breathing hard and looking completely wiped out. He muses that while his transformation is off the charts powerful, the energy cost is absolutely insane. Using it for just over 10 minutes, he realizes, is more draining than fighting for a few hours straight. After the crazy brawl, a concerned Jiang Chuquan rushes over to Shu Jing's side, asking if he's okay. Even though he's running on fumes, he plays it cool, telling her he's fine and that they should grab the loot, the spring water, and herbs before they crash. Standing beside the crystal-clear spring, Jiang Chuquan lets out a sigh of relief that the messy fight didn't contaminate the priceless water. They get to work, carefully filling up a bunch of glass bottles with the super-potent water from the Earth Spirit Spring. Once the dust settles, Shu Jing Ming checks the haul and realizes they've scored way more than he planned. So, he casually tosses 1.5 bottles over to Jiang Chuquan. He insists it's her cut, giving her a nod for actually putting up a decent fight. She's totally blown away by his generosity and starts gushing her thanks. But of course, the feel-good moment doesn't last. Out of nowhere, Jiang Chuquan lets out a yelp and starts to buckle. Next thing you know, she's face-planting right into Shu Jing Ming's chest. And the horrifying truth hits her. That busted blood-burst pill she chugged earlier is finally calling in its debt. Yep, the gnarly side effects from that blood-burst pill finally decided to crash the party. She lets out a pained cry and crumples right into Shu Jing Ming, who, despite being caught off guard, snags her before she hits the dirt. Lying there, all she can think is how completely useless she is. Her energy's totally zapped, and she's so weak she can't even summon some clothes from her space ring. Shaking and blushing like crazy, she's dying of embarrassment, convinced she's looking like a total disaster in front of him. Shu Jing Ming takes one look at her sorry state, and deadpans. Yikes. Those side effects are no joke. Guess I'll haul you somewhere to crash. And without even waiting for an answer, he just scoops her up, leaving her completely stunned and flustered. As he's carrying her, her heart starts going a mile a minute. She's freaking out, wondering if this is what happens when you get this close to a guy for the very first time. Shu Jing Ming finds a nice little grassy spot and gently places her down like it's no big deal. He tells her to chill out while he goes to grab the rest of the herbs, but before he bounces, he whips off his own black shirt and tosses it to her so she can, cover up. Jiang Chuquan snags it, her mind completely blown by how surprisingly decent this guy is. While she's having her moment, Shu Jing Ming gets back to business, looting the bodies. He yanks a space ring off one of the losers and starts rummaging through the goods. He's thinking, man, for an elite team, this loot is straight up garbage, finding only some pocket change, some beast parts, a few herbs, and a lame C-grade combat manual. Juggling the two rings, he figures he can probably trade them in for one bigger one. Seriously, lugging that giant spear around is a total pain. Just then, from the ground, Jiang Chuquan pipes up and calls his name. She explains that the Earth Spirit Spring could help with her, condition, and shyly asks if she could maybe have a little sip. Shu Jing Ming just hands over a vial of the spring water, and she chugs it down like her life depends on it. Instantly, letting out a huge sigh of relief, she feels her power flowing back. Jiang Chuquan tells Shu Jing Ming she's already feeling way better, though she figures it'll take another 3 to 4 hours before she's back at 100%. She's totally blown away that the pill's nasty side effects can even be neutralized, gushing about how insanely OP this S-grade Earth Spirit Spring is. Shu Jing Ming does some quick mental math on her recovery time and realizes, yep, it's gonna be dark in a few hours. Thinking about their safety, he casually suggests they should probably just crash in the cave for the night. The idea of a sleepover, just the two of them, in a dark cave? Yeah, that sends Jiang Chuquan's brain into a full-on, red-faced and flustered system reboot. So when Shu Jing Ming asks if she's cool with that, a beet-red Jiang Chuquan shyly agrees, squeaking out that she'll do whatever he thinks is best. The next morning, Sunlight streams through the forest canopy. Now, fully recharged, Zhang Chuquan has a big, satisfying stretch, feeling totally refreshed. She takes a deep breath and remarks on how awesome the forest air is. Even joking, she could totally camp out here for a month if it wasn't for all the murder beasts running around. She sneaks a peek at Shu Jing Ming, her mind drifting back to all her crazy thoughts from last night. She mentally facepalms, scolding herself for letting her imagination run wild, concluding he's a total gentleman. And yet, she can't help but feel just a tiny bit disappointed about it. Her internal monologue gets cut short when Shu Jing Ming announces that it's time to bounce, adding that he'll see her safely to the edge of the forest. A little surprised, she quickly agrees. And with that, they take off, sprinting through the woods with Shu Jing Ming leading the way. All of a sudden, he slams on the brakes, throwing an arm out to stop her dead in her tracks. A split second later, a freaking massive, flaming monster soars right over their heads. Zhang Chuquan's jaw hits the floor as she stares up in absolute terror, recognizing the beast as a high-level, fifth-tier blazing tiger. The giant creature lands with a thud way up ahead and just keeps on running. Peeking out from behind a tree, Shu Jing Ming wonders, did that thing seriously not even see us? But Zhang Chuquan points out its panicked state, suggesting, it's not just running, it's running for its life. Her eyes go wide with a dawning horror as she realizes what could possibly be chasing it. Just then, a massive horde of gray, wolf-like creatures with glowing red eyes stampedes past them. In a terrified whisper, Zhang Chuquan explains that those are iron-toothed rats. She clarifies that, even though they're just measly first-tier beasts individually, when they swarm up like this, they're crazy dangerous and could easily overwhelm even a sixth-tier powerhouse. Suddenly, it all clicks into place. That's why the blazing tiger was booking it. Faced with that tidal wave of teeth, Zhang Chuquan completely freaks out, screaming at Shu Jing Ming to run for it. Without missing a beat, Shu Jing yanks her by the hand as they book it, with a literal tide of rats hot on their heels. As they're hauling ass, Shu Jing Ming knows these rats are basically furry little marathon runners, which means just outrunning them is a total no-go. With the supply base a solid 90 kilometers away, he figures they need a serious speed boost. His spear is slowing him down, so he decides he's got to ditch it. But wait, Zhang Chuquan pipes up with a genius-level solution, telling him her space ring is basically a portable black hole and can totally fit it. With a flick of her wrist, the massive spear vanishes, leaving him unburdened. Now way lighter, Shu Jing Ming points out that this whole hand-holding romance scene is way too slow. So, he casually suggests it'd be a lot faster if he just gave her a piggyback ride, a suggestion that makes Zhang Chuquan's brain completely short-circuit. Before she can even form a protest, he's already hoisted her onto his back and is now blasting off at an even crazier speed. He finally rockets out of the forest and skids to a halt in some busted-up city. But their moment of relief lasts for about 2 seconds. They spot the swarm chowing down on some other monster's corpse. Shu Jing Ming's face darkens as he realizes their absolute worst-case scenario just became reality. The ratpocalypse has officially swallowed the entire area. With nowhere left to run, he declares it's time to throw down and fires up his Thunder Extreme mode. His whole body erupts in a storm of purple lightning as a wicked pair of demonic horns sprout from his head. He tells a wide-eyed Zhang Chuquan to hang on for dear life before he cannonballs straight into the rat mosh pit. He becomes a purple blur of pure destruction, shredding through the rat army and farming ability points with every single kill. Meanwhile, over at a military command post, Manager Wang Chuang and his squad are watching the disaster unfold. An officer reports the rat tide is over 300,000 strong. Wang Chuang, looking grim, grumbles that this is going to absolutely wreck the ecosystem. An aide brings up a map highlighting all the ability users caught in the mess, pretty much writing them all off as future rat chow. Wang Chuang is sweating bullets over Shu Jing Ming, figuring that unless his overpowered master, Yang Gentian, decides to pop in for a rescue, the kid is toast if he gets cornered. Just then, a soldier screams, pointing at a massive ball of purple lightning on the monitors. Wang Chuang immediately barks at his troops to get ready to engage whatever that thing is. A report crackles over the comms that the target is moving at a blistering 80 meters per second. The soldiers open fire, but their bullets ping harmlessly off the insane energy shield, with Shu Jing Ming, still in his full-on demon mode, unleashing his absolute max power. With Zhang Chuquan in tow, he launches himself into the sky, clearing the entire military blockade like it's a freaking puddle. He touches down with the grace of a cat among the shell-shocked soldiers, just as his epic transformation fizzles out. The grunts are just standing there, jaws on the floor, completely speechless. One guy finally blurts out that he was prepping for a lightning beast, not some dude falling out of the sky. His buddy is freaking out about the guy's insane aura, while a third trooper squints, thinking the girl's silhouette looks oddly familiar. Now, he's back to his regular, totally ripped but shirtless and gassed out self. Shu Jing Ming pants to Zhang Chuquan that they've made it to the supply base and they're finally in the clear. A super relieved Zhang Chuquan clings to his arm, thanking him profusely. Right on cue, manager Wang Chuang comes sprinting over. He instantly recognizes Shu Jing Ming and asks what he needs after his daring escape. Shu Jing Ming, barely standing, explains he just booked it for over 40 minutes straight from the mountains and just needs a room to crash. On the inside, Wang Chuang's mind is completely blown. He knows for a fact the mountains are over 90 kilometers away, and he's thinking even a fourth-tier powerhouse would have a hell of a time punching through that monster horde from that far out. Super eager to help, Wang Chuang offers to get him a room, but Zhang Chuquan swoops in. She declares that she's got this and will take care of him, propping up the weary Shu Jing Ming. Of course, the nearby soldiers immediately start whispering amongst themselves. They totally recognize her as the goddess Jiang and are all muttering about how lucky this random dude is. The gossip mill is in full swing trying to figure out their deal, with one poor grunt sobbing that his goddess has been snatched. A full 2 days and nights pass by, and Shu Jing Ming finally rouses from his power nap in a seriously comfy bed. He opens his eyes to find Zhang Chuquan sitting right there, beaming at him with a cheerful smile. She tells him he's been out for ages, and she was just about to give him a dose of Earth Spirit Spring to get him back on his feet. Shocked he was out for that long, Shu Jing Ming immediately asks about the situation in the wilderness. Zhang Chuquan fills him in, saying the rat tide is still raging out there. Because of that, the whole area is on lockdown. She adds that once this mess is over, the beast population is going to be seriously thinned out. Figuring there's no point in sticking around, Shu Jing Ming decides he's heading back to the university since the semester is kicking off soon. Hearing this, Zhang Chuquan pipes up, saying she's heading back too and they should totally travel together. Shu Jing Ming is like, heck yeah, and agrees instantly. While they're sorting out the details, Zhang Chuquan suddenly remembers a promise she made and whips out the autographed picture he'd asked for earlier, and Shu Jing Ming is, to put it mildly, completely gobsmacked. The snapshot showed her striking a pose in some, let's just say, asterisk very times high defense but low coverage armor, which was a plot twist he absolutely did not see coming.